Welcome in. Welcome in. Hope everyone is doing well. Welcome in, Opa. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hope everyone is doing well. There's a little bit of a echo. Welcome in. Get to know. How are you doing? Mwah. Today's going to be an interesting topic for me. Definitely for me. Can you type a 1 in chat make sure you can hear me? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's welcome in, get to know. Welcome in, get to know. How are you? Uh-oh, I can't hear anything. That is my problem. Let's see. Oh, goodness. Got to go through all this drama.
I got it.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't me. Awesome. Okay. I was tripping. Okay.
No, it was all me.
Okay. I was stressing. I was like, because I can't hear myself. Like, I can't hear the reverb. So, one, I don't know if I'm like scratchy, and two, like I couldn't hear normally I can hear an echo. So, do you know who Andrew Tate is?
I do know who Andrew Tate is.
So I had no idea who Andrew Tate is until I went on a podcast with Gray Pill. And it was very interesting. And I became very intrigued with this person. And I started going binge watching. And I came across Andrew Tate versus his therapist. And I am going to be sharing this video. And I also took lots of notes, like 5 pages of notes. So this is going to be interesting. So I don't know if you've ever been in one of my podcasts before where I'm like, women should be, more caring for the guys, and the guys are the hunters and the gatherers, and, just my concept on how men and women should be and their feminine and masculinity. And so
yes, I have.
after watching, and a lot of people get offended because they think that, women weren't just here, bred to make babies. I agree. We're here to cultivate the relationship, be caring and tender and those types of things. We're not here just to make babies, but women are naturally more nurturing than men. And so in my opinion, and how I was raised, that men should be out there like being the strong ones and, being the hunters and the gatherers. And I think society over time has taken a lot of that masculinity out of men, not including yourself, but where some men are like, oh, I broke a fingernail, I got to go home from work today. So I'm going to get a lot of flack from this, I'm sure. So I'm prepared.
Well, I got you back on this. I got you back on it.
Hi, Nance. Welcome in. So,
hi, Nance, Opa.
How's Miss Sugar Glider?
Babe?
Good. How are you?
Very good. I'm doing a lot better. I'm actually up out of the bed and doing stuff now, so that's good.
That's good.
So not only, okay, let me try to reword this so it doesn't sound too bad, but not only is Andrew Tate like this extremely masculine man, but he's also extremely good looking, very charming, very good with his words, but he can also be very crude. And I heard one, I guess I caught him on Fresh and Fit, I believe, and he seems so crass, so domineering, but yet at the same time, I understand his concepts on why he thinks women should be a type of way and why men should be a type of way, and his drive to be a great businessman and very successul. He's American British.
Yep, go ahead. Sorry.
He's American and British. He is a former professional kickboxer. He began kickboxing in 2005. He gained his first championship in 2009. He attracted wider attention in 2016 when he appeared on the British reality TV show Big Brother. He was removed from the show after a video had emerged of Tate repeatedly striking a woman with a belt. The two later stated that it was an act and consensual. Now, I don't know about that. I haven't done my research on that, but I will get into that. He began offering paid courses and memberships through his website and rose to fame as an internet celebrity, promoting ultra masculine, ultra luxurious lifestyle. Tate's misogynistic commentary has resulted in him in suspension of various social media platforms. And I believe, again, that's where our society today is trying to change the way men and women think. Because if you think about it, if the men that we raise now, say like my grandbabies, and we raise them to not be as masculine, how are they going to run this country? How are they going to help run this country? In December of 2022, Tate and his brother Tristan were arrested in Romania along with two women. All four are suspects of human trafficking and forming an organized crime group. Romanian police allege that the group coerced victims into creating paid pornography for social media. In March of 2023, all four were moved into house arrest while the investigation continues. After being held in custody since their arrest, they were charged with raping, human trafficking, and forming organized crime groups to sexually exploit women. Tate denies all his charges. I will be watching this case closely only because it does have to do a lot with what my channel is about. And he doesn't seem to come off that way when I watch this video with his psychiatrist. I don't know if it's his psychiatrist or if it is just a psychiatrist. So don't quote me on that. But he doesn't seem to come off that way. I think that in my opinion, I think this may have been a mutual agreement. During Gray Pill Podcast's stream that we did, we were discussing an age discrepancy that came across on Fresh and Fit. So we will be going back and revisiting that also. But let me start. Well, first of all, G2K, what would you like to say? What are your thoughts on this?
Do I think I could hang out with Andrew Tate? No, I don't. Not because he's better looking than me, because I know hands down I'm more better looking than he is, but just because he's not my style of person, you know what I mean? He's kind of a pompous ass. He's definitely arrogant, way flamboyant. But he's got a reason to be cocky. He's got a reason to be how he is. You know, I mean, he's only 5-time world heavyweight kickboxing champion of the world, for shit's sake. You know what I mean? So, I mean, that's something to be cocky about. But
welcome in, Jim.
Do I like how he posts about himself? Don't. But a lot of the things he says about his perspective on how he believes women and men should be, I agree with. I don't want my wife out there pulling the engine out of a car with me. You know what I mean? I want her to be bringing me a glass of lemonade or a beer or making sure that I eat lunch. You know what I mean? That's you know,
Right.
like when I was working back a few years ago and shit, I'd go to work and I wouldn't have to worry about coming home and having my house clean or my kids taken care of or whether they made it to school or not or if dinner was going to be made. I knew dinner was going to be ready for me. I knew my kids had made it to school and gotten home. My wife took care of all that, and I'd walk in on payday and I'd hand her my paycheck and she would do what she needed to do with the paycheck. And that's the way I believe that people should be in their relationships. Men
And
go out and
I
make the paycheck.
wholeheartedly agree. I think women are much better at being the nurturing part of the couple. So
Absolutely.
with that being said, I mean, so say that, men are giving up their masculinity because women are becoming so dominant and so forceful about their equal pay, their equal rights, etc. I understand that if a woman chooses to do that, but women understand that the more you flex that masculinity, the less masculine of a man you're going to have. They're not going to want
Yep.
alpha male, alpha female. They're not going to want that. They're going to want someone that's going to be more submissive to them and put them
Yep.
on a pedestal in a type of way to where back 50 years ago, like women, they didn't idolize their spouse, but they did admire their spouse for the things that they did bring to the table. Where now
Yep.
it's like women are like, yeah, but I make, a six-figure income. Men are going to be like, okay, well, then you go find that guy that you think is going to be masculine enough for you, that's going to be able to still counteract that, that's still going to be able to blend instead of you guys butting heads. Because if you get two alphas together, you're going to butt heads. There's just no way about it. Treat
Yep.
me like a lady, Opa says. Me too. Me too. I'm like, yeah, I like my doors open for me. That's the kind of person I am.
I do every chance I get.
So what else do you know about him? Since I am new to learning about Mr. Tate here.
Well, I know that he recently had some trouble, him and his brother, um, for some pretty serious charges. Now, do I believe that's what he was doing? Not necessarily. But under the guidelines of how the law is written, he's probably screwed.
Yeah, so we'll have to keep a close eye on that case. It's going to be very interesting. Very
Yes,
interesting.
very much so.
So it says in November of 2008, he was ranked the seventh best light heavyweight kickboxer in the UK. That's pretty cool. I had no idea
Yeah.
who this person even was. Shame on me.
Yeah, he's got it. He's got five kickboxing titles.
It says Tate came to public attention in 2016. He appeared on a reality TV show. That's the Big Brother series. Oh, he was under a lot of scrutiny for having homophobic and racist comments on Twitter in the past.
Mm-hmm.
He was removed off the show after 6 days. Let's see. So I will be putting a lot of this in the bio for this stream. Tate operated Hustlers University, a platform where members paid $49.99 a month membership fee to receive introduction on ways to make money outside of traditional employment, such as cryptocurrency, copywriting, e-commerce, which was facilitated by pre-recorded videos and Discord server. The website employed affiliate marketing program. So this is probably where he made the majority of his money then.
Yeah.
He
I know that he
a private network called the War Room,
mm-hmm.
which is advertised on a global network. Individualism, work to free the modern man from socially introduced incarceration. And that's how I feel too. Like the way our society is today is like they're really tying men down to be more submissive to women.
Hmm.
Like I can't imagine too many men wanting to be submissive to women, but that's I'm older. I'm older. The younger generation is completely different. Now we have generations where our kids are being taught that they could be either. So what is that called?
Yeah.
Pronoun. Pick a pronoun. He doesn't agree with that. And that's one of the things that I thought was amazing is the way he thinks traditionally. And I think a lot of people take offense to it. They do.
Yep.
This new fad that we have going on right now about, you know, this is America. We're free to do this. We're free to do that. But what they don't understand is it's a fad. This is a fad statement right now that they're trying to make, and it's not going to go over well. It will blow over. So don't get too
Yep.
comfortable with it. Can
Yeah.
I get some podcast welcome in? Can I get some podcast says over the years the masculinity goalpost has continued to move. It has. Exactly. Why can't men just be men?
Because they won't let it. Because they won't let.
So he says, you can't slander me because I will state right now that I'm absolutely sexist and I'm absolutely misogynistic. Misogynist. And I have FU money and you can take it that and you can't take it. You can't take it away. And that's funny because he does have enough money to be like, screw you. I've made it thus far the way I am. Why does he need to change at this point? And I think society has attacked him for this. And I think that's why they've gone down this road of trying to have him convicted. Now, I really, really, really want to dig into why they're attacking him. Um, because when we did the math, I believe it was on Gray Pill's podcast, there was like a age discrepancy of where he was at when this took place. And I would really like to know behind that, like get behind that and figure out what really happened because he said it didn't happen. He said that he's not done this and he sticks to it. And he said that it's going to prevail. You know, he's a firm believer in God. And,
Yep.
you know, and I get it. A lot of people say they're innocent, but yet they've, you know, unalived their kids. I mean, it
Yeah.
does happen. So, I mean, from just in recent news, I have seen a lot of that. He states that women belong at home, that they can't drive, and they are given to men and belong to men, as well as claiming that men prefer dating 18 or 19-year-olds because they are likely to have um, a body count number, in other words. So,
You couldn't
and
pay
that's
me to
true.
date an 18 or 19-year-old.
Okay, so what he means by that, okay, so this is in his defense. Understand this. A woman with a lesser body count number is less likely, realistically, is less likely to have a gift that keeps on giving, right? So if you've never been with anyone, you shouldn't have anything, right? Not only that, but women with a history, he has a family name that he is very, very proud of. This is what I have noticed. He has a family name that he is very, very proud of that he doesn't want tarnished in any type of way. So this, what's going on right now, people do know that. They know that what is going on right now is really, really going to affect him. What they don't realize is that he is able to rationalize everything to a point that it's not going to mentally, like emotionally, really mess him up. It's just going to make him give him more of a drive to keep succeeding. That's what they were expecting. That's not the result they're going to get. So be prepared, people. He is going to come out flaming. Not like that though. He's going to come out with flaming guns. He's going to knock this shit out of the water. And it says 18 because they are less likely to have sex with fewer men. The higher the age, the higher the body count, right? Because today is not like it was 50 years ago when it was, you know, wearing that purity ring and waiting until you were married. It's not like that anymore. And being that he's a traditional person doesn't make him a bad person. He just wants to date somebody or marry somebody that hasn't been with 50 guys, that those people are going to crawl out of the woodwork when that lady ends up with someone like him, and now she is all over the web, right? Those little creepers are going to come out and be like, well, I did this with her and this and that, whatever. You know what I mean? You see where I'm going with it? So
Yep, I got it.
if they have less of a body count, there's less things that could come out of the closet and gifts that keep on giving.
Yeah.
Let's see. Hi, son, honey. Just my opinion, but we need to turn back the time on what they call the good old days. Yes, yes. The Native Americans recognize intersex individuals, but also believe firmly male and female separate energies. Yes. The perverted some valid points in order to make money. Not every woman walks around with the mattress attached to her back. That's not exactly what he means. So what he's meaning is women, the way he says it is the way they've written it here. Sounds so distasteful. When you hear him say it in this video that I'm about to play, he explains it that women are nurturing and they have their place. By women trying to become so overly independent, it has taken away their ability to nurture men like they should. You know, Adam gave Eve a rib for creation of Eve. Adam gave God a rib for creation of Eve, right? So Eve was given to Adam as his partner, as his companion. And
As a
so
gift.
was his gift. And that's why he's the hunter and the gatherer for her, the protector for her, that type of thing. The logic thinker. Oh my gosh, honey, what are we going to do? This is messed up. And he goes, okay, you can't have an emotional man trying to make logical decisions because now they're emotional and they're wrapped up in it and it's harder. So that's why men are more logical thinkers. They are more disconnected from their emotions. It's not a bad thing that a man can be emotional. There's always that time and place. Women are known to be more emotional. So when if you have a very emotional mindset for a guy, he's not going to be able to discern what needs to happen to make whatever that problem is go away. Men typically are fixers and women are normally the nurturers. Again, I can't say that enough. A lot of women stop nurturing. Some of them don't even nurture their own kids.
Yeah.
A lot of this is based on how children are being raised now, that they don't see the traditional household with mom at home and dad working. And that's a choice. I have heard so many times, oh, in today's society, you can't have a one income home. Live within your means. Stop wanting all of this stuff and not being able to afford it on one income. That's where we make the mistake as Americans. We want all this stuff, but what happens is children start coming into the world, and now you have the television babysitting them, babysitters babysitting them, schools babysitting them, and these other places, and I've said it before, are now raising your kids the way they want, not the way you want, the way they want.
Yep.
Remember that. Okay, so let's get into this video, and I can come back and read some more about this if it doesn't get explained in this video. Just remember, he's an ultra masculine man and he's going to sound arrogant. But if you take away today's thinking, this is the way men used to be. This is what drove men to be a type of way. Men are competitive. They were competing against each other. Now they're having to compete against women and having to be really sensitive. So I think that's a lot of what he's getting at. Let's see. He makes these points about proper female behavior and them make money by leading women into sex. I don't think so, but we'll listen. You have to remember that's a choice. Those women didn't choose to go down. I mean, those women could have chose not to do that. You have to imagine it's just about free choice. If those women want to put themselves in a place, they say, okay, hey, this guy's really hot. Maybe I can get in the sack with them. Not only are they sacrificing themselves, but do you think he's going to have any respect for him? Come on, get a life. That was their own bad decision making because they thought they were going to get somewhere with him. And that's how I think.
I think you could be on something there, Pinky.
Mm-hmm.
Really do.
Yep. I think that they really thought that they were going to get somewhere with this guy, and they sacrificed their own personal judgment. Let's see.
They care. They just enjoy the drama of it all. And I think I've already broken the internet, but you're a very interesting man to talk to, and with your insights, I think together we're going to have quite a large audience.
Yeah, I mean, that's a question that I have for you. Why did you want to talk to me?
Let's see if I put this down here.
Therapist, you have your skepticism about psychotherapy, and yet here I am.
That's true. We had a conversation before. I've been told by many people it was my most interesting podcast ever. So I think it obviously varies from the norm in terms of the normal things I'm asked about. You have some unique insights.
Are you able to hear it?
And, I thought
Yeah.
it was an interesting conversation. Okay. A lot of people are asking me, especially, about my mental state and those kind of things post jail. So I thought, well, my most interesting podcast ever. People seem to be very interested in that side of me. So perhaps.
So just for example, what if he's not guilty and this man just did 90 days in jail with cockroaches crawling across his face in another country? Just saying. I mean, I'm saying he can be guilty, but we're innocent till proven guilty, right? Wrong. Right?
Well, to be.
We're supposed to be. So I'm very curious of what evidence that they have that they're going to pull out of their rear to prove these statements. Because if you listen carefully, he's like, I'm not throwing these women under the bus. He's not going to do it. And he said they're not going to do it to him either.
It can be a good conversation.
Does it make you nervous that there may be things that you don't know about yourself that I'm going to try to reveal to you?
I know everything about myself.
You know everything about yourself.
I believe that I have an intimate grasp of all the things about myself which matter, which allow me to compete.
Right.
So there may be things I don't know, but I'm not sure I particularly need to. So I'm not that interested.
Right. What's useful is more important than what's true.
Absolutely.
Right. You've developed a framework of thinking about yourself and thinking about reality that's been incredibly effective for you.
Completely. What's useful is more, you nailed it, what's useful is more important than what's true. This is an old argument of mine, but I think we discussed it in the last podcast. I'll say it again. When I say I don't believe in depression, nobody can convince me to believe in depression.
Okay, I'm going to pause it right there only for this one reason. Because back in the day, there was a time that I said, what is anxiety? I've never had anxiety. And a girlfriend of mine, actually, it was my ex's ex-girlfriend. We were on a plane together, and it was the first time I'd ever witnessed anybody with anxiety. And she was like, oh my gosh, this plane, I'm going to have anxiety. I really don't like flying, da, 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 da. And I was like, chill the hell down. Like, here's my Bible. Just calm down. Like, this is all in your head. And come to find out years later, that's what I get for mocking her. Because then I kind of I thought to myself, and I was like, wow, why do I feel so weird and anxious over a situation? Because sometimes when trauma is that bad, you can get anxiety. And so, I think that's God's way of slapping me in the face with it, being like, haha. But at the same time, how many times have you heard recently, Inky, why are you on YouTube if this happened to you?
Yep.
Why? Because it stops the bullshit. It stops the depression. It stops the anxiety. It's the best thing I could have ever done. So,
because I decided to do it as a way to better myself. So what is it to you?
Well, exactly, to better myself, from the inside out. And
right.
I'm like, I really dig the way he explains this. He's not saying that he kind of says it doesn't exist, but it's a mindset and you can stop it. And that's true. I just went through this. Do I ever get little bouts of anxiety? Yes. But can you stop it? Can you overcome it? Yes. Yes, you can.
I get huge ones. I battle with anxiety. I battle with intense anxiety every single day in my life.
And if you set your mind, so say, what's your happy place? Get to know, say, for instance, what's your happy place? What is the place that you go to that you really don't get anxiety? Where's that one place you can go that you don't get anxiety?
At home. At home.
Okay. So, for instance, so say you have to go to the grocery store, right? And it typically gives you anxiety. Just remind yourself this is really no different than home. This is no different than home. There's more people here, but it's really no different than home. I think my hardest part of getting over that was when I was out of that box, out of my home, I would go into that fear state of, "Oh my gosh, what if I run into him?" That was what I would go through. So once I realized that, you know what, there's nothing he can do, it helps stop that emotion. It helps stop that feeling. I'm not saying completely. Every once in a while, I still let myself get in my head, but then I have to be like, think, 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 knock it off because you have shit to do and you need to get it done. Um, oh, I've missed a couple. Let's see. Greed over values and morals. Wait, I must have missed something. Opus says a lot of that is based on how children are being raised these days. You don't see how mom and dad. Okay. And then it says greed over values and morals. Exactly. Now I understand why she said that. And it's because we want, and we don't take into consideration what is in the best interest of our kids.
Yeah.
He makes these points about proper female behavior and then makes money by leading women into, okay, yes, I didn't exactly agree with that statement, but that's okay. We can all agree to disagree. And then this one says drug dealers don't have to sell drugs. Yeah, they do.
Well, yeah, they do. I mean,
That one, they're going to sell them to somebody that's going to sell them to somebody else. So yeah, they do. Regardless, they're being sold. So that's an invalid statement. Let's see here. But when they do it, it's about exploiting someone's weaknesses. Exploiting whose weaknesses? Someone's weakness for money?
oh, drug dealers don't have to sell drugs, but when they do, it's about exploiting someone's weakness. It's not about exploiting someone's weakness. It's about providing a service to somebody, even though it's illegal. Like 9 times out of 10, the people that are getting these drugs are adults making their own free conscious choices. So I don't really call that. I mean, that's it's not a good thing to do. I mean,
I agree. Like I'm not going to be a promoter of that career line. It's utterly illegal.
yeah,
But it's no different than a pharmacist if you really think about it. I mean, they're like one of the biggest dealers ever.
yep.
Oh my God, Inky, and you're doing it without prescription drugs. Keep rocking it, girl. Yes, ma'am, I am. Yes, ma'am. That was something the AG said to me too. She was just like, well, you haven't self-medicated. I was like, nope. Because then I wouldn't be able, if I self-medicate, how in the hell am I going to make a justified decision or a decision that would affect me for the rest of my life? Like I could potentially mess up because I'm numb to those natural red flags. You know what I'm saying? So if I put myself in a position where I'm not thinking clear, I'm not in control of my thoughts or my actions because of a medication, that could potentially screw me up because I'll be like, oh, I'll just listen to whatever this person has to say and do whatever they tell me I have to do because we kind of become a little zombie-ish, right? And then that could potentially put you in a position to be in more danger when your natural instincts as a human being is going to be for your own safety naturally. And that comes from way back in the day. If you take that ability away to naturally be protective of yourself or you're young, that could go bad very quickly. Let's go back very quickly. Let's go back to this video.
A matter of discussing whether depression is real or not. That's a matter of me accepting that my mental model for going through life is more effective if I don't believe I can become a depressed person. I don't believe in depression, so I can't be depressed, so that allows me to be more effective. It's not a matter of sitting there going, well, maybe it's true, maybe it isn't. I don't believe it, so I can't catch it.
You shape your own reality through the conviction of your thoughts, your beliefs, and the words that you use. Why else would you adopt any kind of mindset unless it's designed specifically to make you competitive and make you win? You install the software in your mind, right? So if I'm going to install software in my mind,
Well, I've tried very hard to correct it.
Right. Because wasn't it installed by your upbringing? Wasn't it installed by your mother?
Again, with this being said, this gentleman right here, this is the psychiatrist, is saying, hey, isn't our way of thinking set in our mind by our parents? What did I say earlier? This whole new mindset on the gender roles and masculinity is set in by the new generation of parenting. And they're okay with it. Where you're going to hear him right here, he's going to state that these masculinity roles are fading out. And we're having like beta males that are going to end up controlling this country in the long run if we don't do something about it.
Yep.
Father in some way before you were conscious while you were just a developing child, like something got programmed into your psyche that has to have an impact on you. And those things can't necessarily be known because you were such a young age.
Absolutely. We're all programmed to some degree. I agree with you on this so far.
The Matrix.
I don't think anybody can escape programming.
It's really choppy.
Whether it's a television show, whether it's the people around you, peer pressure, whether it's a religion. We're all
It's what?
It's like really choppy. It keeps like, I don't know, it's like skipping syllables almost.
Okay, hold on. Let me turn off this background music and see if it's better. It might be because I'm hopping in between screens too.
Mm.
But we'll try it now.
programmed to some degree. That's absolutely not true. What I've done, and what I think most people do not do, is heavily analyze why I hold the beliefs I hold, why they help me. If I don't hold the belief personally, or if I didn't learn it from personal experience, I know where it came from, who tried to teach me that, whether their intentions for me were good or bad. And I've tried very hard to have my mindset rigidly analyzed and make sure that it's put together in a way which benefits me completely and absolutely. And I do not believe in things that take away power from me. Right. I refuse to do that. I would rather say that they are not real. And people will sit here and argue to the end of time that they are real, but they're not real in my.
Can you hear me? So
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So yes, I could hear what you were saying. I went to YouTube to see how it sounded, and it's kind of like.
Yep.
Yeah. So hold on 1 second. I hope it doesn't boot me off. I've never tried it on Restream. I was also streaming on both Twitter and YouTube.
Mm.
So let's see if it's any better.
My world, and I live inside of my mind. So even if you throw me in a Romanian dungeon, the idea that I become a depressed person is not a framework that my mind works within. So I can't become depressed. I can feel a little bit sad. Sure, I can feel depressed, but I can't be depressed. They're very different things. So
I'm gonna have to reboot. I think. Like I'll have to like just restart my side.
Start that life of man is hyper competitive.
Yeah.
And whatever software.
Woo, 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 woo. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Where you have in your mind should be designed to make you as competitive as possible, and you shouldn't be believing in absolutely anything else.
My side.
So I've tried very hard to make sure all of my worldviews and all of my experiences and everything is curated and aimed in a direction which is going to allow me to be a fearsome competitor in all realms of human endeavor.
Mm-hmm. Have there been some of your beliefs or convictions that have been challenged through the experiences that you've had, particularly in the last, recently?
Well, people challenge me often. And what a lot of people don't understand is that I will never adopt the thinking of somebody who is sad, and I will never adopt the thinking of somebody who is less competitive than I am or less successful than I am. If someone comes along and goes, Andrew, you are wrong, the way you see the world is wrong, but they are suffering from an affliction, why would I adopt a single iota of what they say? So it's kind of funny when I talk about depression, the number of people who defend depression. Depression's ruined my life, it's super.
So for those of you listening, please don't take offense to his way of thinking. That is the way he thinks, the way he copes. That doesn't mean you have to, and it doesn't mean you have to adopt his way of thinking, okay? It's just the way he copes with his mindset and his issues and the things that he's gone on in his life. No different than the way I learned how to cope with it. No different how Get to Know learned how to cope with his issues. And we all have them. So no one out here on any type of platform is perfect, or just in the real world in general. We all have our own afflictions. And I think the way he explains it to some, again, it may sound like he's being alpha dominant or arrogant, but it's just the way that he has learned to cope with his life as it is.
For real, and I lost my wife and my life is over and I want to kill myself, it's real. I'm like, surely you should like my worldview. If depression's so terrible and it's destroyed your entire existence, you should be listening to me tell you it's not real. But instead they're defending it and sticking up for it, which I find very interesting. So that's the first thing. In regards to whether
and as long as we continue to perpetuate that cycle, and this is what he's getting at, that cycle's going to keep going. But as soon as we change our mindset, it helps defeat that cycle. That's what he's trying to explain in his terms. Sounds much better. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you so much for being patient.
I have had any of my convictions challenged, it's kind of amazing. Maybe it's just a semantics trick, and maybe it's that simple. Maybe it's as simple as saying, I feel a little bit depressed today, but I am not a depressed person, and I cannot become depressive. I'm not going to have depression. Maybe it's just a semantics trip, and by saying that alone, I understand that it's a temporary state of mind, which I can alter and I can affect. And I've never struggled with long-term depression or long-term negative thoughts because I don't believe in that mental model. I think that
isn't that like what I was saying earlier, Get to Know? So you know how we go through these phases of going up and down with, depression and anxiety. It is a mental state. And when we go through that mental state, if we try to hold on to those feelings and nurture that depression, it makes it worse versus us saying, hey, this is a moment in time. This is where they say, hey, we need to recenter ourselves to get us out of that mindset. It's an emotion. Not saying emotions are bad, but we
I hate them.
I do too. We as human beings, and that's where a lot of people will, be like, Inky's sometimes she's not like, I don't say things the right way all the time because I'm a fixer. And so instead of me nurturing someone saying, oh, I'm going through this, this, and this, I'm like, okay, what do we need to do to fix it? To make this emotion stop? Even with my kids, okay, you vented. Now, what do we need to do to fix it? You know what I mean? But I think that's because I've been a single parent for so long that I've had to play that masculine role and that feminine role. So I get to nurture, but then I have to be like, okay, I gotta throw that little masculine suit on and be like, okay, we need to fix the problem. You get me?
Yep, absolutely.
Your mind, like I said, it's software, it's programmed in, and they say inside the Matrix or in every single video game, there are boundaries and there are limits. There are certain things you can and can't do. And I don't believe my mind can be put in a state of permanent negativity. I don't believe in that. I don't think it's possible. So it just doesn't happen.
You said you experienced depression, some form of depression or depressive feelings and sadness in prison. What were the thoughts that were coming up? What was happening?
Well, there's a lot of uncertainty, which is the first thing
that has to be scary.
It is scary. It's scary.
And also because you're a man who's totally in control of your world, of your life. And that's almost like an imperative for you. And that gives you power.
So can you imagine someone that is in so much control, alpha dominant male, being in a position where someone else has control of him for 90 days? He can't run his business. He can't see his kids, can't see his wife or girlfriend, whomever she is. He has families depending on him. I think I was in a chat in a live stream with someone. Oh, I think it was over at Grape Hills. And one of the gentlemen said, hey, so, if I have like I just won the lottery and I wanted us to just get up and go off on a vacation somewhere, you wouldn't do it. And I was like, no, not when you have a business and kids and things like that, that you have to function. You have people and families that are depending on you, kids that are depending on you that aren't even yours, because you're their boss, right?
Yep.
So you can't just be willy-nilly and fly by the seat of your pants. And so now he's sitting in jail for these 90 days. He still has a business to run from jail. Think about it. That could cause so much fear. He's, in his mind, but he's going to find an avenue to release that stress, that anxiousness, that sadness, so he can be proactive and continue on doing what he needs to do.
And all of a sudden you're thrust into a situation where you're essentially helpless.
Well, you just nailed it. You completely nailed it, because I was exactly about to say it's the uncertainty that I struggle with the most, because in my life I'm in charge of everything. I know exactly how everything works, and I'm the boss, and I get to control absolutely everything. And this is the first time in a long time I'm in a scenario where I have no power whatsoever, no influence, basically. I don't know what's going to happen. Nobody else knows what's going to happen. And also in my world, I'm the hero, right? I'm the head of the clan. Not just my family, but of a lot of people. A lot of people rely on me. Lots of women rely on me, children rely on me, etc. So everyone comes to me every time there's a problem. So they continue to do that while I'm in a jail cell, expecting me to have some kind of answer. Right. And I'm like, well, I don't have an answer this time. Every other time I had an answer, but this time is a bit unique.
How did that feel? You don't have the answers. You can't help.
Yeah, I mean, it was frustrating. It's very frustrating, and it's the uncertainty that would bother me. I don't think I felt sad very often, but I certainly felt extremely frustrated. I would sit there and think, there has to be a way out of this room. Not breakout, but like there must just be some.
So again, can you imagine what he's going through and how he's feeling?
It must be a real son of a bitch, and it must be hard,
Do what?
It must be hard
And
to go through what he's going through. I'm sure,
exactly. And he's saying it dead on. He's like, it's frustrating because he's in a position that his whole ability to control his current environment and everything that depends on him has been minimized to where he only has access to certain things to be able to get certain things done. And I'm not saying what he did was okay. I don't know for a fact he did it. Court hasn't adjourned yet. So
some words I can say, someone I can talk to. There must be a way. It's only a door. I can't just be stuck in this room. And it was hyper frustrating. Yeah, and the uncertainty of it is also scary, because in my situation, every 30 days they decide if they hold you longer or not. And I was encountering people who had been in there for years in my scenario. So.
Well, the uncertainty is a form of torture, really.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it's torture.
It is torture. And it's designed to make you break. You don't know how long you're going to be there for. Nobody knows. You hear horror stories. You see other people getting out who've done worse things than you after a week.
could you imagine? So say you're in a cell next to someone in another cell and they did something really, really, really bad, like off someone, took someone's life, and they get out and you're still in there. And, he's going to portray himself as innocent, and you're supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. So if he is innocent and he's like, oh my gosh, this person has done this and they're getting out and I'm still stuck here, I couldn't even imagine being in his shoes. I accept the fact that there is times that I do have stress and anxiety and depression, not depression, but stress and anxiety. I couldn't imagine being in that position where you're like, oh my gosh, how is this person getting away with this? And I'm still in here for something that I haven't done.
Yep.
Because they've signed a piece of paper or admitted to something or whatever they've done a deal. And you're sitting there and yeah, it's hyper frustrating. And I think you have two choices as a man. Often when bad things happen, I feel like you can maybe get depressed and sad about it, but the other outlet's usually anger or a form of anger. I felt like anger was more In many cases, anger is more effective, I guess. It's more useful.
You were angry in there?
I wouldn't say I was angry, but if I
And if
started
you
to feel
use that
negative,
anger-
I could turn it into frustration or anger, which I could at least alleviate with 2,000 push-ups. It's better than feeling sorry for myself. I feel like if I had to choose one of the two outlets, deciding to use controlled anger was more beneficial than sitting around feeling sorry for myself. I don't ever believe in moping or feeling sad. So when I was at my worst, perhaps I was a little bit angry. But then again, I also think I do that in my normal life. If I'm honest, I don't think anger is a necessarily bad thing. I think that
Misdirected anger. And so I was never here. Hello, Dawn. How are you doing today? And misdirected anger. And as long as he's utilizing that anger in a positive manner, the outcome for him emotionally is going to be better. So if he could take those emotions and turn them into an anger that he can release, like, I guess, because he was, doing boxing, he's used to being able to get that frustration and anger out in that manner. Now he's in a cell. He can't do that. So now he has to resort to other ways of releasing that stress, that tension. How are you doing today, Dawn?
anger is a bad thing. I think if you get very angry about scenarios and you put it in the correct direction, you get unlimited motivation and you get a lot done. The water behind the dam, it can be destructive, but if it's pushing through the turbine, it powers the town, right? So if I wake up and I go, I want more money, if I can get pissed off enough about it, I can do 36-hour work days, right? So
Get to know, have you ever been in a situation where it's either you're cut down to the line of getting something done, or you're so angry about something that you get it done and you're like, wow, why can't I be like that every day? I go through that.
Yep.
I have ADHD. So if it's either I'm cutting it to the wire, or I have to be so upset about something that I'm just going to like bang it out and just get it done. And then I think that gives me the motivation to achieve more. I'm good.
Yep.
So there's nothing wrong with being angry in my world as long as you are putting it in the correct direction. It's uncontrolled anger, I think, is a problem.
Right. Anger can be used as a fuel, and it's necessary. And from my framework, anger sometimes is a mask for pain.
I'd agree with that.
So did you experience pain in there? I know that's pain is a kind of an abstract
I wouldn't say
word,
pain.
But was it painful for you?
Hurt.
Like, I wanna
That if
know
it
about your
didn't
pain.
happen, if
Yeah,
he's really
it's
not guilty,
strange
I would be hurt.
because I'm being as honest as possible. It's strange because I had this instilled sense of duty where even though I'm in a jail cell and I can't leave, and even though I'm cripplingly bored, I don't feel like I had time to feel pain, or I didn't feel like I had time to be a victim.
You had nothing but time.
No, I didn't have time.
What are you talking about?
Because everyone outside still relied on me. So
Everyone outside still relied on him for an income, helping them with their problems. He's been the problem solver this whole time.
when I would get on the phone, people would say,
Is that avoidance, though?
I don't know.
Do you keep busy? Do you avoid your feelings by keeping busy, being on the computer all the time?
all the things I had to do still had to be done. Just because they threw me in a cell, it just made it more difficult, which means I have less time than ever because the difficulty's been increased. And when I would get on the phone, we wouldn't discuss how I'm feeling. I'd be worried about how everyone else is. They'd be like, how are you? Yeah, I'm in jail. What's going on with this? Are you okay? Are your bills paid? Are press hassling you? I was worried about fixing everyone else's problems from jail more than I was concerned about myself or my own mental well-being. And if I felt...
And that right there is a masculine male.
Yep.
So for instance, get to know, say something happened to you and you had to go to jail for a while and you were the predominant income for your family. Would you not be worried about, oh my gosh, how's my wife doing? Is she able to cook? Is she stressing on me being in here? Those types of things. When a man doesn't have that ability and those masculine traits are taken away, now he's more worried about himself than he is about the family that he's supposed to be providing for. Not saying he can't worry about himself, so don't get me wrong, but he's taking what is important and putting it last. And he's thinking about emotions, worrying about emotions, worrying about emotions. Hi, Swampy. Welcome.
Particularly,
So, Swampy.
when I say pain, is an awkward one. I don't know if I felt pain because I don't feel sorry for myself, and I've developed this mindset of such absolute accountability that even though what happened to me I believe was unfair, and even though I'm completely innocent,
Yep.
I didn't think why. I didn't think, why is this happening? I didn't think, why me? I didn't think, oh, this is unfair. Like, none of these things crossed my mind. I was like, this is garbage. However, you can't become the most Googled man in the world without with every light has a dark, right? Like, let's be realistic about this.
Yeah.
And I thought that was a joke. Get to know, I thought that was a joke when he was like, I'm the most Googled man in the world. And I was like, he is?
Oh, no, he is.
I had no idea who he was. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed. Yeah.
I'm thrown in a jail cell.
Wait, more Googled than Trump.
I believe so.
Do I belong here? No. But am I here? Yes. I was pretty logical about it. And I was like, okay, I've got a lot of things I need to get done. And I would feel angry if I couldn't get them done. But I don't think I felt pain. Now, I'll admit, I don't sleep very well since I've left.
Why?
I could admit
Do you know why? I heard you say in one interview that you have nightmares.
I do have nightmares. Yeah.
What are your nightmares about?
I don't think they're about anything. I just have like almost like an adrenaline rush out of nowhere while I'm sleeping. And
Swampy, did you know who Tate was? The Tate brothers? This is Andrew Tate. I had no idea till I went on Gray Pill Podcast who this even was. I am so in the closet right now. Inky's coming out the closet. Okay.
I shoot up. I bolt awake.
No thoughts, no memories, no
real
visions.
thoughts, no real story.
Fear. That's fear.
I guess it is, yeah.
So so let's just, you're the dreams are a reflection of the unconscious. And if you're having nightmares, there must be some unresolved fear that wants to get worked out.
I believe so, but then also, I love the idea of that. This is of having unresolved fear. That sounds like the most interesting thing in the world to me. If someone were to say to me, Andrew, take this.
If they took if you have resolved fear, guess what? For him, can you already know what I'm going to say? Get to know. What happens when this ultra masculine man no longer has unresolved fear?
He's immortal, basically.
Nope. He doesn't have anything to fight for. It takes away the masculinity. So he likes it because he's a competitive person. Swampy says she's Googling him right now on another tab as we speak. Girl, I did nonstop streams on him over the last few days because I wanted to understand who he was. And I was like, what makes him so the way he is? And it explains. We learn a lot from this video about this person.
This pill and your unresolved fear will vanish. I would say absolutely and utterly not. That's not fun. The fun is there's something in my mind.
I don't know if you caught that, but he said, here, take this pill. And yeah, that's what he was arrested for, Swampy. That was what he was arrested for. So he was saying, take this pill and it makes all your fear, stress, and anxiety go away. But you don't have that control. You're making judgment calls and decisions based on how a pill is making you feel versus how your natural reactions and your natural red flags will protect you.
Which I don't have complete control or complete understanding of yet. And it's not detrimenting my day-to-day life, really. Okay, I lose a bit of sleep. But this sounds like an interesting journey. It sounds like I'm in a new level of the video game, and I've been
What do you mean, Swampy? She's like, damn it, no, I got to type it out in a whole paragraph. So he says he's innocent, Swampy, but yet He was in jail for 90 days. The case is still pending. Yes, like a pill. So say you're having stress and anxiety, so you take a Valium, right? So it inhibits your ability to make those judgment calls unmedicated and know and learn your body's natural reaction and red flags and fears. So for instance, no, 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 not about a woman. He's saying how doctors try to control us as far as, oh, you're having stress and anxiety here, take a pill. And then, for instance, we take that medication, we no longer have control with our mind, our natural control of the decisions that we make. Now it is a medicated, controlled decision. Red flags are there for a reason. If we didn't have red flags, we wouldn't be able to. It's part of learning, you know. No, he's not gaslighting. So basically, okay. So it's like a little kid. When they touch the stove, they learn that it's hot. It's a red flag. Nope. Oh, don't want to do that again. Don't want to burn myself. But if you're medicated and you take something, you could touch that stove and been like, oh, well, it really didn't hurt. So let me touch it again. You know what I mean? Does that make more sense? Is that a better way of explaining it?
Thrust into a dark forest, and I get to do something brand new, and I'm really genuinely not worried about it.
You're not. Yeah, you shouldn't be worried about it. It's just where you are.
I'm not worried about it, and I'm also not like, oh, I need to fix this. I don't care. I'll have nightmares, and I'll wake up, and I'll either go back to sleep or I'll continue to work, and that's life.
Maybe life will keep giving you situations.
Don't forget to smash that like button
to resolve it.
Why would I want to resolve it?
Well, because
Swampy, we won't know till he
if
goes
I'm
to
really
court.
that tired, I'll sleep.
No, but fear creates distortions in our mind, right? I mean, fear is the seed of evil. Right? And so we want to know what we're afraid of, because if we block our fear, we're susceptible to bad actions, right? And fooling ourselves about what they are.
I'm going to be following this case extremely
argue
closely
that
to find out.
It's actually vital for you in the position that you are in and the responsibility that you have to actually confront your fear in a very real way, which probably goes back to your childhood.
Was there a fly on his table, or was that on my screen?
Story, I don't know if you want to talk about that, if you're willing, but that's it. You know, when I read that, I'm thinking about that little boy. It must have been fucking terrible.
So he's going back into. He doesn't really give me that vibe. What vibe he gives me, Swampy, is that he is an ultra masculine man, and he likes to have 100% control of his environment. And if you go back, I don't know, what would you say, about 15 minutes, I kind of explained how his thought process works. And I'm sure if you've watched any of my streams, you know that I'm like, women, they're the nurturers. They help cultivate the relationship, and the men should be the ones that are out, the hunter and the gatherer and the protector. And that is the vibe that he gives off. Now, when it comes to the statement that you made earlier of what he was accused of, this is my perspective. We as women have that control of a choice we make. Now, if, for instance, I'm not defending him. So, for instance, if these women came to him and said, hey, A, B, and C, this is what I want to do. And he's like, this isn't a good career path move for you. And he tried to guide them off in a better direction, and they chose to stay on that path in that direction. That was a choice of theirs. Now, if he was trying to hustle them into doing this for a living and increase his monetary gain from it, then yes, I agree, that is trafficking, because now he is gaining monetary gain from soliciting girls to do a specific job in an industry, in the sex industry. I'm just going to be point blank. So to me, it doesn't seem like he gives off that vibe, especially if you listen to his theory on he is a traditional type of man. So with his traditional thinking, I don't think that he did that on those grounds, because a traditional man would not want females doing that. Does that make sense? He is not my cup of, but being in mental health, I do not get the lying through his teeth vibe on the overall. I think he is hiding something emotionally, and that is why he's so cold. But then again, he has all these people depending on him, so he does have to be a little cold. He can't be super emotional and still run a functional business. Everything about that triggers me as F. You just have to listen to it and listen to what he's saying. A lot of people are very triggered. The first couple of videos I watched, I was like, oh my God, this man is so very arrogant. But at the same time, if you listen to him with this whole conversation with the therapist, you kind of gather what he's trying to say without saying too much.
Fine.
It is, but I do think I had the best father on earth.
I'm not disputing that.
And he had a rough childhood.
I'm not disputing that.
He won't say that. But he grew up without his father being around on a regular basis. He only got to see his father maybe once or twice a month.
It is, but
and that fear has to be in you. You don't know.
So he has a lot of admiration for his mother.
Yeah. But I think that's prepared me for life fantastically. And I also think the fear.
But have you reached a limit? Have you, well, of the video game? I mean, you're facing.
So for those of you that are just coming in, this gentleman right here is the therapist, and and Tate's the one without the hair.
All these charges, right? So something, and maybe this is what you need to go through. I mean, you're on the hero's journey, right? And this is inevitable in some way. But also along the hero's journey, you have to die to be reborn.
That's true. And I agree with all of that. But if I'm genuinely, I mean, I psychoanalyze myself all the time, which is one of the main reasons I don't believe in therapy and psychoanalysis. Of course you can. I do it myself.
You don't think that's hubris?
No.
You can know your own mind, that you don't need reflection from others to see yourself, that you can see yourself perfectly?
I think that, no, I don't think I can see myself perfectly, but I think that life is a perfect reflection.
But why not get help? Why not? Like,
because then it becomes a crutch. I like the idea that I can rely on myself to fix myself.
Well, you have a coach. Is that a crutch?
No, it's not, because he's teaching me something.
What's the difference?
That's fine, but like if I had an affliction, I would like to be my own doctor. And I think with your mind, you can do a lot of it yourself. And I think if you have a very strict framework in how you measure how successful you are as a human, and I do it through competence and achievement, I say, which mindset do I need to achieve as much as I can possibly achieve?
Right.
And I can measure that in real time. I can measure that in literally dollars and world championship title belts. I can literally measure the success. Mm-hmm. I'll say, okay, well, then these are the mindset.
I believe, get to know, when I looked him up, I believe he only had 2 losses in one and 1 loss in the other one out of all of his sport career.
Yeah, he's a good kickboxer, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Swampy says, I can't stand it. Jock mentality, most boys outgrow. So there's a difference between jock mentality and a very, very masculine man. Jock mentality is one that's going to treat their women like shit. They're not going to have the consideration for him. Where if you continue listening, you'll understand he in a sense, he admires his wife very deeply, the woman in his life, his children. So he doesn't have that jock mentality. That's where this threw me off. Could this completely be a fake version of him? Yes. But at the same time, maybe it's not. Yes, there is narcissistic traits, and traditional licensed behavior health worker would diagnose him as one.
That I need to have to be as successful as possible. Anything that's deviating me away from that needs to be addressed and concerned and dealt with, and I can do that myself. And I think the fear that if it's fear that's waking me up from nightmares now, it's just because I understand there's a very big apparatus, a very big enemy which I cannot destroy and I cannot beat coming to get me. Mm-hmm. So I do think that wakes me up. I think the fear is healthy. I think I'd be stupid to not be afraid. But I don't necessarily want the fear to go away because I have no problems feeling bad.
Well, it's not about going away. It's coming into deeper relationship with it, and understanding that there's fear that's happening in real time, but there's also fear that may be in your psyche somewhere, in your body, that's connected to your history, and that may need to be.
According to him, he has done nothing wrong. He is not guilty. But Swampy, as you well know, how many times have we followed through a case and we're like, the mother that, you know, did in her kids in Colorado, wasn't it Colorado? Get to know the one that took her little boy out to Florida or something. And she swore up and down she didn't do it. I mean, I would have almost believed her had they not had all the evidence. And now that woman is sitting behind bars. I mean, people can be so damn convincing. It is like, oh, it turns my stomach. It really does. Could he be that type of person and said, I didn't do this? Very much so. And he very well could have.
Be resolved, because otherwise you're projecting things out that you may not be seeing reality totally clearly. That's the thing, right? Like, is there a way that you're not seeing things perfectly clearly?
Well, then we go back to what I just said about perhaps that's true, but if I measure myself purely on competence and purely on achievement, whatever I think and whatever I'm doing is obviously
I don't think he was in Dubai. I think he was in Romania.
fantastic. So I'm very happy
That's
with
where
the
he
mindset
went to
I have.
jail
And
for 90
then we go
days.
into the argument, which is a level deeper, is am I supposed to be happy? Am I supposed to feel good?
No, it's not happy.
No, of course, but this is what I don't understand about people, especially men in the world today. Why are they so worried about being afraid? Why are they so worried about, I was afraid every time I fought.
Yeah.
I fought anyway.
Yeah.
Like, I don't let fear guide what I'm going to do. I do what I'm supposed to do regardless of how I feel. So I don't see anything wrong with feeling fearful. I don't see anything wrong with feeling stressed or under pressure or anxious. All these things men are trying to get rid of. And
I don't know if he's in Romania now. I just know that's where he went to jail.
To be a woman.
A ducky.
But all these things that
ducky.
people are trying very hard to get rid of from their brains, I don't see why they need to leave. I will argue the point that if I feel anxious and pressured and stressed and fearful, I will get more done than if I was happy. I think if I was happy, I'd just be hedonistic and just wasting my time. I think that you get a whole bunch done with these negative connotations and negative emotions, and I think that life is suffering and pain, and you're here to go through it, and the sooner you get used to the taste.
It's kind of like when you're in a happy relationship. When you're in a happy, healthy relationship, you put on that happy, healthy weight. Same thing. Oh, he definitely had plans. Oh, he definitely had plans to moving to Dubai, but rejected them. He turned full-blown Muslim for a second. Oh, he still is. He is definitely in Romania still. Yes. I believe he is. He's on house arrest there, I believe. I don't know where Get to Know go. He might have got kicked off.
The more successful you're going to be. I have no interest in trying to change the flavor, my friend. The flavor of life is pain, and I will eat all of it. And it doesn't matter if they put me back in jail or not. I'm not sitting there going, how can I be happy in jail? I will sit in jail and say, yes, this sucks. It's supposed to suck. Yes, I'm not enjoying this. Yes, I'm anxious and paranoid. And yes, that guy might stab me. And yes, I can't sleep. And I miss my family. And this is
I'll have to check those out too.
This is how I become the best man.
I've been on a whole spree of watching these.
You're very convincing. You're so good, though, right? It's almost like I feel like you can rationalize.
Even the doctor says you're so very convincing. Like the doctor himself can see there's that facade of pain in him. Oh, okay, sweetie. There you go. So even the doctor can sense that he has this front up, and he's like, no, I just want you to be like, I want you to be here. I want you to be present with me in this moment. So the doctor can really see his true feelings, his true emotions. And I'm pretty sure this doctor's really trying to see through if he really did these things. I think it is. I think this is an amazing analysis. I mean, I was blown away. I'm just saying, I was blown away.
Anything, right? It's almost like a trick.
I have 5 pages of notes.
Well, you're really good at talking. You're really smart, and it's almost like any question you can turn and make it work for you, which is great. It's a skill, but there's
now, chat. Do you think that maybe he's delusional in his way of thinking and the way he handles things? Welcome back, Get to Know.
Thanks. Resurrected like Jesus.
Wah-bah!
Call it Good Saturday
think he
instead of Good
despises
Sunday.
his mother.
Right.
Okay. Ducky says, I think he despises his mother for submission to the father at the beginning of his life, doesn't admire her at all. So if you listen to him later on, he gets into a conversation about it where the doctor pulls it out of him that the doctor thinks that he is harboring some of these feelings because his father wasn't around and that you need to nurture this little boy in us. That is today's way of thinking. Whereas if you go back 50 years, men weren't allowed to really sit and think about, oh, my parents, made me feel a type of way. So, a Ducky, you say, hence all the use of women and absolutely not caring. So what makes you think that he uses women? So do you think all these women that are out here making millions of dollars on, what is it called? Just Friends?
OnlyFans.
OnlyFans. Yeah. On OnlyFans, do you think that they feel like they've been taken advantage of? No. See, this is where the masculine woman is coming into effect, and they want to make these millions of dollars. And again, instead of them wanting to be at home nurturing the home, they're out here wanting to make bread instead of finding and letting a man come into their life that is the bread maker. Go ahead. Or actually breadwinner, the woman's the maker.
If you ask me what my honest opinion is about these sites like OnlyFans, is I think the women on there, they straight up take 100% advantage of men.
Mm-hmm. Because they can now.
I mean, yep, absolutely.
They didn't used to be able to because men were more predominantly masculine. Back in the 50s and the 40s, I won't even say that. Back in the 40s, men admired beautiful women. Look at Marilyn Monroe. Sex is always sold. So, but those women also were more submissive. I mean, even Marilyn Monroe talked like this. And that was like her sexy voice. That was that submission to men. Even though that submission was for her to draw in that sex appeal, draw in the men, that was still her submitting to them. You wouldn't hear her being like, yeah, rah, 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 rah. That would never happen because that's not attractive.
Yeah,
That is not attractive to men at all whatsoever, ladies. I'm just letting you know. It's not. Maybe now, but it wasn't years ago.
I mean, picture Marilyn Monroe singing Happy Birthday, Mr. President in a masculine voice. You know what I mean? Like, it's not going to have the same desired effect,
Exactly. A Ducky says, I needed something like this to occupy my mind. My mom is on her deathbed, and it is so freaking hard to watch. And I totally understand. I'm so sorry, hun. I'm so sorry you have to go through that. It is not easy. Of course. Anytime, Ducky. She says, this man is conditioned to say what people want to hear. I do think that. He is very good, and the psychiatrist picks it up. I don't think we can take him as honest with the doctor. Then again, I just saw this interview.
It's also a place where there's the potential for self-delusion.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm not even going to sit here and say that I'm not delusional to a degree. I'm not saying that self-delusion doesn't exist. We all are, right? Let me give you a very simple example. Let me try and use an analogy. I think the only thing better than having everything you want is not wanting anything, right? So I have every car on this planet. I have 40 supercars. Most people want a supercar. I have 40. But there's that unique 0.1% of people who genuinely don't want one. And I think that's more freeing than having everything you want, right? So the true mindset is not wanting anything. Most people, the best they can do is having everything they want. And I feel like you can kind of do this with the emotions as well. I guess my general consensus is that I don't think I can change or affect the world to the point where pain and suffering and bad things
why
are
am
not
I
gonna
big?
happen.
I don't want to be big.
So isn't it best if I just enjoy all of that? Doesn't that make me as powerful as possible if I say, oh yeah, okay, this is gonna suck, good. I mean, I do it when I fight. Yesterday I was fighting, right? We were doing 12 rounds and all of us were destroyed. And the more he hurt me, the more I wanted to hurt him back. The more he hurt me, the better it felt. The more powerful I felt, the more he hit me. Because then it's my turn. right? So if I can't stop him from punching me, and I'll do my best, but if I can't, then surely you should learn to enjoy it, right? And I don't think you.
Did you catch that? So during he's like, I can't stop him from hitting me, so I might as well enjoy it. It's kind of like getting your butt whooped. So the reason butt whoopings don't work as children is because their butts become numb to it. The reason you can't yell and scream at kids, because their ears become numb to it, and they're like, Mom's going to scream for 15 minutes, and then I'm going to go about doing what I was doing anyway. It's about learning
Yep.
to reason with discipline. You can't beat your kids all the time. That don't work. And you can't scream at them all the time. That don't work. So basically what he's saying is he learned to like numb it out. You better learn to enjoy it. And you're going to have to learn to endure it. Kind of like when he sat in jail for 90 days. He learned to might as well just enjoy it while I'm in here until I can get out. Because why make yourself depressed and miserable over something you can't control? One of my favorite lines. If I can't fix it at the moment, then my ass shouldn't be worrying about it. Because all it's going to do is cause me stress and anxiety.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't fix something, why worry about it?
Exactly. There's a time and a place to fix every situation. And if you cannot fix it right at this given moment, you have to let it go.
Yep, it's called radical acceptance.
Yep. That's like trying to change somebody. You can't.
Yep.
You have to either accept them and love them the way they are, or let them go.
Or move on with your life.
Exactly.
And I don't think you can stop life from giving you unexpected surprises. And I don't think you can stop yourself from feeling sometimes sad or anxious or upset. So I think the best mindset you could adopt is finding that engaging and exciting. I'm not going to lie to you. Although I am facing very serious charges, and although they are trying to destroy my life, and although I cannot sleep the same, and although they're out to get me, and although I've suffered, part of me is excited. Part of me is like, okay.
Why?
Because it's a war.
You like war?
I think all men do.
I do.
Yeah, of course.
And anyone in their right mind. I'm sorry. I don't know if I can. Get back up here. Dawn. I didn't see him because my light is like right there at the bottom of my screen. So I'm sorry. You can hop back in. Shit, what was I saying? Oh my gosh, I just drew a blank. Bleh! What was I saying, D2K?
I don't remember.
Oh my gosh, now I got to remind my own vid. Okay, so. Oh my gosh, I'm so drawing a blank right now. Like I totally just got like
Holy
stage
shit.
fright. I know, like I always have something to say, damn it.
Right?
I always have something to say. So let me scroll back. Maybe it'll trigger my mind.
Example, let me try and use an analogy. I think the only thing better than having everything you want is not wanting anything, right? So I have every car on this planet. I have 40 supercars. Most people want a supercar. I have 40. But there's that unique,
I know. I get them all the time.
People who genuinely don't want one. And I think that's more freeing than having everything you want, right? So the true mindset is not wanting anything. Most people, the best they can do is having everything they want. And I feel like you can kind of do this with the emotions as well. I guess my general consensus is that...
See, I don't feel bad. He just had one too.
I don't think I can change or affect the world to the point where pain and suffering and bad things are not going to happen. So isn't it best if I just enjoy all of that? Doesn't that make me as powerful as possible if I say, oh yeah, okay, this is going to suck, good. I mean, I do it when I fight. Yesterday I was fighting, right? We were doing 12 rounds and all of us were destroyed. And the more he hurt me, the more I wanted to hurt him back. The more he hurt me, the better it felt. The more powerful I felt, the more he hit me. Because then it's my turn, right? So if I can't stop him from punching me, and I'll do my best, but if I can't, then surely you should learn to enjoy it, right?
That's what I was saying. So instead of fighting something, you have to learn to enjoy it. That's what I was saying. So for instance, for him boxing and stuff, if you can't control something, You have to let it go, right? So, or learn to enjoy it. So you say
Yeah.
you have that person in your life that is, for instance, I'll use my best friend. She's passed on now. She had a drinking problem. Oops, Janice. Okay, so she had a drinking problem, and I could never get her to stop drinking. It was really bad. The puppy dog barking. Okay, so, oh, come on. So she had a really, really bad drinking problem. And no matter how much I tried to be like, no, Poos, you shouldn't drink so much, like we really needed to get her into rehab, she just wouldn't go. And she ended up, destroying her liver. And she's about 7, 8 years younger than I am. And she passed away 2 years ago, May. And it was devastating for me because I really never knew I could, one, love a female that I wasn't related to that much. And I truly and deeply believe that you can be in love with the same sex without being in a sexual relationship with them. That
Yes,
doesn't make me a lesbian, but I was truly in love with her as like closer than a sister, but not as a lover, if that makes sense. And I went into like my deep, darkest emotions, and I just cried and cried and cried and cried for weeks. And I think I even told Swampy about this. Like I had a dream about her, and she came, like I have AFib, and she came to me in my dream, and she hugged me so tight, like it woke me up from the AFib. Like it was the weirdest feeling ever. It was so creepy. But then I haven't seen her since. And I really hadn't been having AFib issues until again recently. And I think that's just my stress level getting too high, letting people upset me or get on my nerves, and me not feeling like I have the control to fix the issue. Okay, moving on. I'm done droning on.
I don't think you can stop life from hitting you. And I don't think you can stop life from giving you unexpected surprises. And I don't think you can stop yourself from feeling sometimes sad or anxious or upset. So I think the best mindset you could adopt is finding that engaging and exciting. I'm not going to lie to you. Although I am facing very serious charges, and although they are trying to destroy my life, and although I cannot sleep the same, and although they're out to get me, and although I've suffered, part of me is...
So that was what triggered it. So this man, in a very, very very short period of time, went from being very poor, very, very poor, sharing food with his brother, to extremely wealthy, and becoming wealthy through a podcast, through videos on how to be a masculine man. And I think that has triggered society. And this is where my judge of character may be off. Like maybe, how people believe in those conspiracy theories? Like this is really triggering me to really think about what he is saying right now. Could this all be a ruse because they don't want our men to become more masculine? They want to keep them like this so that they can keep control of the world. Think about it. Think about it. Hear what he has to say. This is crazy. This is where it gets deep. And I'm like, man, I'm not even into conspiracy theories. None of that shit at all. I hate them. And this was so triggering for me.
Excited. Part of me is like, okay.
Why?
Because it's a war.
You like war?
I think all men do.
I do.
Yeah, of course. All men do. Yeah. So it's
It's
about
competitive. Men are supposed to be competitive.
It's exciting. So I'm not saying I'm glad it happened, because I'm certainly not. And I'm not saying I'm going to win. But I'm saying that I've trained myself to the point where if I were walking down the street and 10 men were to pull knives on me, I'd be intimidated, but 20% of me would go, this is going to be one to remember.
Do you have a belief that you could take 10 men with knives?
I have a belief that, yeah, I do. Because
that's
delusional.
That's delusional.
Yeah, but it gives me a best chance of possibly winning.
Well, no, running away would give you the best chance of possibly winning, then coming back and being safe, and then serving out your mission.
Of course, I would run away in that scenario. But if I had to engage them, if I had to engage them,
right.
If I had to fight them, I believe I'd be the most capable if I believed I could win.
Of course.
So for that reason, if I have to self-delude, then I will self-delude, and I will convince myself that I am here to destroy all 10 of them, and I will say it in a way where at least 7 of them believe me. And that's the most important part sometimes about all of this self-delusion, is that a lot of other people start to believe what you say. And I'm not saying that.
So did you hear what he said? So sometimes you have to be somewhat self-delusional. I know you've heard the term fake it till you make it, right?
Yep.
Okay, so you go buy a really nice car, you get dressed up in nice clothes, you're selling your personality. You're not just selling your credit score, you're selling your personality. And so this is his mindset. So if he can convince, so there's these 10 guys or whatever, and if he can convince these 10 guys that he is just as strong, that he could take them all on, they're less likely to attack, right?
Right.
This is being convincing enough, just like he's doing with this psychiatrist, that he's able to. It's either he didn't do it, either he definitely didn't do it, and society is trying to peg him this way, or he is a really good liar. Really good.
I say bad things. If a man were to sit in front of you and say, I can rip your head off with my little finger, and he said it in the right terms, and he truly believed it in his heart, you wouldn't want him to try. As ridiculous as that sounds, you'd be like, he's kind of big, maybe. You know, it crosses your mind. So I think that, yeah, I have psychoanalyzed myself, even though I'm not officially, certified. And I've decided that I can't stop bad things from happening to me. So instead, I'm going to enjoy bad things happening to me. And I'm going to build a mindset that makes me fearsome enough to succeed regardless of how stacked the odds are against me.
Yeah. Yeah, and I appreciate your mindset, and it's well thought out, and it's useful to you. And so I'm just pushing up against the places where I think there might be contradictions.
I like to hear it. Yeah. I like to hear it, but like I said right now, I'm not a coward. And I want to make this very clear. I'm not a coward. I don't care if I don't sleep again for the rest of my life. I refuse to take any fucking pill, and I refuse to sit and have my mind altered by anything I do not control. I don't care if I have nightmares for the rest of human time.
Right.
As long as I'm in charge of my mind.
I can 100% agree with his mentality right this second, because that's exactly how I felt when I was going through the stuff with my daughter. I'm like, I downright refuse to take anything, to self-medicate. So I want to be in 100% control of the decisions I make in the best interest of my child and myself, for that matter. So I can totally understand his way of thinking. And look at the look on his face, the seriousness. He is dead serious right now. This is a conviction of his thought.
Yeah.
Like it is. And I think that's why it is so hard for us to read him and that psychiatrist that's sitting in the same room.
Mind, I'm in charge of my life. If God decides that I don't need nightmares anymore, I'll fathom out how to stop it. If God decides I need to wake up in the middle of the night in a sweat, fearful or afraid they're coming to get me, then that's God's plan for me, and that's what I'm going to deal with. I'm not a coward. I'm not afraid of any of these things. I'm not afraid of feeling bad. I'm not afraid of anxiety. I'm not afraid of panic. This is one of the things I think a lot of men out there struggle with, is they're so worried and afraid of bad feelings. And to me, that's just showing that you've had an easy life. Like, there's real people out here who are trying to kill you. There's people out here who put a knife in your neck. You're scared of what? Feeling sad? Who cares? Like, there's real problems. What are you worried about feeling sad for? Who gives a shit? I could feel sad for the rest of my life, and I guarantee, 1, nobody would know, and 2, I would be monumentally successful regardless. So why are we even talking about it? I have no fear for a negative feeling. I have fear for me not being able to provide for my children. I have fear for people who rely on me not being provided for and cared for, but I don't have a single...
Please keep in mind, Ducky, and I'm not defending him except for in things that I can justify in my own personality type. But how do we know? Because how do we know he's lying or he has lied if society and social media only let us see what they want us to see? This is his point of view. This is his side. You get me? If we only listen to what Steffers, she did a whole video this morning on the Maui fires and the conspiracy behind it. Society only lets us see what they want us to see. Please keep that in mind. So he may not be lying. Maybe this is his one opportunity to defend himself, and he is going to justify his decision-making to the best of his ability. What do you think? Get to know.
I agree. I tend to shy away. I tend to shy away from believing everything media says to begin with.
Was ready to trade gods for another in a country where he's had more opportunity, like a trip to Dubai. I don't know what they mean by that, trade gods. So
Go from one religion to the other to another religion.
People do it all the time.
Yep.
People go from Catholicism to Christianity. People go through Muslim to Christianity, but then nobody says anything about that. You know, some people, convert to Judaism. Some people, I can't remember the word they used. It calls reaffirmation or reintroducing. I don't know how he says it, but it's like reconversion or something like to that effect of Muslim. And I guess when you do that, when you convert to Muslim, it's like you understand that you were always a Muslim, and that's how they kind of explain it later on. Let me see if that's in my notes. I guess I understand it when it comes to like the biblical part of it. It doesn't make him a bad person. Being a Muslim doesn't make you bad. It's just a different type of religion. But he went from one to the other for the opportunity, not because of conviction, or he would still be converted. He's still Muslim.
But we don't know that he didn't do it for out of conviction.
Yeah. No, he just realized reaffirmation. I can't remember. He'll say it. That he can relate to the Muslim religion better than he could Christianity. Some people are atheists. They have a hard time believing in something they can't touch. Some convert to Christianity because that everyone needs something that they believe in that helps give them strength into succeeding in life. So, we wouldn't say, oh my gosh, when you get hurt or you're in trouble, if you really didn't believe in it.
Yeah.
But he does state this video is only like a day old, I believe. So I don't know when it actually took place, but I know it only came out yesterday.
I don't wake up and go, I'm worried if I might feel sad today. Who cares? I can be happy or sad on the same day. Nobody notices, and the same things get done. The exact same amount of work gets done. Nothing changes.
How are you making sense of what's happening to you? Is it God's will? Is it a co-creation? In some way, did you co-create this?
Oh, no.
Or are you just like a victim of the Matrix?
No, I'm not a victim. So absolutely everything is, I believe.
In some way you're a victim.
Completely, but I believe in self-accountability.
Sure.
I could have prevented this.
Well, how did you co-create this?
With accountability, and I know Get to Know has heard me say this before, is one of the issues we have with the judicial system is that they're not making us accountable for our actions. We're not enforcing the rules in our own home because of the way the laws have changed and how squishy everything is now. We're not requiring our children to be accountable for their actions. Hence why there's kids blowing up kids at school, because these kids don't feel fear of having to be accountable for their actions.
If let's presuppose you did.
I created this by being monumentally successful.
Right.
There's no light without dark. Equal and opposite force.
But you said you were excited about it, so maybe there's some way you actually wanted this.
I didn't want this. In fact, I had conversations with Tristan for a long time, and I kept saying Icarus to him. When I would decline certain podcasts, I would decline meeting certain famous people, I would decline talking about politics, I would decline things, and I would keep saying Icarus. And he would say, why are you doing this? And I just reply Icarus. Because I knew if I got too big that they were going to come for me. I knew that. So I tried to balance it, and I felt like I did a pretty good job, but unfortunately I got it a little bit wrong. My fault. I got it wrong. I put myself here. Mm-hmm. But I also don't believe that there's any light without dark. It's yin and yang for a reason. I don't think that I can just become the most Googled man on the planet and become monumentally successful and make hundreds of millions of dollars and nothing bad's going to come from it. I think that would be hubris. You just used the word hubris. It's a fantastic word. I think it would be stupid for me to sit there and go, I should be able to do all of this good and have a fantastic life and there's going to be no repercussion in any form.
Anyone that has any amount of success in their life, they're going to get drama.
Yeah.
And that includes on this YouTube platform. As soon as someone sees that someone is starting to achieve and start, going up the ladder, somebody wants to come in and knock them down and being like, oh, you're too big. We need to find something bad on you. And they start digging. Why? Is it jealousy?
Yeah.
Is it inferior? The feeling of being inferior to another creator? No, it shouldn't be. Shouldn't be at all. If, Get to Know starts making a ton of money and I'd be like, oh, Get to Know's making more money than me. That's inferior. That's envy is a sin, to be envious of somebody else. It should be like you should be cheering that person on saying, oh my gosh, I'm so happy for you.
Yeah.
And for instance, like I'm always saying, hey, if you have a channel, drop your link in the chat. It's helping and being supportive of others. And I think that society saw him growing and growing so quickly, and it wasn't like old money either. It was all new money that he had made from his hard work.
I knew this was coming to the point where I literally sat with Tristan about 3 weeks before it happened and said, we're fucked.
So why did it happen?
It happened because I became monumentally successful and I became monumentally influential, and the world is a battlefield.
You did create it. In some way, you co-created it. Like you knew this was going to happen, and so there may be some way, unconsciously, you wanted it to happen. Like if you're on this hero's journey and you're living this big life and you have a big vision for yourself. I mean, you bring up guys like Genghis Khan, and I think that's kind of appropriate because in another era you probably would have been one of those cats, right? So now we're here, and maybe you need this.
So Get to Know, do you think he just goes after lonely men's money?
No.
So Ducky says, I think, but he goes after lonely men's money. Let's not forget during this interview, who's his target audience. I don't think that his target audience is lonely men. I think this is his way of him getting what happened out, his personality out. I think it's disrespectful for women is partly from his mom being submissive lady to a much stronger husband, dad, didn't have much, but saw as more powerful. The man is supposed to be more powerful. He is the provider.
Supposed to be.
Supposed to be, yeah. So especially if that is the way he was raised, where his father was the provider and the mother was the submissive, that's just the way it is.
It's 11/11. Just let you know.
Exactly. Hustlers University 2.0, incel money. I'm not sure what incel money means, but War Room, all men, all money. Well, the reason it's all men and all money is because he's teaching men to be more masculine. That's the whole point of it, because our society has made men more squishy.
I like that word.
Squishy?
Yep.
Well, it has. I mean, even to my own children, I am lucky enough that my oldest son still carries those characteristics that I've very much tried to instill in him, where he is the dominant male. So for instance, and a lot of people may get offended at this, we sit down to dinner at his dinner table in his home. Everybody's plate is made, and if I cooked, I make everybody's plates. They are all sat down. Everybody sits down, but nobody starts to eat until he says it's time to eat. They're not allowed to touch their food. And that's just the way it is. And that's him showing his masculinity for the home and showing that he is still in charge of the home. It teaches the children respect and to have respect for their parents. What happened to, thou shalt honor thy mother and thy father? That's not even part of today's society anymore, at least not here. It's so hard to enforce that when our rules as parents have been minimalized to a point that we just can't. Do you know how much talking it would take to get especially a child with ADHD, to listen. It's like talking in one ear and out the other. It
Yeah.
really is, because their little brains are going so fast.
In some way, need this test to really feel yourself, to know how strong you actually are. I mean,
I know what you're saying. I don't think I need the test. I do feel like I need to tell the truth. I do feel like
What's the truth?
the truth is, well,
the truth about the matrix.
Ducky, from what I understand, he's teaching these men to be more successful and to be more masculine so that they can get the woman that they're really looking for. And that's one that's going to support them. But that's just what I gathered from it. For instance, like G2K over here has an amazing wife and they have a very, very supportive relationship. Not all guys can find that. They can't. It's very, very hard. I mean, shit, I'm a woman. I have a hard time finding that kind of man that's going to be like, yeah, I'm going to do the man role. And that means I can actually put the skirt back on, because I hate wearing trousers. Just saying.
And I prefer my wife's skirt.
Does she enjoy being, does she enjoy being able to be the lady of the home? Or would she rather have to be like the dominant masculine male?
She's more than, we'll ask her when she gets back in the room, but she's more than happy to have the feminine role that she's got.
G2K, reset your mic. It's coming through robotic.
Okay.
Okay, honey.
Is that better?
No. It was like. See, and I love his 50s mind way of thinking. I mean, that's just the type of person that I am, though, and a lot of women aren't like that anymore. And that's another episode that we will be doing, and it's a movie reel clip, and it shows like how all the movies from like the 40s and 50s were promoting, you know, if your woman steps out of line here, just smack her around. But the woman wouldn't be stepping out of line if she had that respect for the male, in my opinion. Because when you love and respect someone, you don't even want to raise your voice to them or cuss at them or, you know, call them bad names, because there's that level of respect there, that boundary you don't want to cross. So men that are disrespectful to women and cussing and screaming and hitting them is because he doesn't have respect for them. So go ahead, get to know.
Oh, my wife's here now, so you can ask your question if you like.
Oh, so do you prefer being able to be the feminine of the relationship where you don't have to wear the trousers in the family?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yes. Now in hot water, of course, he's not going to say anything like that. Well, we'll just have to see. He does bring it up. He does bring up the whole 50s, which is traditional male and female roles.
Yeah, what I believe, and I do believe that I have a responsibility because of my massive platform.
Yeah.
And I do believe that the responsibility is for me to do my best to educate people in a way that's going to make them happy. Mm-hmm. And I know I could have sold my soul 1,000 times, and I know I could have avoided this, and I know I could have not said certain things, and I understand all of that. I wasn't looking for a war this large. I wouldn't say I was looking for it, but I wasn't ignorant to the fact that it might happen, and I wasn't afraid.
You didn't do anything to avoid it, though.
I did a lot to avoid it.
You did.
Icarus. I must have said it 1,000 times.
Right.
I could have made it much worse.
Yeah.
But I was never afraid of it happening. I think there's a difference between knowing something bad might happen and taking the calculated risk and going, this is my journey for truth and this is what I believe is what I should do, and being afraid of something. Like, I understand if I go into the ring, I might lose. But I do believe 93% chance I'm going to destroy him.
Well, and you want the fight either way.
I guess so, because how else do you matter, right?
That's my point.
And I'm not saying that I'm glad I'm being persecuted for false human trafficking inside of Romania. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm saying that...
Yet, on the other side of this, how strong will you be? Stronger than you could be otherwise, that's for sure, and have more.
One of my favorite lines is, the other side of fear, the other side of your fear is going to be your greatest accomplishment. The other side of fear is your greatest accomplishment, because a lot of time fear holds us back from really doing the things that we really, really, really want to do deep down inside. Either we're scared that we're going to fail, or we are scared that we're going to be ridiculed for a decision that we make. And I said this at the beginning, I'm probably going to get a lot of riff about this, of me, you know, going back and reflecting on what he is saying in this video. Because it is so controversial about what they think that he's done versus what he's done.
Yeah.
More power and influence otherwise.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's the Nelson Mandela.
Completely. And
Now,
so
I wouldn't want to spend fucking whatever amount of time in jail. That sounds fucking scary, but it's not uncommon for heroes.
Well, exactly. And if you take the lessons from it, and if we want to once again talk about being as formidable as possible, then I don't think jail, okay, it's given me nightmares, but I don't think it's made me weaker.
No.
And it could have easily made me weaker. I could have gone through the exact same experience with a different mental model and emerged weaker. I believe I've emerged stronger, regardless of the fact that I have nightmares. I didn't have nightmares before, now I do, but I still see myself as a stronger person. That's one more thing I no longer have to fear from an unknown
What do they
perspective. I know
say? What
exactly
doesn't
it's
kill
like.
you
I
makes
know
you
the best ways
stronger?
to deal with it, which I developed within the 3 months. And if they put me back, I know what I'm going into. So that's a unknown area of the map explored.
Yes.
And I don't want to go, but I do believe that I'm more powerful than ever. And you have to find the good in it. That's absolutely not for sure. But I don't think I want to be very careful. I don't think I was looking for this fight. I'm finding the good in this fight. I believe that my fight actually has far-reaching repercussions for society now. I think that however this plays out is going to affect society in real time.
Analysis.
What's that? You cut out real bad there.
Oh, yeah, it said I did. I'm back. Have you ever watched those videos? Stand by. We are having some restore the connection. Okay, it's working on restoring the connection. Have you ever watched those videos on the body language videos?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you noticed like his eyes don't dart from when he's talking from one side to another side? His mannerisms stay the same. Either he has been very, very well trained and versed in telling bold-faced lies, or this man's behavior is very, very like streamlined. Does that make sense? So like I've been watching his eyes and I'm like looking for cues, nostrils flaring, eyes darting, twitching of the forehead and things like that. Like I'm really, really trying to hone in on his mannerisms and see when he says one statement that we know is true, like about his parents, versus another statement that could be talking about the issue at hand. And he floats right through them like his emotions haven't changed. So, I mean, he could be a sociopath. And, I mean, I would never want to throw those allegations out there. I mean, he could be and just really good at what he does. Obviously, he's a very good speaker. That could be it. I've just noticed that when he is being addressed with the situation at hand, with these allegations that have been made, his demeanor does not change. He's paused twice out of however long we're into this video, which is 30 minutes. Like he had to catch a thought to like reiterate what he's stating. But his mannerisms aren't changing, which is very, very convincing. Like it is so convincing. Like I'm over here with this psychiatrist and going, he has a good cold front end on, where he doesn't take in a lot of emotion, but it seems to be what he's saying could be very well factual, where actually, if you've ever watched those the other videos where you see these women in court or these men in court on their missing kids, and they're like, I didn't do it, and you can see their mannerisms are changing, or they'll be snarky about it, and that their snarkiness is one of those dead giveaways that, like, they're unemotional, they're unfeeling about what they've done, they feel no repercussions for their actions, where in this instance it's like, it's just straight faced. He's just straight faced.
Yeah,
And
he's usually like that.
It's just it's really like he is speaking from the soul. Like he's being as front and honest with this guy as possible. So it's so hard for me to be like, unless he's a sociopath. I mean, sociopaths don't feel emotion. They can be cold and callous like that. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard.
I wasn't looking for it, but I was never
Did you attract it in some way?
well, if you are a force for good, then the evil is going to attack you, isn't it? And I do genuinely believe this is the battle of good versus evil in the world today. I believe that truth is always going to be on the side of good. I am religious. I believe the things I say most people knew were true only 10 to 15 years ago. I don't think they're radical ideas. And I think that there is an evil force in the world which is extremely deceptive, and they are out to try and silence me, not because what I say is wrong. It's in fact because what I say is right. I believe the reason I have so much influence and the reason so many young boys listen to me and pay attention to me is because I say things that are true, that they know intrinsically, evolutionarily, inside of their bones as true, that I say things which work. People often wonder why my fan base is so feverish, why my fan base is so dedicated. Well, if they listen to me, it's the first time they ever feel good. The first time they ever train hard and start to feel better physically, and they start to feel better mentally, and they adopt my mental model, and now they're not stressed or depressed anymore. And then they may start to make some money, and they go, you know what, I started listening to Tate a year ago. I'm in the best shape financially, the best shape physically, the best shape mentally. Tate's the man. So they're hyper dedicated to me. And yeah, I mean, there's going to be a negative to that. I want to make something clear. I've been brutally aware of the fact that all of this might blow up in my face for a very long time. I've not been ignorant to that. And I think that's why jail didn't cause me pain, because I wasn't in jail like, how did this happen? I was in jail thinking, they got me.
He was in jail. Did you hear what he said? They got me.
Yep.
He got caught up in the conspiracy. And that's, I think, is about what he's about to say. He was preparing himself. He already knew that there was potential for this to happen. And if you think about it, Trump's going through it. Look at Elon Musk is going through it. I mean, what is it? People go after Elon Musk because he has like 7 kids from different women. Anybody else on the street, a typical normal human being, they'd be like, oh, you're just setting up football teams all over. Right?
Right.
If a girl has 7 kids from different dads, what do they say? She's a hoe.
It's a slut.
Elon Musk is not. I mean, come on. Think about the riffraff, the men of this world that have done nothing but try to achieve are being trashed and ran through the mud for their masculinity. Men are bred to procreate. That's why their sex drives are so high, and they don't stop ovulating. They don't ovulate like women do. Like ours, it has a cutoff. Men, it doesn't, because men were bred to build armies of men. And
the day my sex drive dies is the day I die.
Right? And
I mean, for real.
It's like a lion with all his lionesses. It has been a thing, you know. I'm not saying to go out and have more than one woman, but it is a man's natural drive, just like it is a woman's natural drive to seek out the best fitted male to have offspring with, by their scent, by how, you know, if one sweats and it gets up against you, like the chemistry, all of that. You typically know just from the lust factor, like eye to eye contact, would I even talk to this guy from a woman's perspective? And I had made a comment. I'm like, I was on Great Pill podcast and I made a comment and I was like, yeah, but they had asked me the question about friend zoning men. And I said, well, you kind of want to get to know them. And that's just my own red flag issues now, where I'm like, okay, maybe I should really, really get to know this person before like I even think about like going on a date with them. God knows what could happen, right? So, especially not involving intimacy, because intimacy causes emotions from the release of oxytocin, and then that perpetuates a cycle that could be very bad. It could be very good too, but it could also perpetuate a cycle to be very bad and back into an abusive situation. Hence why we have, red flags. They're learning lessons. They're our ability to protect ourselves in the future. And from what he just said, he was like, they got me. He knows that the bigger he got, the more risk he was going to be in by this, exactly what's going on.
I knew it. They've been after me for a long time. I knew they were coming. And I don't know if that's a coping mechanism, but I was saying on every single podcast before I went to jail, they're going to try and put me in jail. I knew it.
Right. You said that there's a light and a dark. Is there darkness in you? I mean, there must be.
There's darkness inside of everybody.
Right. And do you know that part of you? Are you in relationship with it? Do you think about it?
That's a good question.
Why dwell on it?
First, I have to identify what would the darkness in me be.
I keep thinking there's a dang fly on his table.
Present something to you because I stood up for you after
Makes
you,
me want to go over there and
got
swoop it
canceled on
off.
social media, and I have a lot of female clients, and they had questions about that. I mean, they know me and they trust me, so they're curious. But one of them said, "Well, Andrew he's out there saying that he's helping all these young men, but in the beginning, he made his millions in some level exploiting these very men." Okay. That's the frame that they were thinking about it. And is there validity in that, in what they're saying? Because I didn't know how to answer that question.
I don't think I exploited the men. I think I exploited, maybe I did exploit the men, but let me change my answer. I don't think me not exploiting them would have prevented them being exploited. I think these men were out to be exploited regardless, whether I did it or not. So,
but you can see how that sounds cynical to somebody, where you say, well, they're going to be exploited anyway, so I'm going to make money off them. And then once I make money off them and I get this platform, then I'm going to champion them.
Completely. I mean, I guess that's probably
now
one of the most
that
logical
sounded
arguments
very,
against them
very
I've heard.
arrogant, and that's where I have to agree
Then
with
we have to argue
Dougie
whether I was
on
really
this
exploiting
one.
them, which is another argument, right? Absolutely. Because a lot of these men, the only reason they didn't kill themselves is because they had an online girlfriend. Sure. So I actually think that webcamming and girls as a whole is closer to therapy than it is porn. Truly, these men are completely miserable, and the only joy they have is logging into that website. So I don't think I did exploit them. The reason I said
So coming from a psychological perspective for men need that outlet. So for ladies out there that are listening, men need that outlet. I am a firm believer that every man does it. So don't think that yours don't. Every single man does it with or without your permission. And if they don't do it and you're not putting out, they could end up with things like prostate cancer, testicular cancer from the buildup of those hormones in there. Okay. Without being really, really sounding vulgar. Okay. I'm not a medical channel, so I don't know how to say it in another way. But yes. Now, with what
If they don't get that ejaculatory release,
there you go.
it
Look,
can
I'm
cause
blushing.
serious
I'm
issues.
blushing. It makes me blush because I'm not one that can talk dirty. Just saying, it's really, really hard for me.
Look, it's not talking dirty. It's talking the science of what it is. Like a man constantly creates semen. Constantly, it never stops.
Correct.
So if you got a container that can only hold 1 cup of something, and you try to put 3 cups inside of it, it's gonna explode.
Mm-hmm.
Plain and simple.
And it causes wear and tear and damage on the vas deferens, the testes, all the little veins and little arteries that are in there. And it's a hormonal buildup too, because there's lots of hormones in there. Um,
Yep.
and so from my perspective, women, if you're not, don't get mad at him if he's taking care of business on his own. And for those men that don't have women in their lives, they can become very angry and frustrated because they don't know how to deal with it because they have abundant amount of hormones that they're dealing with. And some of them are like, well, I just don't want to do that because, I'm trying to wait for the right girl, but yet they're damaging themselves at the same time.
Yep.
As far as him exploiting the boys, I think that I won't say boys. I'm going to say men because that just doesn't even sound right on my channel. These young men, I think that he was trying to give them an avenue to, one, build up their self-esteem so they feel better about themselves and they are able to get out there and start accomplishing things. Did he do it the right way? I don't think so.
Definitely.
I don't agree with that part. I don't think he went about it the right way. So is he guilty of that? I would say yes. Please look up incel culture after this, because without knowing that, you can't imagine how toxic his audience is. I can tell you from being around an environment with dealing with a lot of men and women and men that are lonely and they're looking for that avenue. I mean, I guess it would be no different than men going into strip clubs or legal prostitution housing, whatever they call it. Except for that there's another physical human being there. The only difference is this is a physical human being, but they're online. And that's been around since God, when? Since the, what was it, 1-900 numbers? I mean, it's always been a thing. I mean, are they going to go and bust all the 1-900 numbers now for them influencing this also? I mean, come on. I think they're grasping at straws on this one.
I mean, like you were just saying, you're not trying to sound gross or whatever, but like, there's a reason why there's 900 numbers, and there's reason why there's channels like there's sites like Pornhub, because there are some men out there that don't turn themselves on, if you know what I mean. Like, in order for a man to perform doing anything, he has to be aroused. And I myself don't find myself very arousing. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to sound fucked up or gross, but like, so.
Well, typically men don't find men attractive in the regular world. And especially myself, like I'm not going with a picture of myself. Oh yeah, baby. No.
Yeah.
Come on now. Yeah. No.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of help, you know what I mean? So, I mean, yeah.
Yes, it does.
Fact about the fact they're going to be exploited anyway, it's very similar to having an alcohol store. Let's say there's 3 alcohol stores in a row and all of your customers are alcoholics. Well, if you close your alcohol store, what happens? They just buy it.
He never looks to the left. He always looks to the right.
They're not saving anyone's life. Right. But I don't think I necessarily exploited.
Which is your memory side.
I didn't see myself
when you look to the left is your imagination side, your right side is your memory side.
It was a business opportunity, and I approached it the way I approach everything, which is extremely professionally, and I got good at it, and we had a very successful company. Everybody was happy, including the men at home and including the women who all became millionaires. I've turned more women into millionaires than I've turned men into millionaires. So,
but maybe that's the reason they're coming after you, because they feel in that a contradiction and they're not buying your story, right? They don't believe it. They're like, oh, this is an act. He's not genuine. He's actually out for himself, right? Well, and so that's the place that they want to get you, because there's definitely an energy out there. They want to get you.
Oh, no, they're out to get me.
Yeah.
Now, honestly, I do think that he did this for the money part of it, not really for the psychology part of it, but it is a good ploy that he's using. And I think that is what the psychiatrist can also see, is that he did originally do this for the money part of it because he knew there was a lot of money in it. But in turn, now he can see the benefits of what did transpire on both ends. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I think that the benefits to the men that did get the help and the women that did make the money, I think he saw that later after why he was sitting in jail or shortly before that. And he was like, oh, this might get me in trouble. And maybe that's why he was thinking, oh, they're going to get me. I don't know. I'm just assuming. I'm not a doctor. I'm just assuming.
I don't think that's the reason why, though.
Well, depends who we're talking about. Yeah. But we're talking about the Matrix. I understand why and you've talked about that on the podcast. We could talk about that, because you are speaking a lot of truth, and you're confronting all the lies in the culture, and you're speaking against the most powerful forces in the world. But individual women, let's say, they're going to look at what you're doing. A lot of them, and a lot of them, they're completely insane. And they're looking at these little clips, and they're distorted in their own feminism.
I will
maybe
do Ducky.
Unconsciously, they can't reconcile to the fact that they would actually want a man like you. I think that's a lot of what's going on. It's like projection.
I'd agree with that.
Nevertheless, there is an energy that's like they want to get you. They want you to be punished in some way. Yeah. And so, like, how do you what do you do with that? How do you deal with that? Like, how do you answer to that? Like, if that woman was sitting here, what do you say to her?
Yeah, I would say that her argument, to a degree, is a logic fail. Let's take it away from webcamming.
It's a female logic.
Don't be a misogynist.
Typically, women don't think with logic. We're emotional beings. We don't. It's very rare that you find women that think more logically than emotionally. Gets deleted. He offered a lot of people. Every comment I mentioned him in gets deleted. He offended a lot of people. I don't know what that means. Never asked a girl out, but expected them to go out with him. So he
He killed him. Come on now.
I guess I'm not understanding what your comments are. I don't see
He's not
any.
on trial for murder.
Yeah, he's not on there for that. He's only on there for exploitation and the other thing, trafficking.
See, that's just all
There's your blind
hearsay.
spot right there.
Don't be a misogynist, but that's like saying because
Well, it's not misogyny.
no, of course, but that's like saying because you've ever eaten a steak, you don't care about animals.
Right.
Effectively,
Right.
what she's saying is because he had a business in which some man may have felt exploited at some point, he doesn't care about humanity, which is a logic fail.
Yeah,
so
I understand.
So that's not valid. What I have found in my experience often is that many women who seem to dislike me after they meet me don't dislike me anymore. I think the energy which they find repulsive over a screen or affects them emotionally over a screen, they end up liking in person. I think hate and love are actually very close to each other. And I've had women who scream how much they hate me at the screen, and then they meet me and they're literally in love with me.
Well, you're a nice guy.
Of course. So I've yet to meet a female in person who dislikes me. And I would love to talk to these women. I think that'd be the best conversation ever. I think it'd be the best podcast on earth.
Yeah.
But they are out to get me. They're certainly out to get me. I think that the fact that I'm so assured in a lot of my convictions, they find very threatening. People in general now seem to find it threatening when you're the kind of person who says, no, it's this way. And they say, oh, but the news said it's that way. Don't care. It's this way. And they find that ignorant, but it's not ignorant. I think it's just assured in your convictions, and they find that threatening. Very.
What do you think about that statement? Get to know.
Well, I tend to agree with him.
It's hard, isn't it? It's hard to be like, this guy is about to go on trial for A, B, and C, but yet at the same time, what he's saying is just like, it makes sense, kind of like the Maui situation. Like,
there's a lot of people out there that say a lot of crazy shit, but just because it's crazy shit or just because it's shit that's not accepted by the mass quantities of people, don't mean that it's irrelevant or it's not important shit. Like, there's people out there that say a lot of stupid shit that still say very important shit as well. Just because you question somebody's character doesn't make everything that they're saying bullshit or garbage or not relevant. I mean,
and I think it's a lot of men that are like, Why can't I be like that? And women that are, you know, grown out of the whole theory of women being feminine and less masculine.
Yeah,
And
shit. I wish I
it's
had a tenth of his. I wish I had a tenth. I wish I had a tenth of his confidence.
and that's what it is. I think it's his confidence level that's really triggering for a lot of people.
Yeah,
But I do think that you actually do carry a high amount of confidence, because you can look at him and be like, that's a confident male,
yeah,
without being like, oh, he's stupid, he's this, he's that. It's those people with those emotions that are triggered by it. Does that make sense? Like, they
yeah,
feel it makes them feel a type of way. And if you were in person and you had to come up against him and be like, hi, my name's Ray, my name's Inky, whatever, you know, it's nice to meet you, and sit down and have this conversation with him, you would have to be able to carry that same amount of confidence to carry his abundant amount of masculinity. Like, you would have to be
yeah,
really secure with yourself, male or female. Very much
yeah,
so. I watched an interview with him with this lady, and I watched things down to how she was sitting, and I was just like, wow. You know, like, she was insecure with herself just talking to him. Like, you could tell by how she was just sitting. And I was just like, interesting. It's very, very, very interesting to watch other people around him and how he carries himself, and then how they change. So, like they're almost like emotional, you know? It's
yeah.
crazy. I'm telling you, I went on a spree watching all the videos I could to see how his mannerisms were, and seeing if different demeanors changed versus then versus now. And yeah.
Threatening. I think that there's a lot of people who find me threatening, not because of necessarily what I say, but just how sure I am in my convictions and the way I present myself and in my monumental success.
That's exactly
they find
what I
that
just said.
overall threatening. The same way a rabbit will find a tiger threatening. It doesn't know why. It's just like it just wants to run away from it.
So is it incumbent on you then change the way you're delivering the information so more people can hear it?
No.
No.
No, because there are some people who cannot be saved, and it's not my intention to save everybody. I have no intention of trying to convince everybody to like me. My intention is to try to speak to the people out there who know what I'm saying is the truth, and who like the way it's being presented and said. I, once again, have no concern with being disliked by X percentage of the population. And I want to make this clear. I've spoken to a lot of people who have talked about how their mental health has been affected by, you know, online bullying and media campaigns and smear campaigns. I don't think anybody's been attacked by the media in the last 2 years harder than me. Every day, there is something
Every
in the media
day.
trying to paint me as a bad person. On TV channels from Ulaanbaatar to Utah, across the entire world. And I can sit here and say categorically, I've never...
So, get to know. You know how it feels to be attacked. Could you imagine being in his position?
Nope. I couldn't.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine.
When he said that, I was like so triggered. I was like, man, I feel like a giant PUSSY right now. You know?
Yeah, yeah,
read a media report and been like, shit. I've just been like clowns. Don't care.
That's a lot of energy coming at you. I mean, psychic energy coming at you. And like, have you reconciled to this idea that you're Andrew Tate?
If you can't
know,
change
you were
it,
born,
embrace
you have
it.
a life, you have your own inner world, just doing your thing. And then there's an Andrew Tate that's out there. And people are projecting their love and hate onto you. And it's not, none of it's really real, but you have to hold all of that mass projection. Correct. How is that?
Yeah, but then let's psychoanalyze me, right?
Think about all the negativity that is projected on him on a daily basis. And that's without people even in his presence. It's just in the air. He would have to
yeah.
be almost stone cold to even handle something like kind of like Trump, kind of like Elon Musk. You
Kind of like get to know.
exactly. And you have to just be like, balls out. I'm doing it regardless. I'm doing this. It's not going to affect me. And that's where I
Yep.
think people start feeling that he's callous or he's cold. But if he was soft and squishy, he wouldn't be able to do what he has done.
Yeah,
Being
if it's
attacked
South and
that way.
Squishy, he wouldn't have been a 5-time kickboxing champion.
Nope.
You're the professional, I'm the amateur, but let's do it. Why don't I care that the media continues to attempt to slander me continuously? And they
Remember
don't
what
do it
I
to anybody
said.
else, and
We
it's
only
unfair
get
that
to
they're doing it
hear
me, 'cause if
what
I was
they
a
want us to
genuine
hear.
sexual predator like the people they defend, I'd be protected by these people. You know, we can discuss this, right? If I was going into girls' toilets, they wouldn't say anything bad about what I was doing.
Yeah.
So why are they? The fact that it's so unfair and it's so
Facts.
pervasive and it's so aggressive, why doesn't it bother me? Am I ignorant?
It doesn't bother you?
I don't think it does.
You
It's
block
making
it
him
out?
stronger.
I mean, you must read these things and you see your name associated with these horrendous crimes.
But it's not real.
I
It's it's false.
But you're able
If what
to
they were,
just
if what
feel every
Aikido,
fucking bullet
if what they were saying was true, it would bother me.
Yeah.
But genuinely, because I know it's all garbage, it's all lies, it doesn't, it's water off a duck's back. And maybe my obsession with truth is obsession, I don't know if that's the right word, but because I believe I'm talking the truth and because I believe the current war we're in is genuinely one of truth against deception and lies, that's their only weapon.
Sure.
That's their weapon is deception and lies. So everything they say is a lie. So it doesn't really affect me. And I will sit and say that.
But I know for me it's painful when I'm not seen. Like my goodness isn't seen, right? Like it's painful, or people misrepresent the things that I say or judge me.
And there you go. That's a prime example. This psychiatrist feeds into his emotions instead of saying, it's not true. I don't have to deal with this bullshit. Just like you, just like me. We've both been through it, being trashed.
I'm sorry,
And-
Ducky. I'm not trying to be rude, but like, I totally disagree with what you said. There's no way he has became so successful by. He didn't get Bugattis by being a kickboxing champion. He
No,
got
he
it
did
by
not.
exploiting women and making them think he's in love with them, just to bring them to some other country to take off their clothes. You know how many women would have to take off their clothes for him in some other country to make him as rich as he was?
And he was actually making that money before he started that business. He was making the money by doing his podcasts on how to be a more masculine man. Is where his money originated from. As you listen to this, you're going to hear him say, I was poor as shit. Like I wasn't making anything kickboxing. They were making like 1,000 pounds a week and that was it. His brother was doing the same thing, and his brother started selling windows, I believe. And his brother was like, I'm going to continue doing this. We don't both need to be selling windows because then you can't focus on boxing. So his brother volunteered to do the labor part of it and help support his brother through going through his career. There is so much to envelope. People only hear what has been put on national television or the skits from YouTube. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to play this, because I believe that this is really, truly how he feels. Is it true or not? No, but this is truly how he feels, regardless if it's a facade or not. It's how the man feels on the inside. He feels that he hasn't done anything wrong, regardless if he has or not. But these are his convictions to himself. And as he has stated, they have been doing nothing but trying to bash him this entire time for what he's been trying to accomplish.
Yeah, and like my wife just said, we all have a right to defend ourselves. You know?
Yes. He has a right to get his truth out, just like the media has gotten their truth out. And vice versa with Get to Know and myself. Like, we had the right to get our truth out. I finally just started like purging the last couple of weeks. I'm just like, what? Nope, you're not going to talk shit about me. You're not going to say I said something I didn't say. I have the recording. No, let's not go there, you know, because I am about my truth and how I am as a person. So, I mean, I can understand. And mine ain't even nearly on the level that he is dealing with.
And I had to say that Ducky's last statement, like, you probably shouldn't make statements like that because you actually have no idea who I am and what I know about anything. I actually know quite a bit about Andrew Tate, more than you would seem to give me credit for. I've seen more. I actually haven't seen this video. I've seen way more than just this video about Andrew Tate. I actually used to watch him kickbox when he was a kickboxer, so I actually know more about Andrew Tate than some people actually know about Andrew Tate. So I'd appreciate it if you didn't go around and try to put words in my mouth. Just saying. I know you don't know what you just said, and no one knows what incels are. Yes, I know what an incel is, and yes, I'm pretty sure I know what I just said. I'm just saying.
Okay, moving on.
Well, I'm not seen. Correct. Right, and that can make me angry and maybe cause, I don't know, some kind of negative reaction within me. And I guess I'm just curious, like, isn't it painful in some way?
I'm not sure if I read that right. If I'm accepting him, this as you seem to accept him as dude in one video, this one without knowing his history. And I will say this, everyone that comes to my channel has a right to speak their truth. Regardless if it's true or false, they still have a right to speak it. And that is my choice and my decision on what I choose to believe or be influenced on. There's things I agree with in this video, and there's things that I don't agree with in this video. As I said earlier, I don't agree with him exploiting young men in whatever way he was exploiting them. I get it. But what I'm saying is he has a right to be able to speak his truth. It's your choice to believe it or not. That's all up on the individual that's watching this stream right now. Each and every one of us. It's just a stream. You can't take it personal.
Yep, and to be completely honest with you, Ducky, I actually don't like Andrew Tate on a personal level. So
no, and I knew nothing about him. Nothing. I said that way back in the beginning of this video. Nothing. Yep. And I was on another podcast and we did a review on some of the things that were being said. And I made a judgment call off of just what I saw. After that, I started digging and wanted to know everything he said from here to there. And I was quite embarrassed that this person has not been, brought to my attention before. So at any rate, moving on, I digress.
Like people, because there's a lot of people out there, they don't see you. They don't see your goodness. They only see the dark part of you, or they project their own darkness onto you, or their father's darkness, or Trump, whoever the fuck it is. They project that onto you. In some way, isn't that like?
But those people are already paying the price.
But those people, but for you, I'm saying for you, your inner
it doesn't bother me because those people are already paying the price for their ignorance. Their minds are not free. Anybody who sits and watches the news and believes what the news says about me is the same kind of person who believes everything the news says. Right. And if you have two choices in this world,
it's exactly what I just said.
The battle I'm in, and yes, I may be spearheading it, I may be at the front of it, but I believe that this war cannot be avoided. You are either at war against the injustice and against the lies, or you're at war with your own mind when you believe they're garbage. It is impossible for a man to believe the crap they want you to believe and be a happy, functioning adult. It's impossible. If you believe the shit that's on the television as a man, you're going to be miserable. So you're either at war with your brain or you're at war with them. Anyone who's going to sit there and go, I believe Andrew Tate is a human trafficker. I have 25 vaccines. I believe in Ukraine. These people are already paying the price because they're already miserable. And I can guarantee everyone who dislikes me is an unhappy person because their minds are enslaved. Mm-hmm. So I don't feel when someone sits across from me, which has never happened in person, but let's say someone on the internet makes a video about me, right? Mm-hmm. And these happen. I knew Andrew Tate's the worst man ever. I can load up the video and just look at him for a fraction of a second and go, he's paid the price. Right. He's already miserable. If I was that person, then depression would be real.
So in other words, what he's saying is live outside the box, live outside of what society is wanting us to learn and believe in. Right?
Yeah, anti-conformism, yep.
Chances are,
I think everybody has a right to speak their truth. And this is what I think is his truth. And I've watched his mannerisms. This man doesn't flinch. He doesn't flinch, which is unnerving to me.
You don't catch him saying and huh and
and I do that too. So that I can't even use that as an example because it's so consistent that it's part of his speech. Where if it was something that was very random and it wasn't consistent, then that would be a flag. So for instance, say his nostrils flare every time he takes a deep breath. So you would notice little things like that versus all of a sudden his nostrils are flaring and his forehead is wrinkling. I have a great video. It's on how to detect a liar. And you can see that it's something that stands out that isn't part of his normal physique. His normal reaction to a question or answering a question. And like I said, either he's what did I say? A sociopath, pathological liar, or this man is really speaking his truth. It's one of those three.
Ducky says, I actually admire people who have never heard of Tate because their hearts are pure enough not to go to the most toxic side of social media. That's a bold statement.
Thank you, Ducky. And I think everybody has a right to, it's like a fair hearing. Like everyone has that right to be heard. Everyone does. And just because social media says A, B, and C doesn't make it true. Just because I will use this as an example. Think about how many innocent people have been put in prison for something they didn't do. Right. And it was only because the convicting side, the prosecutors, were able to find enough information and were convincing enough to convince the juror. That doesn't make
even though what they were convincing them of was bullshit.
It doesn't even make them guilty. It just makes them more convincing. So when our social media platforms are so convincing to throw someone under the bus because of whatever reason, doesn't make it true. Think of how many people have committed crimes that have got away with it because their evidence. I mean, come on, we've got the Idaho 4 coming up. I guess we're going to find out if he did it or not, right? So you have to really, really, really dig deep inside your soul and your spirit and make that judgment call from your gut, not from what you see. It's from your gut. And be like, I really, really want to learn this person and see their behavior over a period of time and not just what you see that's being portrayed to you on social media in a negative manner. Go try to find some positive stuff too. And then you can make a judgment call from there.
Agreed.
Maybe I'm into sports and life too much, but I've never heard of him. I've never heard of him either, Dan, until recently, like 3 weeks. 2 or 3 weeks ago. I'd have to go back and look at the video of when I went on Gray Pill Podcast. I think it was the first one I ever went on to boot. So not only was I nervous, but I was scratching my head going, oh my gosh, why is this woman thinking this way? Like, and it wasn't even, I don't even think it was about him. It was about how Fresh and Fit was talking to this certain person that used to be a dancer and making her feel like dirt about being a dancer. Because I remember bringing it up in one of my past podcasts over it. And I was just like, I don't think that was right. Because she was a dancer didn't make her a horrible person or trashy person. It just, that was the life she chose to get to wherever she's going. Oh, and why is he the most Googled is completely bad. Like really, really bad.
Read the next comment
down. It says, you're awesome, Dan. He was just the most Googled man for like 2 years straight. I'm totally not surprised. She likes his truth, except there is truth upon truth on this guy she hasn't seen yet. I try to find everything. I'm not one-sided. I'm not going to say, oh, because one person or 3 people made a specific comment and now they're making accusations or whatever. It doesn't make it true. I mean, come on, look at Michael Jackson. How many of us think he really did it? O.J. Simpson, how many of us think he really did it? Does it make him innocent? Come on.
I think he's completely innocent, to be honest with you.
You think he's innocent?
I do.
I do too.
I think his intentions were in the right place.
I think he's covering up for somebody that was in the house that night that nobody ever speaks of.
Oh, OJ?
Yep.
Yeah. Yep, the son. think so too.
That's just my thought.
I've heard a lot, Ducky. Don't think that I haven't. But I still think he has a right to voice his truth. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying is he has the right to voice how he feels about it and his truth. I'm not saying he's guilty. I'm not saying he's innocent by any stretch. Do I agree with a lot of his ways of thinking? Yes. I wish there was more men that thought that way. Now men are like, no, you can go out and get a job too. And I'm like, you know, I was raised in an environment from kind of that era because I was raised by my grandparents. So that would have been from the 20s and 30s era. You know, I wasn't raised from the 70s era. And so my belief system is very different than what other ladies would be thinking these days. But that's just me. So I am a more submissive woman unless I feel that I don't have respect for the man, or I feel that the man isn't capable of running the household as the man of the house. And then hence you lose respect for them. And then I have to put the britches back on and then do the masculine role, which I hate being in. Again, I digress. Back to the show.
These are fat internet trolls, losers, who can't compare to me in any human metric. They know it, which is why they dislike me. Because anybody who genuinely gets out in the world and looks for truth and looks to be successful and is tenacious and is brave agrees with everything I say. So I don't feel pain when someone sits and says garbage about me, because I believe that their mind is already suffering because they're not free. Their mind's not freed. Anybody who can listen to what I say long enough and not be emotional about it and actually understand it, well, those people aren't paying a price. So maybe that's a coping mechanism, but every single time I see a woman who hates me or a man who hates me, and I compare them to the people who like me, there's a massive contrast in overall physical attractiveness, success, financial success. Like, it's amazing. Sure. So it's like, okay, well, my haters are way down here, and the people who agree with me are way up here, so let them hate.
Maybe they just resent you.
Of course, no, maybe. I think.
Even if they hate, guess what? He's still getting
and maybe this is arrogant.
The viewers. He's still getting the.
I'm with the therapist, so I'm allowed to be arrogant, right? A lot of the reason this is happening to me is because I'm tall and built, muscles and cool cars and, smart. People don't like.
I think, I don't know if it's played in this video, but they showed a picture of him as a young man. And this girl was saying something to him about she wouldn't date him because he was all scrawny. And that's what got him to working out, because it offended him so much. And he didn't want to be that guy. And he took it to a whole nother level. I don't know if it's in this video or for another one I watched. I've watched so many of them, I don't even know anymore. But it was crazy to see him as a little young man, probably in high school, with his like little shaggy hair. And it was like, oh, I would never be with you because you're like skinny and scrawny. You don't have any muscles or whatever. I'm like, how vain is that? Like, yeah. And it really took him over the edge, I think, to the point that he's at now. The overachiever.
There's people who look at me and go, he thinks he's too cool. Teach him a lesson. There's a massive amount of resentment involved in all of this. Yeah. Even from the Matrix itself, we talk about the Matrix and I talk about it and people, of course we compare it to the movie. But at the end of the day, there are people moving parts in all of this. There's a prosecutor, there's a judge, there's a lawyer, whatever. Someone is sitting in an office who gets a piece of paper saying destroy Andrew Tate. And that person looks at my life and compares it to theirs and they feel resentful. And then they go, okay, let me use every power I have to try and destroy this man. Right. If my life wasn't so aspirational is a word you can use, but if it also didn't tick nearly every single box in regards to every teenage boy's dream, I think that they would be a lot less interested in trying to hurt me. Right. They're trying to hurt me because of the things I have and what I can do. So there's a massive level of resentment in all of it. And I also think that people
get to know this is so controversial right now because it's so two-sided. There's three sides. There's this person's side, and the truth. And so I was expecting this to be extremely controversial and for people to have their extreme opinions. And I'm just trying to be open-minded and see it from an outsider's perspective that has looking at it where less knowledge than some people. And I'm not being judgmental. But if you have to step down, I understand.
Oh, I know you're not being judgmental. I'm just not very good. I'm just not very good at holding my tongue and biting my tongue. You know what I mean? I'm really not. So I don't
Ducky,
know.
I don't think anybody has deleted any of your comments. If they have trigger words in them, then the comments won't show up, honey. My channel is a more censored channel because I am working on getting that brand. And so I just choose to have only certain words allowed to be not being said. You know, there's like really no cussing, no certain use of certain words. It's just a little more screened than other chats. So if it's something that you're saying that might be derogatory or offensive or have to do with weird conspiracy theories or things like that, it probably won't show up. It would have to be reworded in a way that it would show up. If that makes sense. It's no one doing it, it's all automated. Just for my safety. And my chats have always been that way. So nothing is being deleted on our part. It's just the system doing it. Okay? Okay.
People who dislike me, a lot of it's resentful. It's either weaponized virtue or resentment.
Right.
Especially weaponized virtue. Let's talk about that. Because whenever I have a hater online, it's funny, people who hate me in person are very respectful to me. It's very strange.
Because he commands
Weird
that.
how
He
the
commands that
bottom line
respect
of
in
humanity
person.
is always going to be physicality. When they meet me, they shut up.
Sure.
But
Keyboard
online-
warriors are very tough.
Of course. But online, it's very hard to say I'm stupid. It's very hard to say I'm not successful. It's very hard to say I'm fat. It's very hard to say I'm ugly. It's very hard to say I'm not charming or I'm not charismatic. It's very
That's
difficult
arrogant,
to attack
but
me with anything
that's his
other than the fact I'm
personality.
a bad person. Mm-hmm. He's all these things. He's perfect in nearly every metric, but he's a bad person.
Yeah.
And he doesn't know how to swim.
So how do you do that? Well, you take a virtue and you weaponize it, misogyny, homophobic, whatever it is. They pretend they care about the subject when they don't, and they put it into a bullet and they shoot it at you. And it's weaponized virtue. It's not genuine virtue. These people who are saying I'm a misogynist don't care about women or care about combating misogyny. They just want to try and hurt me with it.
Yeah.
That's the first thing. Or the second thing is genuine resentment. Yeah, I remind them of the guy who picked on him in school.
Yeah.
Or the
So,
guy who fucked
with
their
that
girl,
being
took the girl off
said,
them.
G2K, so you heard what he just said, right? So by us continuing to perpetuate that cycle of hate and anger is just enticing more people to feel that hate and anger instead of
Yep.
just giving someone a voice.
Yeah. What's up, Sunshine Moonbeams?
Hi,
But-
Sunshine.
But see, Ducky, the whole thing about it is I usually tend to stay away from rabbit holes. Why? Because rabbit holes are built on basically an idea, a theory, a thought. Doesn't
Or a
prove that they're
conspiracy.
right. It's just a rabbit hole, you know? I usually stay away from those. So,
Yes.
just saying.
You like to stick to facts and facts only, and that's why we are not a judge. We're not a jury. We're not lawyers. No, we're not
Yep.
prosecuting attorneys. That's why we're here. And this gives us a space to have an open mind without being judgmental or convicted or in conviction towards someone that could very well be innocent. Hello, honey. Because that would really suck if he is, and all these people are going to have to be like, shit. Just saying.
And
Not
and they
working
don't like
tonight,
me
huh?
for it. But that's not my problem. That's their issue.
Yes, I stay away
Are
from
you
the news.
defensive? Is that like a defensive posture? Is the way that
The
you
news
can
is
be-
censored.
Yes, I do stay away from the news. I haven't watched mainstream. My wife and I haven't watched
No,
mainstream
and-
media news in almost 10 years.
Me either.
Just so you know.
Because a lot of it's lies.
It is.
Bullshit. Yeah.
Like all of a sudden, they don't know how these Maui fires started.
Yeah.
I mean, if anybody listened to Steffer's stream this morning, it was quite interesting. It was very, very interesting. Ain't a tree around, but yet cars are burned up on the highway.
Yep.
The road was in perfect condition.
And-
It wasn't like the road melted.
9/11 too. Same with 9/11.
Yep.
That-
And again, that's just your opinion there, Ducky. Sorry to say, but it is.
Who made him big? He made him big. He did it. He worked for that. He worked for everything he's getting right now. And the only people that can really understand that is people that are around other people that are extremely wealthy. all of them have issues, and I'm not talking about mental issues. They have to deal with an exorbitant amount of stress when it comes to people saying, "Oh, well, how did you get this? How did you get this? Was mommy and daddy rich?" Like, I mean, if it's not one thing, it's another thing. If he wouldn't have made this money on his own, they would have been like, "Oh, he has a silver spoon in his mouth." The man couldn't have won anyway. He would have been like, "You." Okay, I'm gonna let this play.
When I talk to you, I
Well, they
want.
want you to
I
be
need to
open.
have a cigarette so I have to get off
This is
cam.
what I think it is. It's like you are the man.
This is driving me to
It's
smoke.
like you are the daddy. It's just like, why are you being so mean to me? Why are you fucking yelling at me? I want you. I need you, brother. Like, show up in a good fucking way. Where are you? Like, that's what's going on for them emotionally.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
And
So do you have a responsibility in that place to transcend the place you are in to really fully realize?
And G2K, wait till he gets to talking about his dad. And he's like, "But doesn't that little boy inside you miss your dad or missed your dad?" Oh, this gets deep.
Your leadership. You know what I'm saying?
That's a very good question. And when I'm talking to you, I want to be as honest and vulnerable as I've ever been. I'm trying to be as vulnerable as I can be.
You're doing great.
But also, so let's talk about these people who resent me the most, or these people who disagree.
That
with
is
me
the first time I saw him look left.
What's that word even mean to you? How do you relate to that word? Of
Did you catch it?
That's a really good question.
He looked left. Yep.
I don't know. I don't know how I relate to the word vulnerability.
Well, you are vulnerable.
You can't put
See,
yourself out in the world
when
like
the
this
when
to
the
be-
psychiatrist is trying to be like, "I need you vulnerable," he's like, right now, watch his eyes. Remember, I said something about the darting. We haven't seen him dart his eyes the whole time, and this is where he's trying to keep that barrier up, but yet he's trying to let it down at the same time, and it's making him unnerved. Watch his eyes.
be seen. That is a vulnerable act. Getting into the ring with another fighter where he might kick your ass. That's vulnerable. That's intense vulnerability.
I think emotional vulnerability, nearly at every form, at every level, is basically a form of manipulation. So
Maybe that's just how you experienced it growing up.
perhaps
Was your mother emotionally manipulative?
no. But if a girl cried in
That's how you experienced it growing up.
perhaps
Was your mother emotionally manipulative?
no. Really good question.
See his eyes?
I don't know. I don't know how I relate to the word vulnerability.
Well, you are vulnerable.
You can't put yourself
His
out in the
eyes were
world like this
darting.
to be seen. That is a vulnerable act. Getting into the ring with another fighter where he might kick your ass. That's vulnerable. That's intense vulnerability.
I think emotional vulnerability, nearly at every form, at every level, is basically a form of manipulation. So
Maybe that's just how you experienced it growing up.
perhaps
Was your mother emotionally manipulative?
no. But if a girl cried in front of me, I believe she'd be trying to get out.
I've been
I don't think
smoking the
it's
whole
just because
time in
she
the
feels
car.
bad. I think it's
The
because
language
she's
in
trying
this
to get a
video doesn't
reaction
help.
from me.
I
And
feel
I
like
think when men
smoking.
cry to their wives,
I know it's
or
driving
whatever,
me to
a lot of
smoke.
it is trying to inspire sympathy from her. I think a lot of emotional vulnerability, to a degree,
I would argue that
is all manipulation.
Okay, I have a question. So I don't know if Ducky here knows about a gentleman called Jim Terry. Jim Terry charges $29.99 for his his platform, his what is it called? Like members platform. He has a
Yeah.
what is it? Like a it's like a little TV app thing, right? So what's the difference between them not really getting anything out of it for $29.99, mind you, not getting any like lessons, learning how to be a better person or how to be a fighter, how to take care of your health, how to exercise, etc., and just funniness for $20 more, right? For $20 more, you're actually getting workout videos and how to conduct yourself as a gentleman and all this stuff, right? Where you go watch Jim Terry's and you're not getting anything out of it but laughs. So what's the difference? Is Jim Terry exploiting his viewers for laughs? I mean, is that what they're going to say now? That is a choice for that viewer to choose to go over there and watch his comedy of what is comedy. Some of his content I don't find funny. I find it, I don't even want to go there, but distasteful. But yet this gentleman was trying to, set an example or something for the younger generation, etc. I don't see the difference. People do this all the time. Members only on YouTube. What are they getting from it?
She says she's never heard of him, but he sounds like Never heard of him, but he seems like a cheaper version of Tate.
Except for Tate does workout videos, and there's some, what is the word I'm looking for, substance to what you're paying for. Whereas I guess Jim Terry would have substance too, as far as comedy in his own type of way, is all I can say. Okay. I'm moving on, playing the video so we can get through it.
Like
I'm going to have to put it on 2x speed here soon.
In some way that you are manipulating.
We all manipulate each other.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So if you're seeing,
and I've said that
manipulation in
before, we
others, that
all
must
use
also
each other
exist
for
in you, and
something.
I guess that's the question.
Whether it's
there a way,
companionship, emotional,
right? Like,
sex,
can you
money,
actually not be manipulated?
everyone uses everyone.
Manipulate is a strong word.
It's
it has
not
a negative
in a
connotation,
negative
but
way.
like in some sense,
Sometimes it's in a positive way.
Because one of the things that I find in this conversation, right? It's like, I mean, I actually think you're going along with my line of questioning really well. You're not trying to control everything, but there is a way, right, that you have a tactic. You're trying to control things. You're trying to get away from something. You're trying to control the conversation on some level. Of course. But what if you gave that up?
Well, okay.
Give it up. Give it up.
I'm trying. I'm trying to be as vulnerable as possible. But when
like just the idea of it, right? Like what would happen if?
Let's do it. I'm trying my very best. Old habits die hard.
But don't worry about the result. Just ask yourself the question, like what would happen if you let go of trying to control everything? Just feel into what that would feel like.
But that goes back to the point about what vulnerability is, because I don't think humans are as emotionally incontinent as they pretend to be. And I believe that when you truly feel pain or truly feel trauma or something really bad happens to you, the result to that is usually silence. I don't think you talk very much at all. So people, you ask me, what is it like to be vulnerable? Well, to me, that's not crying. That's not... I think when anyone's doing that, 99% of the time, it's a manipulation tactic, I believe, personally. Maybe that's just my personal experience. But yeah, maybe. But I think especially with men, I think it's a manipulation tactic when they try and show too much emotion, and women do it as well. And I don't react very well to it. If someone were to sit in front of me and start bawling their eyes out, it's very hard to elicit sympathy from me for that reason. I feel like you get sympathy from me by sitting and explaining to me why something bad happened to you in a logical, calm, stoic manner. If someone starts crying in front of me, I feel like they're trying to manipulate me, and I don't buy it.
Or maybe you judge it in them because you judge that in yourself.
Perhaps. I mean, it's my human experience, right? And it's my bias.
Right.
But I'm trying to think of the very few scenarios in which I would ever cry. And I'm thinking, would it genuinely be because I feel so much pain, or if I think it could benefit me or help me? Well, would I be trying to manipulate somebody? Now, that's not something I'd ever do because it's not my personality and mental frame. But
crying is just a physiological reaction to express pain and grief that allows us to release this and to come back to homeostasis.
It's manipulation.
It's just, well, it can be.
It's don't attack me
but
anymore.
It's also a physiological response.
Oh, completely. But it's don't attack me anymore. It's I'm the victim, don't attack me anymore.
Can be.
Yes, I cheated on you. It's a shield. And so when we talk about what does vulnerable mean, I feel like I'm being vulnerable now when I'm explaining things extremely logically.
You are.
That's as vulnerable as I can be. I cannot be the kind of person who's going to cry. But once again, this is my mental model. I haven't instilled.
But is that what it means? Vulnerability, cry?
I guess vulnerability.
What about admitting your weaknesses?
I'll admit my weaknesses
right now. What are your weaknesses?
Then
this is funny. Wait till you find out what his weaknesses are. It's cute.
See, this is so interesting because I will tell you. No, it is because I'll tell you I'll admit my weaknesses, and I will. Mm-hmm. But now I have to try and identify some because in my mental framework, I don't have weaknesses.
Right.
So now it's like, okay, I am prepared to admit where I'm weak. Where am I weak? Well, I've tried so hard for so long to make sure I'm not weak anywhere. And if I am, I've compensated so heavily in some other way, I don't fail. So it's like, where am I weak? I'm that guy who does not fail. It doesn't matter what scenario anybody's life is in. It doesn't matter if you get dumped into jail. It doesn't matter if you're going into war. It doesn't matter if you're bankrupt. Whatever it is, if someone says Tate's on your side, you feel good. Oh, Tate's here. Oh, Tate. Okay. Yeah. He can't even...
So one thing that I have noticed about him is that he does put a lot of emphasis on his family name. And he does state that his weakness is, if it is a weakness, he doesn't do it. So he can't fail at it. So for instance, he doesn't know how to swim. He just doesn't do it. He'll have someone else do it. He'll pay. If it's something he's not good at, he'll pay somebody else to do it for him. where a lot of
If, I mean,
where a lot of
I
us
mean,
will
if
do
you
it until
can,
we try to get better at it instead of, and
right.
we'll
I
look
mean,
foolish doing it, but we're still trying, right?
yeah, and he doesn't want to.
Yeah, he doesn't want to fail. He doesn't want anyone to see him in that state. That's where his pride and ego comes in.
Yep.
Okay, I digress.
He can't even swim, but he's here to he's the lifeguard. Tate doesn't fail. I can swim, but it's an example.
Oh, I thought he said he couldn't swim.
I do not fail ever. So it's very hard for me to identify weaknesses because I feel like they've all been ruthlessly. I think I've rooted out any weakness, or I've compensated so heavily so long ago. I don't see myself as a weak person. I don't see myself as a person who can fail. People said to me in jail, "How did you handle that? What else can I do? Not handle it? What
Exactly.
does that look like? I'm gonna bang my head on the wall like a dummy? Am I gonna have a breakdown and just be a pile of mush? All you can do is handle it." So you were talking about vulnerability. I'm being as vulnerable as I can, but I can't even honestly sit here and tell you a weakness I have, because in my mind I have no weaknesses. And perhaps that's delusion. Perhaps that's perhaps it's delusion.
Yeah.
But that's
But a useful delusion is what you're saying.
it's
Admittance
brutally
is the
useful.
first step
And
to
when I teach this, or when
the
I
cure,
talk about
right?
this, there's a lot of men who perhaps want to adopt it, but the mistake they make is they don't have the real world experience to back it up. I don't want people to be completely lose their minds.
Yeah.
We're not talking about that, but we're talking about the fact that I can name so many scenarios in my life where I was supposed to fail, and I did not fail. It's brutally realistic, it's brutally logical, it's built on competence, it's built on real world accolade and achievement.
Mm-hmm.
Everything I've ever wanted, I have achieved, and I have
OCD,
gotten. I have never
an
failed at anything I've
overachiever.
ever wanted, ever. So how am I going to wake up and say, "Oh, I've got
Which
this
drives
weakness,
his
that weakness,"
arrogance.
when I have a 100% success rate? 100%. There's never a girl I wanted I didn't get. There's never a car I wanted I didn't drive. There's never a scenario where I said, "I want to get through this," I didn't get through it. I've never failed. So of course I'm going to sit and say, yeah, I would love to tell you my weaknesses. I can't think of any. I don't know.
Right.
The only thing hard for him is going to be to deal with is if he doesn't make it through this court case and he fails it. Will be his top failure. If that is to
That'll
transpire.
definitely be what destroys him. Yep.
Yeah. Ducky says, "Excuse me, but a question for you on the panel. Do you consider yourself a good person?" Yes, I do.
I think she was directing that at me.
Oh,
But
I think you're a good person too.
do I consider myself a good person? I know I can be a lot better of a person than I actually am. But I know that most people that I know that are around me on a regular basis consider me to be a good person. I hope that answers your question, because that's about all you're going to get out of that one for me.
Right. But are you being humbled right now? Is this whole series of events humbling you?
It's taught me things I already knew. I know you can't be bigger than a justice system. I was saying Icarus for a reason. I knew they would come for me. I know I'm only human.
But you're not do you?
I do. I'm just a very good one. I'm just a very good one.
Is there somewhere inside you a belief that you're invincible? Like you can't get got? Because that is a dangerous fucking distortion.
No. I wouldn't have been saying Icarus for that reason.
Right.
I'm actually far more cautious than most people would believe. I err on the side of caution.
You're tactical.
His brother
I'm very
also
tactical.
mentioned that he is more
With
err
all
on
of
the
my
side
life.
of caution
Even the
than his
security I
brother is
organize,
more
the
right by
places
the
I
seat
stay,
of his
where
pants.
I go, I'm extremely tactical. I don't believe I'm Superman. I just believe that I do not fail. And because you have no weaknesses, doesn't mean you can't lose, right? You can be strong in all realms and still lose. There are world champion boxers who have no weakness. They do everything right and they lose fights, right? So I'm not saying I'm invincible. I'm just saying if you ask me to name my weakness, I can't think of one.
What should we ask the guys?
Sure. You can ask people around me. I would love to hear it. And I guess I can tell you what people say about me.
Well, actually, that's a good question. Do you feel like you get, I guess Tristan, but you get honest reflection? Can you trust the reflection? Because, you're at the center of this kind of empire and you have all of these friends.
And that's a good question. Can he trust the people that he's around? Because if he disagrees with them, how would his reaction be? Would he be able to be humble enough to accept that reaction?
It's a good question.
And
It is.
But can you trust the information
Constructive
that's coming to you from
criticism,
anyone?
is that
Because
what they
everybody's-
call
I
it?
mean, I'm here in some way for my own self-interest, right? And the fact that you trust me it was interesting to me. You let me in your house, so I assume that you have some kind of instinct about it. But that must be hard, like to trust.
I get a lot of feedback, and it all goes into a big pile, and I listen to every word that's said to me. I'm not the person who's beyond reproach. Everyone I work with, a lot of people have said things to me, and I'm told about myself quite often.
Yeah.
And I put it all in a pile, and I analyze every single word carefully. I ignore most of it, but I do listen to it. And I guess the number one bad or negative thing that people will say about me who know me is they may say I'm very insensitive. I hear that sometimes, usually from...
If you remember, I was saying when you are the fixer and the ultra masculine man, that it may seem as if you're cold-hearted, but it's because you want to get down to the problem and fix the problem, so any pain is alleviated from those you care about. So, you know, say get to know is going through something traumatic, I'd be like, okay, what do we need to do to fix this issue? You know, or sugar glider, you know, she's going through an issue, and be like, okay, what is the problem and how can we eradicate this issue? You know what I mean?
Right.
And, you know,
Yep.
me, I'm a female, so I am a little squishier, and I would be like, you know, let them fill out their emotions and then be like, okay, now how can we fix it? Swampy, she was great for this one because she got on her little feelers, and not saying they're little, don't take it offensively. She got on her emotions, and she was doing a live stream on it, and she was like, Inky, I really appreciate it if you stayed. Then she had me crying. And when I'm crying, then I'm getting pissed off because now I'm crying and I'm in my feelers because I don't like being there. It makes me emotionally vulnerable. And yes, do we have to deal with them every once in a while? Yes. But I can't think straight and I can't fix a problem if I'm stuck in my emotions. I have to be able to think logically on how to fix the problem. So I can understand what he's saying here. And it does make us sound a little insensitive at sometimes.
You know, I can agree with that about the emotions. Like, I hate dealing with them. I hate them. And if I'm having an emotional day, I definitely try to avoid everything and anything I possibly can, because I know that not even untying a knot in a shoelace is going to be possible for me when I'm all emotional.
And
So
then
I
you'll get
usually tend
frustrated,
to-
and that frustration turns into anger.
and anger turns into fucked up shit.
Exactly. And that's where we as human beings have to learn to maintain our composure in stressful situations, especially on something that is so controversial right now, for instance, like the stream. And understanding everybody's allowed to have their own point of view and their own perspective and their own way of feeling about something doesn't make them right or wrong. It doesn't make me right or wrong. Just giving someone a platform. Because I'm curious. I want to know. I really want to know. Like, I am like knee deep in this. I'm like, whoa, like really, what is really going on? You know, because there's a lot of weird stuff going around these days about this and that and the third. Like Maui. Shoot, we have a freaking hurricane right now.
I know, it's crazy.
I know. It's craziness. And it's headed your direction.
I know, and I can't wait. I got my rubber raft and my galoshes fucking ready for this shit. I'm ready to go swimming right now in my driveway.
I know, right?
I'm not. I'm not.
It's crazy. You guys are about to get a ton of rain.
I
Hell
know.
yeah.
Scary.
I wish it would turn to snow. That'd be a lot better.
I know. I like snow.
I
I
love
just
snow.
don't like being
I love
cold.
it.
I hate being
And
cold.
see, and I hate being hot. I love being cold.
Okay. Back to we're about halfway. We're about halfway there.
Usually from women.
You're insensitive.
I'm insensitive because I think once you become a ruthless problem solver, you come across to a degree as insensitive. We have this big issue and everyone's crying. Okay, stop crying, fix the issue.
Right.
You have to be insensitive. Okay, what are you crying about? Let's fix that.
Right. Well,
But
you know that's wrong.
Well, a lot of people want to vent. They don't want to fix the problem. They want to
Well,
cry.
they just need you to be with them and say, I
And
understand. Here you are, baby. I love you.
Completely.
You're rolling your eyes.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So when you become a ruthless problem solver,
Right.
you become to a degree insensitive. Now there are some scenarios which that doesn't work, right? There's some problems you can't fix. The death of a loved one, that's different.
Yeah.
But if people are crying about something which is very fixable, it's very difficult for me to be interested in their crying. And I'll tell you why. Because if I have a set standard for myself, if I wouldn't allow myself that luxury, it's very hard for me to give it out to everybody else. If I don't allow myself the luxury of being incompetent because of an emotion, then it's very hard for me to look at others and go, well, you're allowed to be incompetent because of your emotions, and you're allowed to be incompetent because of your emotions, and I'll just deal with the struggle of never being incompetent ever, regardless of how I feel. If I have standard for myself, I'm going to implore my standard or imply my standard on others. And if they don't meet that standard, then they're going to call me insensitive.
What would you have to give up to become more sensitive, particularly to your women?
I'm a very sensitive, romantic, nice man.
Yeah.
In general, I'm actually a romantic man. I get called that a lot. No one calls me cold.
Right.
It's different.
See, now, well, I would have assumed that they would have said that he was cold, right? But he said that others don't see him as cold.
Yep.
You're loving?
Completely. But when it comes to problems especially,
Right.
can be insensitive.
Default to problem solving.
Absolutely.
And that's not what they want.
What's the issue?
They want you to just understand and hold them.
They want to cry about the problem a while. And time is time is money. Time is money. I'm like, okay, yeah. Boom, boom, fixed.
Right.
No, but you don't understand. Da, da, da. I do understand. Now it's fixed. Shh. Next. Like,
Right.
I think that's just, but I think.
And I think that's the business part of him. You know, can you imagine? Do you think that Trump is sensitive? Do you think Elon Musk is sensitive? Come on, guys. Do you think they're like, oh, honey, here you go. Cry on my shoulder. It's okay. They may for a little minute and then be like, okay, let's get it fixed. You know what I mean? Because these men have that ability to do that, to fix the problem. Whereas in a lot of places, financially, we may not have that ability to just up and fix the problem. If it's a financially fixable problem. Where if it's, like he said, if it's a family member, you can't fix that if you have a family member that passes away.
Yeah.
You know, but people typically in his position is going to be like, well, what can I do to make you happy? What can I do to appease you outside of just listening to this? Because that doesn't fix it. Sometimes it can perpetuate the issue if we drone on about things that are really bothering us. It exasperates the issue.
I agree.
Like when I get on my little rowboat about my drama and my past, sometimes I feel worse after I'm done than if I wouldn't have brought it up at all, you know, because it's triggering.
I think that's just competence. And I think that's genuinely, I think most men are kind of like that. Perhaps I'm just hyper like that.
Yes.
So I get called insensitive sometimes. What else do people say negative about me? This is
Are
interesting.
you arrogant?
Well, the difference between arrogance and reality is just competence, isn't it?
Say that again?
The difference between arrogance and a healthy grasp of reality is only going to be the competence of an individual.
That's one way of looking at it. But
if I can kick the fuck out of everybody, for example, and I say I can kick the fuck out of everybody, am I arrogant?
So what he's getting at as far as arrogance goes is someone can gloat a lot, but unless they have the proof to back it up, they're just gloating. That's arrogance. Whereas if you have the competence, so for instance, Get to Know said that he was a really good kickboxer and he has that to back him up. Financially stable. He could gloat about having money or anyone could gloat about having money, but unless they have the actual proof of them being able to validate their statements, then they're just gloating versus them being are arrogant instead of them just being confident or competent for that matter.
Not necessarily. It depends on the kind of energy of it, right? But I mean, one might say that arrogance hides insecurity. Like, are there places where you're insecure?
That's another very good question, but let me think about this for a second and answer it, because these are questions
I think this is where he states if it's something he's insecure about, he won't do it.
Okay, so what am I insecure about? This is another point, and maybe this is a personality characteristic, which is interesting. I don't do anything I'm bad at ever.
Yeah.
Oh, like sing?
Yeah, like sing. I cannot sing, so I will not sing.
See, I thought he said swim.
I'd
He
love
said
to hear
sing.
you sing.
I'm sure you wouldn't. But maybe that once again shapes my reality, because I refuse to do anything I am bad at. If I'm bad at it, I hire someone else to do it, or I find someone else who's good at it, and I offer value to them to do it. I don't do my entire reality.
Why? Why? Because you don't want to. I mean, there's the things you're incompetent in.
Because he doesn't want to look silly doing it.
But like, because you're scared to look foolish or not be good at something, and people are going to see, oh, Tate's not so great at everything.
No, I don't think it's emotional. I think it's purely logical. I'm thinking about my day, every
And
single thing I
time,
do.
because
are
if
the
he
things
sits
I am
there, you have to
absolute
imagine
best at.
if he sits there and he tries to learn something or tries to perfect something he's not good at, he's burning precious time that he could be making money doing other things that he is good at.
If I'll put boxing gloves on after this, and
I am not good at editing.
Everybody, I'll destroy everyone. And
I
think
just
only
learned how to
enjoy
do
things that I'm
thumbnails.
good
Come
at.
on, give me a
And
break.
I also think that if I have X amount of hours in the day, the way I can be the most competitive, most fearsome predator is to spend all of my waking time doing things I'm the best at, and leave things that I'm not good at to the other people who perhaps are good at them. If you're an accountant and you want to become as rich as possible, then what you do is as many hours as possible accounting.
But you're rationalizing.
I am, correct. So let me rationalize it.
Yeah.
I'll rationalize it.
Yeah, but that's what you do, and that can be a defense. I mean, rationalization is a classic.
It says defense
Yeah,
mechanism.
but that's my rationalization.
and you're really good at it,
But
right? It's just,
rationalization-
but it's like a sword you have that's super sharp, and you want to use it all the time.
All the time.
Yeah, but what if you set it down and realize there's other tools available in your toolkit, and maybe you need to develop those?
But rationalizing is how I built my mind.
It's all, you don't have to give it up. The sword's right there. You just have to use it all the time.
And I think he learned that technique
it's
from
all,
when he was
my
a
entire
child.
framework and how I view the world has all been one massive rationalization, and it's let me build a reality which is.
So if you remember correctly, I mentioned that he said that his father wasn't around much. So for him to rationalize, like he had to in his brain be like, well, my dad's not around, so I need to impress him and I need to do this and I need to do that. So he wasn't able to live on emotion. He had to live rationalizing everything, and learning from his father's footsteps on how to be successful and what successful men do to get where they're at. And I think that's where he learned a lot of his mannerisms. Because remember, we behave how we are taught. Unless we go through a whole revamping, and recreation of ourselves, a recreating of ourselves.
Is exactly what.
Sorry, I didn't know if you were going to say something. Go ahead, get to know.
Oh, you're good.
I want it to be.
You must know that has limitations, because you can't rationalize everything. That's not what life is,
Isn't it?
right? There's other layers of reality that the mind does not understand.
Okay. Well,
Right?
you're right. And just because I rationalize things doesn't mean I don't feel things. But yeah,
I know you feel things.
yeah, I feel things.
And I actually know that you're really sensitive. Like I wouldn't be here if I thought you were some, maniacal psychopath.
Correct.
It's because I'm here because I can, and that's what I think a lot of people saw in the interview. They felt your sensitivity, they felt your vulnerability, and they were really attracted to it.
Oh, I'm a lot more sensitive than people know, and this is one of the things I like.
But
to
him
say
being
when I talk about depression not being
vulnerable
real
about it
or
would put
how
him in a
life is pain and
position to
suffering.
be
That doesn't
taken
mean
advantage of.
I'm not saying those things because I've never felt them.
Yeah.
I'm saying those things because I know them intimately. I'm saying
See?
those things because I know exactly how it would feel to label myself a depressed person.
Yeah.
I know it very well. I just refused to do it.
Right.
So yeah, I'm absolutely not really a sensitive person. I would label myself sensitive, but maybe but maybe 1 second. I just want to go back to my original point. Maybe my worldview is affected by, and we're talking about arrogance. When you wake up and all you do are things you're world level at.
Yeah.
Everything you do are things you're fantastic at, right? All of the time.
Yeah.
And you beat everybody all of the time at all of it.
Yeah.
Aren't you going to have a degree, a tinge perhaps, of arrogance?
Of course.
Of course you are. So, but would I label myself an arrogant person? Well, I'm not going to sit down and say I'm good at something I'm not.
Right.
That's
So
what I was
I don't
getting
think
at.
I'm
Arrogance
unrealistic.
normally comes from saying that you're good at something that you're not good
Are you
at.
taking on the full responsibility that you have given all of the gifts that you've been given by God?
Yeah.
Is there any place where you're not taking on responsibility for that?
No. I think I take care of absolutely everybody I love in every single way. I think anybody who's ever needed me, I've been there for them if they've deserved it. I think anybody who listens to my message is becoming a better person.
He's like, wait,
overall.
deserved it.
I genuinely believe I'm fixing and helping society. I don't know what else more I'm supposed to do. I mean, to a degree, I'm almost martyred myself. What else more can I do? My options at this point are either to continue to help people and explain to men why I became so successful, which is all I'm basically doing. I'm saying you're a man and you're upset and you want to be X. I'm telling you how I became what I wanted to be. This is what I did.
Is there anything beyond the things you just said that you're responsible for? Like, what is your responsibility here?
My responsibility.
Well, I guess ultimately to yourself, it's to your family first, right?
To his family name.
What is your responsibility to God?
I think God wants me to be the best possible version of myself. I think that God dislikes people who are lazy. I said this to somebody once and he got very offended. I said, God doesn't like lazy people.
And
God
he doesn't.
has created you and he wants to see the absolute best you can be. I think that if you don't take care of yourself, God has no interest in taking care of you. If you have a Ferrari on the drive and you don't take care of it, who's going to take care of it? Nobody. I think that taking care of yourself and being the best possible version of yourself you can be is how you please God. I think that's one of the best ways to praise him, is to wake up every day and say, I need to be the strongest, smartest, fastest, most fearsome, most stoic, most...
I know I have said this before, that God has an image of us. There's a picture frame that has our image in it, and it's what his version of us is. And our job in this world is to get as close to that image as we can. And whatever that is for you is for you. I know I've said that before. Like, there's to me, there is, there's of course the sins, like thou shalt like not kill, thou shalt not, covet thy neighbor's wife, thou shalt not have envy.
There's the commandments, and then there's sins.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so, in God's eyes, as long as we are doing what we are capable of within our capabilities, then he looks, good upon us. And I think that is what his analogy is, what he is going to try to explain in his words, is he thinks that he is doing the best he can as far as trying to help people. And you mentioned that he hasn't even brought up the whole thing with, the allegations, because that wasn't what the basis of his original intent was. That kind of like came after he started, already teaching these young men and grown men on how to be better men. That is where his initial income came from.
Most capable man I can possibly be. This is how I please God. So I think your duty to God is also these things. And that's another massive source of strength that I get. When I'm alone in a jail cell, I understand that God is still watching, and God would be unhappy if I couldn't handle it. I don't think, maybe we can talk about God.
He's not going to bring you to it unless he can bring you through it.
Cosmic balance. I don't believe you can become the most famous man on the planet calling yourself the top G without the universe testing if you're really about it. I don't think you're going to get to a point where the universe, whatever you want to call it, is going to say, is he really the top G? Yeah. And you're going to have to prove it. If you walk through life and say, I'm made of iron, I'm Mr. Tough Guy, sooner or later someone's going to check you and find out if you are or not. Right. So when I was doing this for a very long time, I wasn't ignorant to the fact that something's going to come along and see if I am who I am. So when I'm sitting in a jail cell by myself with cockroaches all over the floor, I'm like, okay, this is my chance to show I'm not full of shit. Right. Was I full of shit? No, I wasn't. Am I going to allow everything I've ever said and my last name and my duty to God and everything to go down the pan, or am I going to just man up and fucking win? Right. So I saw it, I guess, to a degree as an opportunity, but there was a massive burden of responsibility on me on how
I do have a note here, and it says Tate feels that he is doing God's will and his word, and also his vulnerability would be fear of himself being a coward.
Yeah.
I had to perform.
What? Get to know?
I just said, I was just agreeing with you. Yeah.
I didn't have time to be depressed or sad. This is what I'm saying to you earlier. I didn't have time. I had things to do. Top G's kids can't eat. Top G's women can't pay the bills. Top G's business is over. No, I had to fix all of it from jail and fix myself and get out. I was very busy inside of my brain, staring at a wall. So I didn't have time for this. And this is another thing I try and explain to people, and I don't understand about, and I talk about men specifically because I understand how to be successful as a man. When men say to me they're depressed, with unlimited options, with the capability to become anything you desire, with God giving you a full and able body and mind, how do you have time to be depressed? You have so much you could do. There's so much that you need to do to be your best self. And you're competing against men like me, and you're finding hours a day to be sad? No wonder you're going to perpetually lose forever. That's suicide. So how do you find time to do this? It's brutally ineffective. You have a brain, you have a mind, you have a mental model. You can't think of everything, you can't do everything. You can only have certain frameworks instilled inside of your mind. As a man, you should be hyper-competitive. You should try and be the best version of yourself you can be. You're competing against every other man on earth for the girl you want, the car you want, the house you want, the watch you wear. It's all competition. You should be as competitive as you possibly can. Anything that's inside of your mind which doesn't allow you to be competitive should be erased. This is why I can't name a weakness. I can't name a weakness I have. I've compensated so heavily for any weakness that may exist, I don't even see them anymore.
Is your belief in God tied into this concept that we talked about, that what's useful is more important than what's true, or better than what's true? So we don't, do we know that God exists? I mean, we don't know,
correct,
but it's useful to believe in God.
That's a very good question. I think that believing in God certainly makes you more powerful, which is proof for God. If God makes you more powerful, then God is real. So maybe that's very simple.
And everyone needs something or someone to believe in so they can propel through life, so they don't sit stagnant. Some of us believe in God. Some of us believe in Superman. Doesn't matter. I think that what he was getting at is the young men that he was kind of teaching or training or whatever you want to call it. I think that was like, he was like their Superman. You know what I mean? Like that gave them the drive to do better. You know, they didn't have someone to look up to or use as a, what do you call it? Like a role model. And a lot of these kids probably didn't have that father figure role model. And so they clung onto him because of the way he is, his command for that command for respect. I think I said that right. For honor and respect, kind of persona that he has going on. Do I agree with everything he says? No. But a lot of it does make sense. Top G, he can beat Xbox. I don't know.
Simplistic, but if I believe in God and I'm a more powerful version of myself because I believe in him, then he must exist.
Yes.
God has made me more powerful.
Well, it's the act of believing him that makes him exist, which is another way of saying what you just said.
Correct, yeah. So this is why I believe faith is such an important thing. But I think everybody has a God anyway.
Yes.
There's no such thing as atheists. If you look at the people who say, oh, I don't believe in God, they worship a flag and a vaccine.
Yeah.
So everyone believes in something.
Yeah.
So you have to decide what your religion is. And I, once again, refuse to believe in anything that takes away power from me. I believe in things that make me more powerful. And I believe that believing in God gives you a new degree of strength. And I also think everybody to some degree believes in God. I don't care what anybody says. If you put anyone in that submarine just before it imploded, everyone would pray.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Yeah.
So it's ignorant to even say you don't believe in God at this point.
It's interesting that you chose Islam, and I heard you talk a little bit about how you see God in Islam as kind of, you know, I don't know how harsh this, but like firm. And
this is is it reaffirming? This is where he explains of why he switched religions. I think it's reaffirm. I don't know. They'll correct me here in a minute.
And directional and clear, and this is right and this is wrong, which sounds a lot like your dad.
Well, it sounds a lot like life.
Yeah, like life.
There's right and wrong in life. All this complete subjectiveness, this mush they're trying to create, is done on purpose to confuse us. I like the idea of right and wrong. I like the idea of not having a choice. If you're hungry and you walk in to buy a sandwich and there's 100 sandwiches, it takes 10 minutes. If there's one sandwich, isn't life easier sometimes? So
Without
all this
choices.
subjectiveness and all this choice and all this garbage, sometimes when I'm like, okay, I want to be a good person. I want a framework to adhere to that makes me a good person. Well, this is very clear. Yes, no, easy.
Do you have like embodied experiences of God? Like, do you relate to God in that way? You know, I want to say supernatural, but like, do you feel God?
I absolutely feel him. And there's certain times where I may feel particularly energetic.
When do you feel God?
So usually when I'm feeling powerful. There's been times I was in jail and I just got up and I just felt like, you know what, yeah, like just shadow boxed a bit. I don't know. It's like you just felt it. Like I'll be okay. I will win. I don't feel God when
Get to know what is shadow boxing.
It's like where you just like you basically box your shadow, you know, like
Like
you're
literally?
basically just boxing. You're basically just boxing yourself. Yeah, it's just a way to condition yourself, you know, like you throw a punch and then duck it, and you know,
Yeah, in the air.
just a way to keep your cardio up and keep your skill up and shit. It's a real thing.
I've never heard that term before. Okay. Like literally, like they look at their shadow and they're like play boxing with it.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. That way you can see. That way you can see your form and shit. You know, like you can. Who better to learn off than yourself? You know, and see what you're.
Make sure you're spinning right,
You
doing
know?
all that stuff right.
Can critique yourself and shit like that. So, yeah.
Interesting.
when I'm sad
Yeah.
or something like that. I think that the whole idea of
Ducky, I do
spirituality,
think
and
he
I believe
gives
God
his,
himself, he wants the best for you.
Kind of his little confirmation afterwards.
It's interesting, yeah, how we're tying religion to my worldviews, because my worldviews were the same before religion. I guess before it was the cosmos or just the way the universe works or light, dark, yin, yang, etc. I still say these things, but now I attribute a lot more of it to spirituality, a lot more of it to God. And yeah, I chose Islam.
I believe
because
that his
it's
brother
firm,
was
and
an
I believe
atheist and
that I'm a
converted to
person with firm
Christianity.
principles. So I'm obviously going to liken myself, or I'm going to feel an affinity to a religion that has firm principles, because that's who I am as a person. I'm a person who's principled, yes, no, and I have no
He
problem
needs
with
that
people sitting with me
structure.
and saying, what you're saying is bigoted, or what you're saying is wrong, or what you're saying is insensitive. I think Islam also has a similar issue.
Yeah, I think you also chose the winning team.
Oh, it's completely the winning team.
I mean,
It's the winning team and it's the winning team, and I didn't choose it because it's the winning team. It's just the winning team because it has principles.
yeah, I agree.
And unfortunately, when you have no principles, if you don't believe in it, if you have no hard line, if you'll accept anything, then you don't believe in anything.
Yeah.
As soon as you'll accept anything, then you have no hardcore beliefs. If you have any set of principles or you have any things you believe in, there's going to end up being a barrier, and the people who fall outside of those barriers are going to be offended by it. That's the reality of it. If you have a religion or a belief system that doesn't offend anybody, then it's not a religious or belief system. That's my view. So yeah, I chose the winning team because I think more and more people are starting to understand how important God is in society. This is the first time in human history we're testing society without God. And what do we have? We have evil.
Yeah.
We have Satanism. We have degeneracy. And I think that most people are starting to understand that God is really needed. When I was young, I used to make fun of Bible bashers. I used to make fun of them.
Yeah.
And now I'm like, we need more.
Yeah.
Where are they? We need more Bible bashers. So, yeah, and I guess I certainly feel more powerful since I've reverted, but I always felt powerful
Reverted.
anyway. But I guess now, instead of just believing it's the cosmic nature of the universe, or let me change that. I always felt a strong affinity to my last name and my ancestors. So I always had to a degree, a spiritual aspect to where I got my strength. I always felt like, well, my dad is watching me, or my ancestors tried very hard for me to be born, so I can't disappoint them. So I've always had this spiritualistic side. Like, I can't.
Again, this goes back to what I was saying where he was the overachiever. And I think this does have a lot to do with that inner child and how he dealt with not having his father around as he was growing up. Versus, some of us had our parents around, mothers and fathers. And I believe he states somewhere it was like maybe twice a month. God, I hope it wasn't twice a year, but it was very, very little that he got to be around his dad. And I think that the way he internalized it was to be that overachiever, because he didn't maybe he thought that he could win over his dad's love by, you know, proving that he could be a type of way. And so it instilled this in him.
Yeah, at least he got to know his dad.
I didn't get to know
My
mine.
wife didn't get to,
I didn't get to know mine
my
either.
wife didn't get to know hers either.
So many of us in our age group raised, you know, without that mother, the comforting mother, and the father that says, these are the rules, this is how it is, this is how a lady's supposed to behave, this is how a gentleman's supposed to behave. And so we kind of wing it because we don't have that role model. And it's really too bad that it's affected so many of us in such a negative manner, you know, like not being able to have that really good role model growing up.
Yep.
Either didn't have one or didn't have a good one.
Yep.
Imagine the disappointment my ancestors would feel if they fought saber-toothed tigers and survived World War II and went through all the garbage they went through just for my father to be born, and then he suffered like he suffered to raise me, for me to be raised and become the most famous man in the world and call myself top G and then cry when I went to jail. Mm-hmm. What am I? What kind of bitch? What am I going to go, wah? No, I go to jail with my head held high, and if they put me in jail for the next 20 years, I'll walk in there with my head held high. And if anybody sees me, I'm not going to be a broken man. I refuse to be a broken man. It's disrespectful to everybody
It looks
who ever
kind of
died
foggy
or
in
tried
there.
hard for me to be raised, for me to emerge from this difficulty.
I
as
think
a
someone's
broken
been
person.
smoking a cigar.
That's absolutely and utterly selfish. When a man sits and says to me he's broken or he's depressed or he's sad, etc., that's selfishness. You have shit to do. Yeah. And you have people to be respectful to, including people who are no longer here. I don't have time. They can put me in solitary confinement for 20 years, and when I walk out of there, and the first podcast I do, I refuse to be called broken. I refuse. And that's because I feel like I had a duty to my ancestors, and now I feel like I have a duty to my ancestors and a duty to God. Mm-hmm. So I've always felt that.
And I assume you feel like you're fulfilling your duty, that your father would be proud of you?
I absolutely believe he'd be extremely proud of me. I think I'm doing the best I can possibly do. And there's something that people say, you tried your best. And that's true. But a lot of people overuse it. Mm-hmm. People say, oh, well, you didn't get it, but you tried your best. 99% of the time, they didn't try their best. People don't actually try very hard.
G2, what did they call it? Everyone gets an award?
I am genuinely trying my best. I don't waste a minute of my day.
Participation.
Before this podcast, as they set up cameras, I'm working.
Mm-hmm. Do what?
Participation.
Yeah, participation award. Then what's the point of doing it at all if everyone's going to get one? Then you don't feel special anymore, right?
Exactly.
I don't waste a minute of my day. I do not miss a training session. I do not miss an email. I do not make mistakes. I'm on it. So I'm trying.
Inky needs to take lessons because I always miss phone calls and emails. And yeah, I am a bad example.
My absolute best. If I fail for the first time in human history, then I failed. But at least I get the satisfaction in my heart of knowing I actually really tried my best. Most people don't get to get that satisfaction because they know deep down they could have tried a bit harder. Whereas if I end up in jail, I'll be like, Andrew, you did everything you could have done. So that gives you a level of peace. I did my best. My ancestors are proud of me. God is proud of me. I did my absolute best. I couldn't have possibly done better. And I got hit with a lucky punch, and that's life. And all I can do is just smile regardless.
And that's how Judaism teaches too, is just do your best.
Skills, is that an art, do you think?
I think that if you don't have the ability to make other people understand exactly what you think, that you're going to struggle.
But is it an art? Like when I watched you with PBD and you got in these zones, and you do it all the time. I mean, you're doing it right now. You get in these zones where it's just like you're just flowing. I mean, it's almost, you can say it's a God state, right? It's a flow state, and it must feel really good.
It does.
Yeah, like
it feels good that you never run out of things to say, and it feels good that I already have 10 things I want to say lined up before I say the first ones.
And you know how to say them perfectly, and your voice is clear and resonant, and you're embodied in it.
It's a skill.
It's a skill. Well, but it's almost like an art, because I was watching you and I was thinking, this is like watching, Charlie Parker play the sax or Michael Jordan play basketball. I mean, you really and people might say, oh, those are exaggerations, but I don't think so. I don't know that I've seen somebody who's able to do what you do.
But that's emotional. So we'll talk about how I'm actually quite a sensitive person.
Yeah.
I think the reason people believe what I say is because they can feel that I feel when I talk.
Yes.
And it's because I feel things.
Yes.
So I'm not a cold person at all. I'm just a person with a lot of emotion that I try and control and channel in the correct directions. But I think that, yes, it's a superpower to a degree.
Well, I think that's why people are, one of the reasons that people are so drawn to you, because you let whatever wants to come through.
And it's also why so many people hate me.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Because there's no light without dark.
Yeah.
There's no, there's no joy without pain. You can't have a rainbow without little rain. That's how it goes. So I think that it's definitely a superpower for life. It's something I'd encourage every man to learn how to do.
Yeah.
It's certainly something worth practicing. It's the reason I don't learn another language, because I haven't mastered English yet.
Right.
So I refuse to learn another language. I can't imagine me and my personality and Andrew Tate stuttering in Spanish. It just be like, what is this garbage? So I don't have time. So I will only speak English for the rest of my human years. That's it, because I have not learned every word in the dictionary yet. But yeah, I guess to a degree it's a superpower. It's extremely
Again, goes back to what I saying, OCD, overachiever. Bam. Not arrogance. He just refuses to do anything that he may not be good at.
Yep.
beneficial in all aspects of life, especially relationships. I'm not going to lie. I don't argue with women very often, because any woman who respects me and listens to me, I can very quickly and compendiously explain exactly why I'm correct.
It's maybe the most powerful skill.
The most powerful thing about it is there's two levels to it. One, making people understand exactly what you think.
Yes.
And the second one is making them think what you think.
Right.
But
if
that
you
would
can
be
do the second
gaslighting.
one-
You can't
Like
make
to
someone
make
think what you
people
think.
Think what you think. Because you have a lot of influence.
Yeah.
And that's got to feel good. You're influencing people. You have this worldview. It's a powerful worldview. It's got all these things, and so you want to influence other people in some way to adopt that.
I think that charity, even of itself, I think charity is probably one of the most selfish things you can do, which most people say, I'm giving money. I give $25 million a year. There's a website, tatepbd.com, you can see it. And I feed children all across war-torn countries, mainly in the Islamic world and in Africa. Am I doing that for the children? Yes. But I also feel great. I feel good for doing that. Of course. Yeah. So it's not a selfless
It's edifying
act.
to him to give.
Nothing selfish.
And
Shouldn't be.
And it shouldn't be. That's right. So when I'm helping all these people out here, I'm not doing it because I'm some philanthropist. I feel good helping people and people sending me emails saying, you changed my life. I feel good about it. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I'm just Mr. Philanthropist and I just care about the world. No, I like helping people because I feel good about doing it. It makes me feel good inside, which is why I do it. So yeah, I use my power to feel good. And I think the easiest way to feel good is to make others feel good. I believe that humans exist that way, and I think that's why we're societal animals. Even in jail, when I felt my worst, my goal was to make someone else smile. Because if I can make someone else smile, I would smile. So on my worst days, I was my most charming, my most energetic, my most interesting, my most talkative.
Yeah.
I was happiest on my worst day because I decided that's how I have to be to stop myself feeling bad.
Because what would happen if he stopped himself and all of a sudden he started rolling around in his own remorse? He wouldn't get anything done. Right? And there's family and people depending on him. His own kids are depending on him. Inky, if you throw away all of your morals, convictions, and everything but money, you could be him. Any man could. They just know better. That's not true. I have to agree to disagree, Ducky. Because he does have moral value. It's just not in today's society type of moral values. He still is very traditional.
Decided.
Sorry. Case Get to Know wanted to say something. I'm learning to give that couple of seconds. I learned that from the last one that me and Get to Know did. I was like, I would cut him off in mid-speech. How rude of me. I went back and I went back and listened to our stream and I was like, God, I'm rude. Yeah.
It's all right. Even though you're rude, I still handled it fine.
Oh, it's indie, not indie. Oh, okay. Indie. Okay.
I also feel like, it's kind of interesting. No one's emotionless, and I certainly feel things. And I'm going to come up with a theory, which you're going to call complete garbage, because I am not qualified. But this is my theory.
Yeah, go for it.
I believe that emotional energy is a lot like a bucket of water. You have all this emotional energy, right? You have a bucket of water. And then you have a bunch of different holes you can pour it down. So I believe if you wake up one day and you feel particularly depressed, you don't feel depressed. You just have a lot of emotional energy that day. Some days you don't have that much emotional energy and life is pretty calm. But some days you wake up and you have this big bucket of water. And the superpower is deciding which emotion you're going to put it in. Not to not feel the energy, but to decide which emotion you're going to put it in. And I think that's my superpower. I don't have the superpower of being able to stop myself feeling things. Yeah. I have the superpower of being able to choose how I use that energy and what I decide
where he
to
focuses
feel.
it on.
And then if you want to be hyper successful as a person, you have to be very careful to avoid the happy hole. Because happy is what everyone thinks they would choose. If you had this emotional energy and could choose any emotion, you'd choose happy. But if you choose happy, you don't get much done.
What do you choose?
I choose, if I had to choose how I wanted to feel all the time, I would choose proud. And proud means you have to work. Proud means you have to do things. You have to achieve things. If you want to be proud and be realistic, you have to do fantastic things. So my default favorite emotion is proud. That's how I'm happiest when I feel proud about anything.
Well, and the organism releases dopamine in the brain when we do hard work.
Which is
and
why I have
accomplish
to win.
tasks.
I have to win all the time. I love proud. You feel good. You feel
So
good. I don't
basically-
like happy. If I feel happy,
So his endorphins let off, like he kind of like gets off on his achievements. So, you know, like when you finished a project or, you know, something that you've been working really hard on and you finally finish it, you finally achieve it. It's that feeling that those endorphins are released like, oh my God, I finished this. I did it. It looks good. It's that release that excites him. And if he didn't have that, then I think I paused it in a really bad position. But I think if he didn't have that, that would cause that remorse and depression in him. You never abuse people or make them believe something untrue, which is how he became the most Googled man ever. And with that being said, you'd never abuse people or make them believe something untrue. No, people choose to believe what they want, and that's a choice. That's a God-given choices for us to be able to make our human choices. So, I mean, if we didn't have that, then, you know, there wouldn't be ability to thin the herd, basically. Back many years ago, it was only the fit survived, right? Only the ones that could go out and hunt their food and, you know, pick the right woman to breed with, to bear children, are the only ones that survived. Today's society has made that easier than ever to have those accomplishments. And so it's weakening us as human beings, I think. And I think that's where he gets this anger from, is he's like, why don't people understand that? Like the traditional ways of doing things has gone out the window, and it's weakening us as human beings. It's not making us stronger by any sense. I mean, we have bees that think they're birds, and birds that think they're bees, and bees that have birds that think they have stingers, and bees that think they have, you know, whatever, eating worms. I don't know. Just sounds
Street
weird.
lights to think they're parking cones.
Exactly.
Fucking buzz-actly.
And Ducky, just so you know, I don't follow, and you'll learn that if you watch my channel. I don't follow whatever the in trend is for, you know, the new commonalities and the things that they are trying to make our new norm. I am very old school, an old school way of thinking, and very, very traditional. So I don't feed off of whatever the in crowd is doing or what the in crowd is saying. I go off of how I feel as a person and an individual. I don't follow lead. I prefer not to be a follower at all. I'll just say it that way. There are people, those whose name you cannot mention on YouTube, to research, to understand his followers. Okay.
happy, giddish happiness like a child or like a females usually default to happy. They don't care how they get there. They just want to get there.
Right.
They just want to feel happy.
Right.
I avoid the happy hole because I think people who are desperate to only feel happy are the ones who are addicts, gambling addicts, drug addicts, drink too much, do dumb shit. It's all temporary, no delayed gratification. That's how you destroy your life, choosing the happy hole.
That's the instant gratification.
We were talking earlier about jail and how when I felt particularly bad, I'd wake up with a whole bunch of emotional energy. It's unchanneled. It's a bit wild. So I guess that can be perceived as sad or depressed. You're out of your routine. So I would sit and go, okay, I have all this emotional energy today. Where am I going to put it? And I'd put it in a place where perhaps on that day I might feel happy, or perhaps I'd choose something else, but I would try my very best to take all the energy and put it into a place where feeling that emotion was the most competitive emotion, or was the perfect emotion for me to be as competitive as possible in that particular scenario. So yeah, on days where I woke up and I felt a little bit sad, I'd be like, okay, I'm going to turn the charm on today. I'm going to make everybody laugh.
Right.
And by the end of the day, I felt fantastic.
I'm not trying to be. That's the difference. I have no desire to
If God
be
wants to break me, he's
in
gonna
this
do it.
man's universe at all whatsoever. There is no
Right?
competition
The hero's journey, there
whatsoever.
must be death and rebirth. So what, like something, you have to be broken. At some point, you must be broken. You can't fulfill your mission without being broken. And whatever that is, it has to terrify you.
But can't I be semi-broken or semi-close to broken and back from the edge? Back from the edge?
Death and rebirth. That's the archetype, right? And what does that require? It means going into the cave and facing your dragon, which is your deepest fear, and feeling like it's going to kill you, and then entering into the void of nothingness, and then coming out the other side, reborn. And in that place where you're reborn, you're going to know things that you did not know sitting right here. And you're going to have a much bigger perspective, right? I mean, you agree with that template, right?
I agree with it, but I feel like I can I don't feel like
Get around that?
Not get around it, but I don't ever have to fully die. Like I can just come close enough times. Like I'm not going to underplay. No, of course, but I'm not going to underplay how significantly difficult my jail experience was.
Yeah, because you do talk about like how tough you were, you managed it, and I guess I believe that. I'm not, but there had to be moments where you're just like,
It was terrible.
Despair.
No, it was absolutely terrible.
Or fear, or like.
But this is very interesting into your death and rebirth point, because when it felt completely terrible.
See, he just said it was absolute terror being in there. Could you imagine little roaches crawling on your face?
But I decided to let myself feel it because I felt like I wouldn't learn as much if I turned my brain off.
That's right.
So turning his brain
off
is no different than him taking a pill to get rid of the stress and anxiety. So if he was to turn off his brain, then he would no longer be able to make justified decisions that would be in the best interest of him, his family, or his business. The panel that I can tell both of you are good people who wouldn't hurt somebody for money, unlike Andrew. I have to, I can't agree or disagree with you because we only know what social media has placed out there, sweetheart. We've never lived with him. We don't know what he's like, and we've only heard hearsay. Okay. He could be completely guilty. He could be completely innocent. None of us truly know because we are not in his position. And we do not have the disposition. We are not God to judge anyone. Anyone.
Tristan and I have the same superpower. Tristan didn't care about jail. He didn't care. He didn't, or he acted like he didn't care. He acted like he didn't care. But that was his coping mechanism.
Sure.
Don't care about jail. I decided, no, I'm going to care. I'm going to feel everything. I'm going to allow myself to feel these negative emotions because I feel like I will learn more. I could have done what Tristan did. I could have woke up and said one day or later they'll let me out. Still rich, give a fuck.
Right.
Could have done that. I didn't do that. And jail, that's why he sleeps. That's why I have nightmares. Because I don't believe his jail experience was that traumatic because he turned his brain off to it. And that is a superpower.
Plus his brother doesn't have the responsibility that he has.
If I went to war, I could go to war and watch all my friends be blown to pieces and still fight. I would still be capable. I can turn my brain off if I have to, but I decided not to because I felt that feeling things would teach me more, which is why I'm kind of arguing your point about death and rebirth, because I feel like I don't have to fully break. I just have to get close enough to the edge to learn something and come back.
Why not break?
Because if I break, then there's too much. My empire might fall.
You don't know.
Well, exactly.
You don't know.
I don't know.
And that's scary.
It is scary.
Yeah.
So Ducky, all I'm saying is at this point, I am not God to make a judgment call on this gentleman. I'm not God. So, we just have to see how it plays out and see what evidence actually does come to light. And at that point, then we can say, okay, well, this is factual, this is not, etc. I hope you understand that, even from your perspective, that we don't have the ability to make those kinds of decisions. We're not God. We cannot make those decisions. We can only look at the evidence, which we do not have in front of us, to make a justified decision like that, which we are incapable of. If it was up to us, then we would be in Romania, preparing for court, but we are not. So we will have to see how this plays out. In the interim, we have to give everybody's side and their point of views and their perspectives on the situation, period. And that's, the victims of those who they are, their side and his side. It's called being open-minded and being able to let information in without being judgmental on that information as it sits, just from that little snapshot that you guys have. It's just being open-minded. And my whole channel is against trafficking and, sex crimes and bullying and abuse. So I have no place to be defending someone that would be a sex trafficker. If you get what I'm saying, giving him a platform so he can speak his version of the truth. Just like anybody else, I would give him that same platform, listening to what these other people have to say, and then watching the case as it plays out, and then making a justified decision from there. Am I this open-minded about Hitler? History is history. And I'm Jewish. So I hope that wasn't trying to take a dig at me for any reason whatsoever. It's not gonna work. I wasn't even born yet. That's all history, honey. It has no effect on me at this point.
Facts.
Yeah.
That was good. That was good.
So why would I?
What was that? Get to know?
I'm just saying, and I'm Jewish.
I wear it almost every day.
Yep. Oh, I know.
Why you don't want to break?
Completely.
It's scary.
I don't want to lose what I have.
Yeah.
Mentally,
But that
physically,
well,
financially.
Yeah, but that attachment, what would God say to that attachment? I don't want to lose what I have.
But okay, I don't want to lose what I have because I also have a responsibility for others.
See, he reworded.
Let me tell you something.
So if he was
my
just
mind
vain,
broke,
if
and
he
I
was just being vain and saying, I just don't want to lose what I have, is one thing. But he does have people that are committed to him for their income. So he's not just thinking about himself, but he's thinking about everybody that is under his paycheck, that he signs their paychecks. So if he fails, so does everyone else. And people could lose their homes, their cars, their, being able to feed their children. I mean, he has a huge responsibility as a business owner. And that's how he is looking at it at this point. He's like, I don't want to lose what I've created. And there's people that are depending on me for this. Just saying. And that comes from a business owner's perspective.
couldn't come back from that.
What's more important, your family?
The worst feeling in the world is thinking that,
Does God want
oh
me
my
to break?
gosh, I hope
know.
I have
You've
enough
asked.
business
You asked
this
the
month to
question.
make sure
And
I
if
can
he
pay
does,
everybody's
I will
paycheck.
break.
Right.
Right?
Well,
but
you won't have a choice.
I won't have a choice. But jail itself was terrible. Like, we're talking about vulnerability. I can sit and explain all the things I struggle with in jail. It was absolutely terrible. And I think a lot of people who are watching this, I think they need to keep in mind, I wasn't in jail. I was in Romanian jail.
What's the difference?
Well, it's the poorest country in Europe, and it was built during communism,
Right.
and it's basically designed to torture you.
Cockroaches, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like jail, like we imagine jail. I don't want to insult the Romanian justice system. I don't want to insult.
And see, Ducky, you're trying to put words in my mouth. You're trying to misconstrue what I'm saying to fit your own narrative, and that won't work. Because what I said was, I am keeping an open mind to everyone on the table. I'm not just keeping an open mind to this one specific person. I was just saying, I think everybody, if they have not caught this video that came out yesterday from this therapist's own channel, I think that they have every right to hear from this perspective. And I mean, what did you say exactly? You can actually think he cares. If he didn't care, he wouldn't worry about his children, his wife, or I believe it's his wife, his children, his wife, and all the people that are depending on him for their income. He has to care. He's still human. And I did say in the beginning, I mean, if he doesn't, then he is a really good actor, or he is sociopathic, where he has no feelings of remorse. But if you listen, he gets into conversations about, you know, how he loves his children and, you know, his wife, and, you know, he has certain expectations of him because he takes his family name and values it deeply, which is really almost unheard of these days in the United States. People don't take their surnames as seriously as they used to back in the day. For instance, like in the UK, I mean, your surname is everything. And if you tarnish that surname, for instance, like parents these days, when one of these kids go out and blow up a school of kids, I mean, what is the parent going to do? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't catch the red flags that, you know, he was needing mental health or etc. You know, but those children don't take their value in their own family. And I mean, when you do, you think about, how is the repercussions of my actions going to affect me and my family? Right? So, like, I have to think about, how is my behavior on YouTube? Am I representing in a type of way that my kids and my family will go back and be like, hey, at least mom wasn't being a complete slut on YouTube, showing off everything she has and blah, 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 you know, and talking about all kinds of weird stuff and shedding me off in a specific light that would be not conducive to my lifestyle or my family. I know that was really winded. Sorry. Moving on.
That's why I got to bite. That's why I said I had to bite my tongue. You know.
Well, hopefully I explained that well.
You did good.
And yes, there's children and a wife.
Any Romanians, I'm still within the confines of Romania, but I think most people at home understand what I'm talking about. I didn't have yard time. I didn't have any friends. I was in a room for 93 days. I did not.
So he was in a cell, like
in a language I didn't understand, to be sent back to the room. Yeah, it was hard.
I did a 4-day vision quest, 4 days, 4 nights, no food or water, out in the mountains, like in a restricted area, like just like a prison cell. And that took me to my edge. So I can't even imagine 93 days.
Yeah, I mean, it's terrible. And you don't know how long you're going to be in there for. Yeah. And you have no control over anything. And you don't sleep very well. People think you just sleep it off, but you can't. The jail is very loud. There's a lot of distressed people in there, a lot of upset people. The energy is sad. Yeah, it's a bad place to be. But I knew that my only option was to deal with it. So I knew that not handling it wasn't an option. So if not handling it, it's not an option, the only option left is handling it. So you just have to find the best way to do it. Yeah. And I certainly allowed myself to feel a lot of emotions in there that I could have probably blocked out so that I could learn as many lessons.
Well, at least we know he has emotions.
And I've learned a lot of things. But I would say that, I mean, all in all, I understood as a man, you need to have a strong body so you're not attacked by anyone else, and a strong mind so you don't attack yourself. And I think jail in many ways is just pressurized life. And
I honestly think that's what a lot of depression is where we let our own mind attack ourselves. We beat ourselves up over things that it wouldn't affect other people. Like, oh my God, I didn't get an A on this test, or, oh my God, like, you know, we beat ourselves up. And I think that is part of depression and anxiety, is that we're so worried about how something may appear that we don't just say, hey, I did my best, and let it go. And I think that's what contributes to a lot of depression and anxiety, is us overthinking things and letting our brains take control instead of us taking control of our brains.
Yeah.
We are our worst judges. Exactly. We are our own worst critics, is to be your own critic and then become obsessive compulsive about it. I do believe that he has obsessive compulsive behaviors, but it's benefited him thus far. I mean, has he done some bad things? I don't know if they're true or not. If they're true, then yes, he has. If they're not, then, hey, you know what? He succeeded very well. He took it to the limit. And I think a lot of people can be jealous over that. And so, you know, they can make these comments or these allegations. And if they are not true, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to feel really sheepish afterwards.
Uh-huh.
Because, I mean, I've been called some pretty foul names on YouTube, and You know, just because they were said doesn't make them true.
Exactly.
It doesn't.
You're exactly right, Inky.
Maybe do you want me to speed up the pace a little bit on it or just keep going?
You can speed it up a little bit, yeah.
Okay, let's see. We'll try to speed it up and see what he sounds like Chipmunk.
If you feel a little bit angry outside of jail, you'll be very angry in jail. It's pressurized life, and you can't distract yourself with anything. Most people, if you feel angry right now, you're like, oh, that pissed me off, and then you got your phone and talk to someone else about something else. You distract yourself, but you're left alone with your thoughts, and you can't distract yourself. And God decided to put me in there to learn some things, and I think it just confirmed a bunch of things I already knew. And I think it was a chance for me to prove to him and to prove to myself I'm not full of shit. And I think that was...
Did you worry that you were full of shit?
Never. But it's good when you get tested. No, but this is actually the truth. Top G, right? It's a name, it's a nickname, blah, blah, blah. Top G. The basic premise behind it and why I'm idolized by all these young men especially is I'm Top G, the number one G, the guy who can do anything. He's the guy. I never for a second when I was saying it didn't mean it. I never for a second when I was saying it thought I was full of shit. So God was like, okay, let's find out if he's full of shit. Right. And I was placed there and I said, all right, this is a chance for me to prove to myself and prove to God and prove to the man watching to the prison guards and prove to everyone else, my ancestors, that I'm not full of shit. I had a sense of duty in there and I feel like I performed exceptionally. And it doesn't matter if they kept me in there for 3 months or 3 years or 30 years. I have to perform. That's who I am. And I will default to rationalizing, as you said, whatever it takes. I will come up with any rationale and I will say it in any way which is interesting and engaging and convincing enough to the outside world and to myself to install it in my brain that allows me to compete. That's just what I'm going to do because I don't want to lose anything ever. Yeah. And life, perhaps if we want to extrapolate this out, perhaps God's trying to break all of us. Maybe life is a big competition of who breaks last. I would actually argue, and I said this before, that the number one indicator of a man's success is his ability to deal with stress. I don't think it's IQ. I don't think it's physical capability. I don't think it's anything. If you take a man who can deal with a bunch of stress, he's going to be more successful than a man who can deal with less stress. How much stress you can put up with has a direct correlation to the kind of life you're going to live. Most people who want my life don't have my life because they couldn't handle my life. Yeah. That's why.
I know I couldn't.
They want fast cars and private jets and all these girls and all these kids and all blah, blah. But they couldn't handle it. They couldn't deal with the pressure of it, which is why they'll never get there. Because even if they get anywhere near it, they'll have a mental breakdown. Right. So how big your life is and how successful you are in the physical realm is directly linked to how much stress you can deal with. And perhaps God's trying to break all of us. He's trying to find all of our limits. I think most people at home watching this probably have something going on in their mind right now or something going on in their lives that might break them. Yeah. To me, it would be nothing. To them, it's a big deal. Yeah. So God's out here to break all of us, and I want to be the guy who breaks last.
Well, maybe he's trying to make us stronger.
I don't know if it's God that's trying to break us. Maybe it's the evil that's trying to break us, and it's how strong you are that for you to have the ability to overcome it. What do you think about that?
Yeah.
Because God only does good, right? So if God only does good, then it would be just the evil that's trying to break us down and make us weaker. And it's us to show us how strong and how strong we are in our convictions to God to be better than the evil that surrounds us on a daily basis.
Yeah.
Okay, back to speed reading.
Absolutely.
To help us evolve, help us grow.
I was gonna put on there the little closed captioning in case we missed a word or something that you could actually see what was being said.
You can either be intimidated by the fact that God is out there trying to make your life difficult, or you can be excited by the idea of it and saying, "This is my chance to prove myself to God."
But that may be in the Muslim belief too.
That's why I've adopted the mindset where struggle is semi-exciting to me. Yeah. God is out here trying to ask me questions or put me through scenarios where I get to prove myself to him, and perhaps that's why all the bad things happen. Maybe that's why that girl left you. Maybe that's why he made you love her so much. So
that was only on page 2 that he stated that.
To see how close you could come to breaking. Maybe that's what it's all about. Maybe that's the fun of it.
The mantra that I use is,
I still got 4 pages left of notes.
Whatever comes.
I was going to say, don't you have 4 pages left of notes still?
Yeah, and we've only done 1 page.
That mindset is a kind of
this was page 1.
Yeah. Do you struggle between, your will is very strong. Yeah. And I can feel the place where you
this is where he gets into his vulnerability.
So your will versus God's will.
Well, he'll win.
Are you in a fight with God on some level, like not literally, but unconsciously, between his will and your will?
No, I think I am doing
God's will.
I think I am doing his will, which is what it takes to be truly successful in the world. I do believe that the moral arc of the universe does bend towards truth. That's not my saying. I think that's Martin Luther King's. But I think that it bends towards truth and justice in the end. Mm-hmm. I think that the battles we are currently fighting in society, which look hopeless, in the end can be won. And I feel like I am doing his will by standing up and telling the truth. I think I'd have to be a complete coward of a man to end up having all of the masculine youth of a planet paying attention to every word I say, and then say, oh, but if I tell them good things, if I help them and help the world by extension, I might get in trouble. That made me a bitch, and that's not who I am. So I think if you give any man worth his salt that degree of power and influence and responsibility, he's going to stand up and say, okay, this is how you should live as a man.
There is a
And this is how
fly
you
on
make
his
the world a better
table.
place. Unless he's
I just
afraid of
saw
the
it again.
repercussions by the evil people, by the people on the other side who are genuinely
I
evil
knew
and
I
satanic,
saw
who are
it
out to
earlier,
destroy
and I was like,
good
is that a
truth.
damn fly on the
And I'm
table?
not a coward. I've never seen myself as a coward. And in fact, we don't talk about vulnerability. The
was
number
over there
one
behind the
thing I could
ashtray.
never exist as is a coward. I think that's, you want to talk about my biggest fear, it would be knowing I'm a coward. Seeing myself as a coward.
See it? Now it's
and being
walking
very
around on the
realistic and knowing
ashtray.
I was actually a coward. I couldn't accept that because I feel
Oh,
like I
yeah.
was disappointing all of my ancestors and God. And I would
It's
be
like-
full of shit all the time I was talking.
it's
Now
like
I'm a fake.
over here
Now I'm a
somewhere,
liar,
that little fly.
And I'm none of those things.
Right.
When I say to the camera and I sit here and talk about depression not being real, I mean what I say
Oh, it
because
just flew.
I've lived enough shit to tell you that if depression was real, I would have been depressed.
But that
And
shows
people
you,
know
like,
that,
I
which
was
is why they
really
listen to me
watching
in the
his
first place.
facial expressions,
I
and
would
I'm
hate
like,
to look in the mirror
really
and know I
looking
acted
to
like a
see if
coward
he
on that scenario.
stays-
I can't be that person. So,
like
Courage
solid
is the highest virtue. I
in
think.
his
You think so?
expressions, and
Courage, love.
well, I like to
I would
think
really
of myself
like
as
to
a
run
man
this
with plenty of
video
love in his
by,
life and a very loving man. I also like to
and
think of myself as an extremely brave person.
someone who
I've never
analyzes
been a
body
coward.
language.
And even just the idea of being a coward
Yeah.
is enough to motivate me
I
to
really
do
would,
anything.
and see what they have to
So
say.
if you were to try and, there we go, vulnerability. If you were to try and manipulate me, how could you manipulate Andrew Tate, one of the smartest people on the face of the planet? Well, you would have to try and convince him that it was the only brave act. That's how I could be manipulated.
Interesting.
Now, I allow manipulation to find out where my enemy wants me to go, use my mind to break the trap and punish the perpetrators. I will allow them to manipulate me, and at the end of their attempt, I will decide whether I agree with their attempt or I destroy their attempt.
Right.
But that would be give you the best possible chance. And I give you a perfect example of it. COVID, when on day one, when everyone got locked in their houses and they were talking about Italian hospitals being full and people were dying on the street in China, when everyone believed
Okay,
was
this
brand
is a
new,
great
day one,
question.
me and Tristan decided to fly to Sweden and just run.
This is a great question because did you see that by chance? Get to know? Did you ever catch hospitals full during this whole process? Did you ever see tons of, you know how they said that there was like truckloads and ambulances full of people that were like trying to get into the hospitals and this and that? I never.
Yep.
You did? I never saw it
I
once.
never. No. I was saying yep. I've seen it, but I've never seen it. But I seen that's what they were trying to push. Yes, but I've never seen it with my own eyes. No, I
Yeah,
didn't.
neither did I. And I never fed into that either. I didn't wear the mask thing. I didn't. Matter of fact, I was making masks for people because why? It was good money. It was good money at the time. I could blow out a mask in 7 minutes. 7 minutes.
Oh yeah.
And I was selling them thousands at a time for $5 a piece. $7,000 in 3 weeks. Just on masks.
Damn.
And I was just like, but I myself never wore one. And I just didn't, you couldn't get me to believe that this was really an issue. And now you find out that, that there was the flu does the same amount of damage as that did with the same amount of people. It just wasn't talked about as much. Funny.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yep.
But there is people out there that are all about getting 100 different medications for it every so many weeks because they're trained. Their brains are manipulated and trained to react and behave a type of way. And I believe that it's a control tactic. But that's me.
I agree.
That's where my brain sits with that. And a lot of people disagreed with me about it.
I agree.
My children were forced to get them done because they were in the military. They had to get it done. It was forced on them. It wasn't even an option to get it done. When it came to my younger kids, I was like, nope, we're not doing it. I'm not putting something in their body that I don't know is safe. So, it's a matter of choice. You have that choice. Even to just regular kid vaccines. I had the choice to wait till my children were 5 instead of getting them done. What is it, like every 3 months? It's like 120 shots they get now instead of like when me and Get to Know was young and Sugar Glider, it was only like 14 or 21 that we had by the time we were in high school. It's 120 now.
Yeah.
It's unreal.
Holy shit.
Unreal. They're vaccinating us for HPV. Why are we not teaching our kids not to be out de-donking around to even get HPV? No, here, let's
Right.
just give them a shot because, just in case they, go out and do the wild thing. Next thing no, you instill those values and morals in your children while they're young. And so they don't end up in a position that way. And that goes to traditional
Yep.
ways of thinking. God, I'm going to get so much riff from this. I know it. I'm going to have so many bad comments. Love you all. Thank you.
You can just say you were heavily influenced by me. How about that?
Oh my gosh. I'm totally tagging this therapist and being like, I really, really appreciate you putting this video out. And thank you for, letting me use it because I think they did an amazing job on this video. I'm like, please don't flag me. Please. Okay. It's okay if it does. It still got out. It may not be able to be monetized, but it still got out.
Run around nightclubs because it's the only open country. Did we do that because we have medical expertise? Did we do that because we were guaranteed to not get sick? Did we do that because we knew something other people didn't know? It was the brave choice. The brave choice is to go do something reckless. We might all die. Let's die in a nightclub in Sweden instead of dying in our house. So we always have chosen and defaulted to the brave choice. And part of me, maybe when we talk about excitement, I love when God or life or the universe or whatever you want to call it gives me a chance to be brave. I love when he gives me an opportunity. Here's your chance to be brave, Andrew. Here's your chance to show you are that guy. Here's your chance to have another story where everyone else would have failed, you would have succeeded. Here is your chance to win. I love that because, it's easy to fly around on private jets and stay in 5-star hotels with a bunch of beautiful women and drive Bugattis around. Cool. But where's the point where I get to actually prove I mean every word I say?
Right.
So God gave it to me. So yes, thank you. I agree. We agree. Thank you. And if God decides I have to go back, then the best mental model I can have is not the Romanian system of justice is unfair. It's corrupt. I got too big. The Matrix got me. No, the best mental model is God wants me to learn something here. And he's going to teach me that through suffering. He's going to make this difficult, and he's going to make me feel pain, and he's going to make this as hard as he decides it needs to be so that I can sit here and learn things. So I'm going to go and sit with my cockroach friends.
My cockroach
I'm
friends.
going to learn. I already learned things. I can tell you a bunch of things I learned. Even physical things. I would hunt cockroaches in the dark at night. I would stand to kill them. I'd stand near the wall and I'd measure out a palm strike directly, exact measurement, so I didn't hurt my elbow or my hand, to the wall. And I'd just sit and just wait. And I'd hear them crawling. And in nearly pitch black, I could hear one in front of me. Bam! I got to the point where I could kill them. Ninja for real. I was like, I'm learning shit in here. Right. So that was fantastic.
I would be
Yeah, I
hopping
learned-
all
that's-
over
Watch
that
yourself.
cell. Oh my gosh, I would
This is, again,
die.
New information. That's all. I mean, you must have, right? I mean, you had a
I
new
would die.
experience, so there must be new information.
Hopefully
You
they're
got
little
tested.
tiny ones and not those
Right,
big
you're in
water
jail,
ones.
for fuck's sakes. Like something must have popped into your mind. There must have been some revelation, some edge that you came to. It had to be.
I don't do
No?
spiders either.
I'm exactly who I thought I was.
Can't do
0%
moths.
full of shit.
Ooh.
I'm exactly
Those ones eat
who
your
I thought
clothes.
I was.
0% full of shit?
If you would have told me,
Zero?
if you would have told me before I
Not
went,
like 0.1?
before I went
0.5?
before I went to jail, before they put me in that dungeon, in the dark with the cockroaches, if you would have told me how I would react to that scenario, I would have said to you, I would have suffered and it wouldn't have been nice, but I would have refused to break, and I would have been the kind of person who sat there and endured and emerged more powerful than ever before. That's what I would have said,
Yeah.
and that's what I've done.
Yes.
That's exactly what I've done. So
But that's not the question.
no, it's not. There may be a side order of nightmares.
Had I not looked up
I've
his
never had
birthday, I would
nightmares
have
before in my
assumed
life.
he
That
was
surprised me.
a
That
fire
surprised me.
sign.
But they're here now. That's life.
Yeah.
I
He's
learned
not.
that.
I believe
guess.
he's a
I learned that when I got
Capricorn.
out of jail. I didn't have nightmares in jail, which is strange. I had nightmares when I got out. Maybe it's fear of going back. Don't know. But
But because he's
what
so
else I learned
passionate
about
about
myself?
what
I
he's,
had
he's
already
thinking,
pre-decided
he sounds like.
and I'd already
Wait,
told the
let's see,
universe how I would
December
act
1st.
in said scenario. This scenario was not a scenario I hadn't discussed or didn't believe could happen to me. I had already analyzed, if this happens, what are you going to do? It was a pre-designated plan. And I just followed the plan I had already laid out for myself when I
He's a
already
Sagittarius.
psychoanalyzed
He is
myself
a-
without my
he is,
qualifications. I had already decided
he
what
is a
I must
fire
do,
sign.
so I did it. And I was able and capable of following the plan and following through. So I'm not a liar. I'm 0% full of shit.
And for those of you out there who know anything about Sagis, they are normally extremely flirtatious. They think about sex 24 hours a day. They are extremely hot-headed when they get pissed off. And they can be
They
very
always
funny.
gotta have change.
Huh?
They always gotta have change in their life. They're constantly changing things in their life.
They can if they are uncomfortable. My grandmother was a Sagittarius and she didn't tolerate bullshit. I know that much. Like they don't want to tolerate bullshit. They like peace, but they like to be able to cause a little bit of chaos and drama, like a little bit, but they don't like it. They need it to help keep that fiery energy going. And I really thought he was a Capricorn. And I'm like, man, he's so fiery when he speaks. I swear he's like a Leo. So he's probably like a Saggy Leo rising or some crazy something, because he is so when he speaks.
Or Taurus. Tauruses are that way too.
Tauruses are that way. My daughter-in-law's Taurus.
Yeah.
Leos are very, very passionate. Scorpios are very passionate, but they will research you. They will research the shit out of you before they ever trust you. And then they still question their own trust in you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Sex is a tool for any
if I was
post
full of shit, I would
Well,
sit here.
nightmares though, but then there's something. That's not full of shit, but just the something happened.
Oh, completely.
Right, because you're having nightmares now. So something is
Again,
going
not
on
giving him an
that you don't,
excuse. I just
like,
know
Understand.
astrology pretty well.
That's all I'm getting at.
That's completely true. I performed exactly how I needed to perform and how I knew I would perform. So when I talk about being top G and mental control and depression is not real, everything I say is true. I performed exactly as I could. And I should. There is a side effect which
That
happens
also
to be
draws out his
but my attitude towards the nightmares is,
perfectionism.
yes.
Is that
thank
even
you.
a word?
Good. I don't want them to go away. They will go
Perfectionism.
away when whatever needs to be dealt with.
It is if you say
by
it.
my own mind. And like I said, if anyone else could fix them for me, I would not allow them to, because I believe it is my lesson and it's my pain and my trauma and it's mine to deal with. And if I have to keep them forever, I'll keep them. I am not afraid of feeling negative. I'm not afraid of it. I'm not afraid of having nightmares. I don't wake up going, I want to feel good. I don't care. So if I have to feel miserable, it doesn't bother me. I don't see why. In fact, I'm going to change that. I don't see how you can put such importance on how
Ducky,
you feel
you're a
as a man.
Scorpio.
because it
Yes,
makes
the
you
Scorpios, they like to
non-competitive.
research.
it
They
makes
like
you-
to
what it
dig,
does
and
is
they
it brings
they're
you into
very
presence.
skeptical anyway.
And presence is
It takes
the
a lot
most
for
powerful
someone to
quality
earn
that
a
you can have
Scorpio's
as a human
trust
being.
and
if you are not in touch with your
of who they
feelings, if you disown them or you rationalize them in some way, you're not fully present.
Completely agree.
Right? So the reason we want to connect with the places we have fear or pain or sadness, right, or anger, whatever it is, it's not to feel it and let ourselves be a slave to it. It's just to let it come into our conscious awareness to know what it is. There's information there. It's data, right? And if we can be present with all that we feel, right, we're much more powerful.
yeah, but some of us
beings.
don't want to be
No,
present
it's
with
super
how we
interesting you
feel
said
because
that,
it's scary.
you're right. Because I wouldn't consider myself a present person. I am always thinking about what must be done.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about
Interesting.
Always.
That you would confess that. You're not a present person.
No, I'm not present. If I'm present in the moment, I'm either on my computer talking to someone else millions of miles away or dealing with something else, or I'm doing this podcasting about how I have to spar afterwards, and then I've got a friend coming at 8:15 tonight.
I almost want to say
I'm
he
not
has
present because things
ADHD
must be
too.
done, and they must be organized. I'm not competitive if I'm present. I need to do things. Now, I'll agree with you. You're right. I'm very rarely present.
But here's my frame for presence, right? The reason I'm not all the way present, which is all the way here, is because there's something here that I don't want to feel.
No, I would say there's two scenarios in which I am very present. And we'll talk about them in a second. But I'm not a very present person. But I have sacrificed the idea of feeling presence and feeling happy in the moment for, let's say, absolute capability and legacy.
But would you agree that being
Over on
more
page
present
3.
would give you more power?
In certain scenarios. Well, look, I think that might be the reason I love fighting so much, because that's the only time I feel present. Right. Because I have to be right there, because one, I'm in pain, and two, if I'm not, I'm going to be asleep.
Are you not present right now?
I am.
Are you present with me?
I'm paying attention. My brain's on. I'm paying attention.
Let your brain go and see what happens. Just be here with me. Don't stop thinking.
Watch his
Stop
behavior.
I can't stop thinking.
Thinking. Stop thinking.
See,
You
he
can't
looked to the
stop
left.
thinking. If you can't stop thinking, you don't have control over your mind.
All right, cool. So I stopped thinking, but
And just be in
See,
a place
he did
where
it
there's no
again.
thinking.
He's
And just feel
uncomfortable
yourself,
with
who you
being
are, and see what happens.
in the present with his
and I
emotions.
believe I am, but I'm saying generally in
Yeah.
life. I wouldn't
you
consider
catching
myself a
these?
present person. I'm not the person.
See,
who
that's
Yeah.
what I'm
enjoying
honing
the
in
moment.
on is his mannerisms
But I am
and
now.
his
because
behavior.
I'm focused. No, but now I'm focused.
But do you see the difference
Yeah.
in the quality of the interaction we just had?
But what's the, okay? Let me ask
Do you
you. a
see the
question.
difference,
I
though?
do.
Yeah.
In my
And how
notes,
did
it's
that feel?
predominantly business
It felt
focused.
fine. But what's
Presents
the difference? Fine. What's the difference? But
as
what's the
his
difference?
mind-
More
mindset.
connected in some way? Isn't there more possibility
his
to get
pers-
to something
and
deeper
his,
or something more truthful there when your mind is not constantly running?
But I haven't lied to you.
Versification.
I'm not saying you've lied to me. I'm not saying you've lied to me. I just said there's other levels, there's other layers.
And he has such a high value in how
there?
his
You
he
get to it,
thinks
that's why
his
you fight.
father
That's
would
what you
feel
said,
about
it gets you
him,
out of your
that
mind,
it
fully in your body.
controls.
And when you're fighting, you're in that zone. Some of their
focused.
intelligence opens up, though.
Yes.
You're doing things. You can feel that guy, and you can miss the punch, but you don't even know why.
Correct.
Right? And so
It's
that is
instinct.
available all the time if you're willing to get present.
Does life require that degree of focus?
Not focus, presence.
I know they're slightly different. Maybe I see them as the same. I don't see myself as a particularly present person. I do enjoy the presence of fighting. I do enjoy the presence of driving fast cars very fast.
Right.
He likes the
I'm
thrill
thinking
of it.
just so you understand my mental model. When I think of guys, and
Me
I think of
too.
some who are like enjoying the moment, I very rarely enjoy the moment. Does that make sense? I don't ever. I'm sitting around.
He
and
can't
like,
enjoy the
yeah,
moment because he's
look
always
around and
thinking
go,
about the next
I'm having
moment.
fun. That's just not how
Does
my
that make
brain works,
sense?
ever.
He's always already a step
Yep.
But
ahead
this
in
is the
his
thing.
brain thinking
Perhaps
about
it
the
is.
next
I don't
moment.
know. I'm not going to
So
say
he
it is, 'cause I don't
can't
feel sad
really
about it. But
revel
let's
in the
imagine
moment
it
that
is
he's
sad.
in.
I have no fear of feeling sad. If someone were to say to me, Andrew, you're going to enjoy the moment less because you're constantly preoccupied.
And
with
he's
running
probably
an
always
empire
stayed
that most people wouldn't
preoccupied
believe is as large
because
as you say
maybe
it is, even if you told them.
him
And you're gonna
missing
have
his,
unlimited
you
offspring
know,
who adore you.
father
and
or
you're gonna have
whatever.
unlimited female interaction from women who truly would die for you. And you're going to be one of the most respected men on the planet. And you're going to have street cred in every city from Baltimore to Berlin. And you're going to end up going through all these trials and tribulations. And they're going to talk about your name after you're dead for hundreds of years. But you're not going to be present in the moment. Would you take that? And I would say, yes, sir, I would. Give that to me. I can't be present because there's too much happening. How can I be present? How can I be present with hundreds of millions of dollars and DCOT trying to put me in jail? And how can I be present? I've got things happening in my brain. I can't be present. I've got things to deal with. I've got problems. So I've sacrificed presence.
Maybe you have a mental model.
I think that's how he copes with his anxiety. He stays overly busy.
Yeah.
Yep. He has anxiety issues and he just doesn't realize it because he's a workaholic, and he works so much that he's putting his own mental health at risk. And maybe someday when he's older, he'll be like, oh, maybe I wish I could have spent more time with my kids and my wife. And that's probably what his dad went through back when he was younger.
Could be.
I can't be all the way present and do all of those things, and maybe that model is incorrect.
Well, presence is if you're truly present, then you're not worried about anything outside of the moment you're in.
Not necessarily.
How does that work? I'm interested.
I mean, because the presence, right? You can let your consciousness go out, right? And you can be aware of everything, right?
I'm
No, you
perspicacious.
can't.
Is one of my favorite words. I am aware of what's happening.
Yeah.
I'm just not particularly interested in it. So I will sit at a table where everyone's having a conversation, and I'll sit on my laptop, and I'll chime up once every hour. I hear every word. I've analyzed every word. I know who's right. I know who's wrong. I know what I could have said.
My
I
ex
know
was
whose
a
brain I could have
Sagittarius.
changed, what mind I could have affected. I've already considered if it's worth
My
doing.
mom's a
But if I
Sagittarius.
do
He
my
could
work,
be
and I'll
doing
ignore it
50
all,
million
so I
things
pop
and
up
still
and
listen to
say
the
three words,
conversation I'm having and go back and reiterate
I'm
on
aware
it
of
later.
everything. I'm just not particularly present because I feel like I've built a life which is so large that it's hard for me to be present in the moment. I'm present with my children for
An hour.
or two, and then it's like, okay, back to work. So
Was your father present with you?
no. But I don't think, but then this again,
I'm just saying, as a psychotherapist, when somebody said that, you said that he wasn't present with you. That must have been,
that didn't bother me at all.
it didn't bother you?
Yeah, it did.
He had things to do. He's a full grown man.
I mean, we could talk about the haircut tweet, but I didn't understand, your history, that you were raised by a single mother. Your father wasn't around. Yeah. So you see him once a year?
About that, yeah.
Oh, once a year. I thought it was
when we
once
lived
a
in
month.
America up to the age of 11, I saw him more often, once or twice a month maybe, and then
When did
Oh,
they
yeah,
split?
he did then.
I was 10 when they left. But I always understood he's very busy and has a lot to do. So I never.
Can you see how the boy might interpret that as my father doesn't care about me?
No.
To be fair, Inky's not giving him the benefit of the doubt. Inky's just plain and simply giving him a place to
Why isn't
tell his
where's
truth,
daddy?
man.
I want daddy. I'm here alone with mom.
Thank you.
And
Good to
he
know.
might be right because some fathers may not care. But my father did care. Right. He was just very busy.
But it must have been confusing for you.
No.
Not for the little boy?
No.
Like bring.
I'm being honest. I'm being honest. It wasn't. I never for a
Or you cut off, or those feelings were so painful, overwhelming, you cut off from them so quickly and then created this mindset to deal with.
I never for a second felt like he didn't care about me, ever. I never felt that. It didn't cross my mind.
Consciously.
Because he never
Consciously.
had that.
Is it
So it
possible
would be
that
different for
unconscious-
him if he was raised with his dad being around all the time and then all of a sudden he'd been gone. But because he was raised that way from the beginning, he never got to know what it would be like to have him around all the time. So he doesn't have anything to relate that to.
Yeah.
So he doesn't know what that feeling feels like.
Nope.
Like, I have no idea what it would be like to have my parents around all the time. I really wouldn't. I wouldn't even know what to do with myself. I'd probably be like, go
Yeah,
back
neither
to
would
wherever
my
you came
wife.
from. I don't need a babysitter.
Yep. My wife would be the same way.
Right?
Obviously, you might have a different belief.
Son,
And that on some level, some of what you're doing in the world is motivated by that, like wanting to win the love of your father.
I think that is semi-true, but I'll tell you, I think that's
fine,
No,
which
no,
is
no.
fine.
That's semi-true.
Judgment.
That's semi-true because I believe I have a duty to my ancestors. I don't think it's coming from a place of I'm broken trying to fix myself. I think I have the last name Tate. It was bestowed upon me, and I have responsibilities to live up to the last name Tate.
Yeah.
I do believe I have a duty to my ancestors. So is that trying to win the love of my father? Perhaps. I never felt unloved by my father ever. In fact, I would argue I had the best father on earth. I never felt like I was owed all of his time. It was very clear to me at a young age that he's extremely busy and extremely important, and that I can earn his time, or that I can't have as much of it as I want.
You have to earn his time?
Yeah,
That was
Yeah.
a son should have to earn his father's time?
Yeah, why not?
Because he's a boy.
True.
And
So
the
I
father's love should be, at least for a boy, unconditional in some way.
Love and time are not necessarily the same thing.
Okay.
If I told my father, I want to play chess, I want you to teach me chess, he could find 2 hours. If I said to Dad, I want to play video games or let's watch TV together, he'd say, no, son, I have things to do.
Right.
So to a degree, I'd earn his time.
Yeah.
His time was valuable and it could not be wasted. I feel like I have a duty to my ancestors. I don't feel like, and when I'm in jail, I feel like I can't
Get to
disappoint
know,
them.
how do you feel about that, having to earn
Your father's time?
yeah, like, how do you feel about that? Like, so I can kind of understand what he means. Like, he had such a high regard for his dad, knowing that his dad was the provider, that he just knew that's just how it was. And back in the, going back to the traditional way of life, in the, 40s and 50s, that's what dads did. Like, they went and they worked and then they'd come home and, even though his dad didn't, and it was like, whatever that situation is, that was just the life that he grew up in. And I mean, for people nowadays, that would be like really foreign. They'd be like, oh, you don't love me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you mean, but like, I know what Andrew Tate's saying, because like I had to. I guess for men it's different in a way. I mean, like I had to earn my dad's time too. You know what I mean? I mean, my dad was the provider for our family, and if I just wanted his time just to play a video game, I mean, for him to take that time away from him making money and earning and keeping our family together, I had to earn it. It had to be worth something to him to sacrifice the greater good of our family for him to hang out, to spend this quality time with me. Which, I mean, I'm not saying I didn't. I mean, I got plenty of quality time with my dad, but I still had to earn it.
And I totally get that, because, there was a time when there was only one parent working, and he chooses to not have his wife work, and he chooses to make sure that his wife is taking care of the kids. And that's just the way he was raised. And that's the way he chooses to conduct his own family. So, I mean, I understand it, but at the same time, maybe it's just because, like, if it was something that he was used to seeing and then it changed abruptly, that would cause that emotional damage. But because he never experienced that, that was something he was just used to, was just accustomed to it. So I kind of upset at the therapist, because the therapist is wanting him to get into this feeling and this emotion that he's not capable of having, because he never had that experience. So it's kind of like the therapist is almost gaslighting him right now. And that is like, how do you expect someone to have a feeling about an experience that they've never experienced?
Yeah.
Or an emotion about an experience that they've never experienced? You get me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I get you.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I feel like I do good for the world. I don't think this is me being some kind of broken secret. This is where we're going to disagree. You're going to think I'm some broken child inside or something. Okay. Well, the inner child, or I'm guessing, but
Well, yes, inner child.
okay.
Yeah.
I don't think it's anything to do with
An
that.
inner child?
I think it's duty. I think I have duty and I have honor.
Yeah, I understand you have duty as a man, but that doesn't mean the inner child is not there. And I guess that's if the inner child has been disowned in some way, or his feelings have been relegated to the unconscious, like that's impacting you. That's affecting you.
Yeah, but if
And
he's
knowing
never
what those
felt
feelings
that,
are
he
and
wouldn't
how they
even
impact
know
you, I
that
think
that even
would be important
existed,
information for you.
because he's never
But I was
experienced
never
that.
sad. I can't say I had.
It's like trying to get
I can't say I was sad. I can't say I
advice
wish he was different.
from somebody who's
Once
never
again,
been
and
a
once again,
drug
let me
addict.
psychoanalyze myself.
You know what I mean?
Once again,
Right. That's like a therapist trying to give you a drug addict advice, and they've never experienced those emotions or those withdrawals, and you're just like, they can't relate to you. Not you, but they can't relate to their patient,
Yeah.
because they truly don't understand or experience it. It's like having a male gynecologist trying to help you breathe through having a baby when they've never experienced having a baby. They don't know what it actually feels like. They only know what it looks like in a book.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And I have to say, Ducky, she said, you're not going to find a clip saying he's proud of his kid, because his dad didn't either. Well, you'd never find my dad saying he was proud of me either, and you would never find me saying that I'm proud of my son either, because I'm not. Because if you believe in what I believe in, pride cometh before the fall, and God himself don't use the word pride or proud. He uses the word well pleased. So with my dad, I am well pleased, and my dad would look at you and say, with my son, I am well pleased. So just because you don't find a clip of him saying he's not saying he's proud of his kid, doesn't mean he doesn't feel that he is well pleased with his child. I'm just saying.
Which one? This one or his dad?
And she said his dad or him. I mean, he probably won't find him saying that. Find a clip of Andrew Tate saying he's good or he's proud of his kid because he might feel the same way about pride as my dad and I do. You know what I mean?
Oh, but he does.
Like you won't find my dad.
He does. Watch, listen.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he does. He says he loves them, and yeah, he gets in his emotions. He does. We're almost done.
Again, this might be rationale. I might be rationalizing.
Yes.
I might say, well, whatever happened made me the person I am today, and I love who I am today, so I'm glad it was the way it was. Perhaps. But once again, I think that puts me in the correct mental framework to be as capable as possible. I'm not going to sit here and say, I wish my dad did something else. But
No, because that would
What's
put him
the
in
point?
his
That's
feelings, and he
asinine.
wouldn't be able to
I
be
wanted to see
productive.
my father more. I wish he was there, and he wasn't. And now I'm here, and I'm going to make the best of it. And this is the result of that. I've turned myself into this beast because of it. I mean, you made the most of the situation, but that doesn't discount the place where you may have wanted more from him. You may have wanted more love, more connection, just more time.
I
You're a
think,
little
I
boy.
think
He
my
wouldn't have
father
wanted
did
something he's
one, the
never
best thing he had to do, and
experienced.
second, he did exactly what was necessary to make me the person I am today.
Would it be okay for you to be
Yeah.
angry with your father?
No, absolutely not.
Why
It's
not?
disrespectful.
Why not? Why?
Because he's my father.
But I'm not saying that you would have to confront him. I mean, obviously he's not here, but it's just like.
That's selfish.
But if it's just a feeling, right? If it's just a feeling that wants to come.
It's ungratefulness.
You see how the therapist is
Well,
trying
you're judging the
to
feeling.
Yeah, I am.
gaslight
For me
him,
Trying to
sit
bait him?
and say
Bait
to the
him.
man who made me the man I am today, who I, once again, never felt unloved by, who tried his very best to raise me, who sacrificed for me to exist, who gave me my last name, who bestowed upon me the honors and principles and morals I live by today. For me to be angry at him because he was busy some days would be brutally ungrateful. No, I'm not allowed. No, I'm not allowed. I'm not allowed that feeling. It's ungrateful. I refuse to accept it. I refuse to feel it. I truly believe I had the best father on earth. I truly believe it. I don't believe.
and I'm sure you've heard me say this before, even though my because I was raised by my grandmother and how she was brutal in her discipline with me, I still have to say she did a good job because I didn't end up going down a road that would have led me into self-destruction. Was it rough? Yes, but it still kept me on the straight and narrow, and I learned my lessons to not take myself down a road that could have been very detrimental to my life. You know what I mean? So by her keeping really, really tight reins on me, helped me be the person that I am and the driven person and the way she was with me. Even though, and I didn't know anything outside of that either. So, when I would see other parents, treating their kids a type of way, I would be like, oh, thank gosh I'm not that lady's kid because she's got 5 of them and the oldest one is taking care of the rest of them. Or another one that is out sorting rocks in their front yard, because they're grounded for like 6 months. And I'm just like, was there things that I was uncomfortable with or that I thought was a little harsh as far as discipline went? Yes, but I didn't turn out that bad. And I had manners, where kids these days very rarely have manners. You really, 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 really have to work at it. They don't even have to do it at school anymore. Like, please, thank you. Like being gracious and sharing, and they don't even teach to share anymore. I'm like, what? Like that was like the house rule, like sharing is caring and you share with your siblings. And yeah, so much has changed.
Yep.
I know with the puppy dog, he's trying to get comfortable. See him? He's making all that racket back there. Hey.
Even now, if I have sons, I don't talk about what children I have publicly. If I have sons or when I have sons or my sons I have, whichever one it is, they will get my time, sure. They will get my dedication, absolutely. But I have expectations of them because of their last name. And they're going to have my time while we're working towards something fantastic. I'm not going to just sit around with my kids just for hours because they just deserve it. There's no participation trophies in the Tate household.
Right.
And time is a trophy, and it must be earned, like everything else in life. So I'm not going to sit and have sons and go, well, he's my son, so we're just going to all day do fucking nothing. No, we're going to all day do something important. For sure. Or I'm going to go do something important. And he can sit around and do nothing by himself.
For sure. But you can also imagine if you had sons and you saw them once a year, that would have an impact on them. Like, how would you feel about that if you had sons and you only saw them once a year?
I think I'd miss them, of course. They'd miss me.
I bet your dad missed you.
Oh, completely. Absolutely.
I bet he was sad there.
Oh, completely.
And I wonder if he had self-judgment about it. I wonder if he questioned himself.
Well, I think as a man...
Because would you do that?
Well, as a man, you have to make a choice. And I think it used to be more binary than it is today because of the nature of money and empire and how things work. But as a man, you have to make a choice. You either go to war and come back with stories, or you sit at home all day and be a second mother, and then you're not a man. You have to find the balance between the two, right?
Yeah.
My father was away a lot, but he wasn't away a lot because he was doing nothing, right? So if you have a soldier as a father, okay, he's not there. but he's doing something. He's coming back with a story. And I think that that was typical in a lot of households for a very long time. Maybe it's changed a little bit in modern times, but typically the man went away, did whatever he had to do, and then came back with a story or a hunt or whatever. So that's how I saw my father living his life, and that's how I want to live my life.
Sorry, I didn't know I was muted. So from what I just read, Andrew Tate has 10 children. And if you listen to him carefully, he has accidentally let it slip. And then he kind of like retracts it. And I think that's only because he doesn't want them being attacked by the media and for the lifestyle that he chooses to live. Kind of like Michael Jackson. Remember, they're like, we never saw any of his kids for a long time. Like we didn't get to see it.
Blanket was in
they
forever.
were blanketed for a long time. And that's, to keep them out of the limelight. They could go to school and not be, oh my gosh. And you know what I mean? So they could have somewhat of a normal life. You do want your kids to have a normal life, especially when you are so well known. And it's,
I will do the same thing. I don't think I would be the same man if I decided to say, okay, I have a son now, so I'm just going to stay at home. And I think that I need to be a kind of man my son wants to emulate, which means I have to be a hero. And I don't think you can be a hero sitting at home. So I think that I need to, he needs time, of course he does, but he also needs an example set. And that example must be set out there in the harsh, brutal realities of the real world. So it's time. Now the argument is quantity of time versus quality of time. And I would argue that the quality of time I will give my sons is going to be much higher than
You would want to give them that.
Oh, completely.
He let it
want
slip.
to give your sons more quality time than you had with your father.
I'll give them the exact same amount as he gave me.
Will you?
But if I'm happy with
Would you not want to give them more?
I may want to.
You wanted more.
I didn't say I wanted more. That's smart. I didn't say I wanted more.
You didn't?
No.
You must have.
No, I'm saying that.
Boy wants time with his daddy. How can? I mean, it has to be true.
If I wanted it, I could have earned it anytime I wanted.
Well, are you sure about that?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
When we go, I don't know if we need to read the tweet, but it's like,
Ducky, if I
your
had a
mom was pretty
significant
upset with him,
other,
so there was
which
a-
I
he was
would
like, I'm not
never
coming back here. I mean, it
expose
wasn't
on
just about you,
social
it was about your
media,
mother.
Oh,
I would
completely.
never
And I think
expose
my
them to
father
social media so
sacrificed
they
his
could be
marriage
trashed
for us
or
boys. He
ridiculed or
sacrificed his marriage
anything
and his
of the
relationship
such.
with my mother to ensure that us boys were taught the way he believed we should be raised. My mom was very unhappy with certain things he did, which he insisted on doing anyway because he saw his legacy in us as more important than his marriage with my mother. But I'm not saying, look, if my son calls me and says, I'm really upset, I need to talk to you, I'm not going to say, no, you can't talk to me. I'm not psycho, right? I understand all of these things.
So just as an observation, and throughout the time that I have been on YouTube, people don't seem to understand that people want to dig and get into people's personal lives so much. It's like, it's almost like a fascination or an addiction. And, they have like the tabloids for movie stars and etc. But when you're only on YouTube as social media, you don't really carry that kind of money, for instance, like this gentleman does, that he's able to protect his environment, his immediate environment and his immediate family, where others that don't make that kind of money don't have the ability or the funds to be able to protect their entire environment. So it's better off for them to stay kind of anonymous. And the reason they're anonymous is to protect themselves. So you're saying, well, how many wives? It's none of our business. How many kids? It's really none of our business. That's his personal life. It should not have to be exploited. And by people digging and digging and digging, you're doing no better by exploiting him. I don't really think it's like the true crime world where people are digging into people's personal lives in the true crime world, and they're re-victimizing these victims and going through it over and over and over again by multiple creators. And then their names are slandered all over. For instance, like the Dylan Round situation and him being gay. If it's true or not, it's really his sexual preference was never any of our business. And that stuff should have stayed with the investigators that were working on that case. And that should never have even been put on social media. Calling their relatives should never have been put on social media. That is when that has gone too far. And that's the acts that I'm working towards with YouTube on the movement on keeping people's personal lives private. It's no business here.
Saying
No, but don't either.
General scenario. The general scenario is I'm a man, I'm away at war, I come home with a story, or if I'm spending time with my son, I want to be building him as an individual. I believe that the mother
and making it quality
does a lot
time
of
and
the
not
day-to-day
quantity
keeping
time.
the child alive, changing diapers, feeding them, etc. And the man is the one who instills a lot of the mindset, and the man is the one who grows them in very important ways. And I think to do that, I need to be a man of genuine capability. And I would argue that the 2 hours a month or 2 hours a week or whatever I spent with my father, him being the man he was worth more than the 200 hours a month that most men spend with their fathers. That's why I am the man I am. Yeah. So there'll be some fathers who sit and say, I could never do that to my son. Well, what can you do? You can go do fucking basically nothing with your life, pay your taxes, come home, be bitched at by your wife, be quiet about it, and be with your son all the time. Sure, you win in quantity of time. But who you are as a man and what the lessons you can really teach, you lose in quality of time. So I believe my father was such a fantastic figure that it's the quality of his time that made up for the quantity. And the only way to do that is to go out in the world and be fantastic. And we can actually extrapolate this out to other things. Let's look at relationships, for example. I see men who spend every day with their woman. That's fantastic. That's fine. That's how.
When you spend every day with a woman, they can also lose value that way.
That's how
instead of appreciating the time that you do have together.
I see men who spend every day with a woman, which is fantastic. He wants to, she wants to. That's great. They're happy. She feels loved and she feels respected and she's glad she has all of his time. When you reach a certain quality of man, a certain level of man in terms of competence, a certain echelon, I don't have to spend all day with a woman. I can see a woman 1 hour a month and she'll be loyal to me because I'm me. Right. Because the quality of who I am and the quality of my time outweighs the quantity which can be offered by a lesser being. Yeah. So you can put this in nearly any dynamic. You put it in a
that could have sounded very arrogant,
in a family
but what he's
dynamic.
getting at
once you
is
reach
the
a certain
fact
level
that
of competence, once you're at the highest echelons of human achievement, your time is by extension more valuable and it extrapolates out. An hour with
what he's trying to say is it's about the quality and not the quantity. And it can lose its value. Like, for instance, like when we had the whole vid thing going on and there was so many domestic violence situations because people were put in a position to where they were constantly up each other's butt. It went from quality to horrific and up under each other's nose and getting on each other's nerves. Absurd. The amount of domestic violence cases went up. I know it had to be at least by 75%. By 75%. Because they didn't have that time, that space to miss. Instead, they were crawling all over each other and just getting up under each other's nerves and caused more havoc on top of what already was going on in the world. And it can be very detrimental. So sometimes having, I hear the little baby dog. And so sometimes it's good to have that separation and peace so you can remember why you love that person, why you miss that person. And you have time to really think about it. Like, wow, for instance, I'll use G2K and I was going to say flying squirrel. Sugar glider.
Same difference.
Sugar glider. They have this amount of quality time that they get to spend together. And say, for instance, one of them's gone for a few hours. You're like, wow, I really miss, you're able to miss that. And
shit, I go to the bathroom for 10 minutes and I miss my wife.
Right. I heard your baby.
And I'm serious.
And yeah, you can, especially if you're used to being around each other all the time. And then say you have to go visit your parents or something and they live far away, or you had to go away on a business trip. A lot of people, I think I said this before. So the military, when the partner gets deployed, they go through a case where they go through therapy before they leave and they go through therapy when they get back because of the separation, especially when you're not used to it. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Let me get back to the video. She said doggo. Yeah. I heard doggo barking too. It's so cute.
The president is worth more than 100 hours with a guy at McDonald's.
Like he always does.
So I think my father raised me by not being there. He raised me by being out there and doing so many fantastic things and being such a fantastic individual that I understood I had a duty to him and a duty to my last name, and I can't be his son and not be fantastic. So I think he raised me in absence. That's what I think he did.
You're proud of yourself that you got there. You won that one.
But I think
that's good. No, that's actually a fair argument. That would be the argument about God's will. That was God's will.
Correct. Yeah.
And so I have to surrender to it, and this is what it is, and my task is to deal with it. And maybe there are feelings you have about it that you don't fully understand, but that's okay. Yeah. You're here now and you're doing your thing and you're living your life and it's all good. Yeah. So let me ask you, and maybe this will be the last question.
I can go forever, my friend, so you tell me. We'll and I am, and the reason I wanted to talk to you is because I genuinely did want to learn about myself.
Yeah, I know.
And I do like discussing these things, and like I said, I'm being as vulnerable as I can be. I'm not, if you feel like I'm shielding, I'm truly not trying to.
Well, when we shield, it's so habitual, it's so quick. Right, our defense is, we become identified with our defenses, so we don't even know when we're doing them.
That's true, but I also feel like the framework that I've instilled, the rational mind, everything is going through this filter. This is how my brain operates. My filter is brutal rationality. That's the filter. So no matter what we're discussing or any conversation we're having, it has to go through this filter, and I end up rationalizing because that's the way I've always functioned.
Of course.
And so I can't turn off that. I can't start saying things that don't make sense to me.
Yes, and what I'm also aware of is that I am bringing my own filter, and you're open to it. You're not closed off to it. You're listening. You're curious about it. So I sense that too, and I appreciate that. You know, you identify, you talk about yourself as a man of capability, correct? Man of courage, right? Man of action. Yes. Are you a man of love?
I think a lot of those things come from love. Let's
The driving force to provide comes from.
I think a lot of those things come from
survival.
love. I think it's very difficult to do nearly anything important if it's not, perhaps to a degree, driven by love or the desire for love, even. I think the reason a lot of men want to become rich is because they want to feel loved or feel important or to matter. I also feel like the reason that a lot of men do the things they do is for love, either of themselves or of someone else. I think the reason men go to work is because they love their family. The reason you go to the gym is because you love yourself. I think that love is a very powerful driving force.
And a lot of people would say that's narcissistic if you
world
worry
is
about
full
going
of
to the
love.
gym
Like,
and you
I
love
would argue
yourself.
I'm one of the most loved people.
But
on
it's
like, when I
not.
check my
It's
phone,
you have to
it's
love
just
yourself.
love.
If you
Endless
can't love
emails of
yourself,
people
you
I
can't
don't know
love
who
other
love me.
people.
Endless females who do know me love me. Endless pictures of children saying they miss me. Like I'm a very loved person in a very loved world. I love.
See, he let the cat out of the bag again. An endless list of children that say they love me validates me saying he had over double digits of children.
A lot of people.
You love.
I absolutely love, but
But
because I believe in myself so strongly, I feel like the way I love them is to have a degree of authority over them. Not in a crazy psychopathic way, but in a I love you, so you should do this.
Right.
I love you, so act this way. I love you, so don't do that. Almost in the same way a parent loves a child. You love your child, so you don't let them eat candy all day because you love them.
Yeah.
I'm like that with everyone in my life because I see myself as the most competent person on the planet. So I'm like, I love you, I care about you. You shouldn't do this way.
Right.
Because you may think you know better, but you don't. You don't know better than me. I know best, and this is how it should be for anyone I care about.
I guess the reason I asked the question is, can you defeat
he
the
just
Matrix
admitted that he
by
loves his
fighting it?
children and money.
Or can you only defeat the Matrix
If you
through
listen.
Absolutely, that's
He
a
likes
very
the
astute question,
success,
and you're asking
the
because you already
achievement.
know the answer.
love. And you already know the answer.
Of course, only love can win. Only love can win.
Yeah.
And it's the most powerful driving force on the face of the planet. It always has been. And it's only when people are going to wake up and have a true love for themselves and love for the community and love for their children and love for these things that we're going to start to resist the evil and the Satanism and the insanity which is coming in the world today.
Yep.
But I believe, as a man at least, your love only has value when you're capable. Which is why perhaps I'm so obsessed with capability, because I want my love to have value. We talked about how time has value when you're at a certain echelon. I would also argue that love has value at a certain echelon. If I'm in love with a girl, she can get a lot more from that love than if a Joe Schmo's in love with her, right? So my love has value because I have value. So I have to build myself, and especially as a man, if you want to feel love, then you want to give love. The more capable you become, the more valuable your love's going to be, and that's certainly how we're going to fix the world. So yeah, the answer is love, of course, but it can't just be blind.
And I think that's one of the reasons why in today's society, a lot less men are getting married and they are waiting because they want that value. Whereas before you would just get married out of high school, and men are looking at it towards more of a higher value instead of looking at it as like a requirement as an adult, or the lack of being around their parents, because a lot of people will replace their parents with their significant other, and then it doesn't work out because they're looking at their significant other as a parent figure. I don't know where I was gonna say I don't know where G2K went.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My dog won't quit barking, so I just didn't want to blow everybody's eardrums out.
Oh, no, you're fine. Give him little moochies.
The last thing he needs is any more damn loving. I'm telling you right now.
How's he been feeling?
Good. He's had kind of had the bubble guts today, but
Has he had any more seizures?
he's been good. He hasn't.
That's good. That's good. That's good. That had me really stressed out. I was like, oh my God, because all you're like, what's wrong with my dog? And I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I know how I was when mine just had cough. And I was like, oh no, there's something in his lung. We got to go get him x-rays. Yeah, the hypochondriac in me. Okay, kiddos, we only have about 15 minutes left.
Empty love.
All right.
Love.
So about another hour and a half?
I hope not. I'll try to let it play.
Which is born in the worst scenarios you're going to endure as a man. And the world at its baseline is a very brutal place. It can be. And I think that becoming comfortable with those scenarios and becoming capable in those scenarios is how you give your love deep, true value. But I think that, love is the answer. Right, love is the answer. But I don't want to. I don't want.
That's hard for you to say.
No,
It's like the Fonz.
no, love. But we have to make this clear because most people misunderstand what love is.
I understand.
No, because you say love is
but
the
not
answer.
coming from you. I don't think they're going to misunderstand it coming from you. And I guess this is it. Like maybe this is it. Maybe this is what people want more from you. Yeah. Right? They want your love. They want to feel your love. I see it. Yeah. Right? Like I can feel it coming off you, but I'm not like I see your sense of humor. I see how you work. So I don't feel threatened by you. Yeah. Right? I feel like I understand you in some way. But a lot of people can. And I think that to me is the problem in the world right now is that people cannot feel the Father's love.
I agree with you.
And if they could feel that, and also the firmness, also the direction, all the things you're talking about, the discipline, but if they can't feel the Father's love, I mean, that's God's love coming through. And the Father is the embodiment of God on earth. If they can't feel that love, then we're going to have a lot of fucking problems.
But that's super interesting because they've hijacked the word love now, and they've confused the word love with tolerance and a complete lack of boundaries. And they're saying, if you're a loving person, you accept all this garbage. No, I disagree with that. You just said a very important thing. You said Father's love. A father's love comes with tests and trials and tribulations. What does a dad even traditionally do for his son? Take him out there, push him in the pool, let him struggle a bit, get him out. Put him on the bike, let him fall over, help him get up. You have to go through the bad things to be rewarded and the bad things to learn. That's how a father typically loves. And a father also loves by saying no. No, you cannot do that. So you nailed it by how society needs a father's love. Completely true. And society has actually hijacked the word love and tried to convince you that you don't need the father's love. Perhaps you need this unconditional love, which is more like a mother's love, if you want to gender it, perhaps. So it's unconditional. You can act without honor, you can act without courage, you can act without discipline, and you'll be loved anyway just because you exist. I don't believe that for myself. I believe if I remove all my morality, I will not just be loved by default, not by my family, not by God, not by society. I don't believe that. And the people who do believe that, who think I should be loved just for existing, regardless of how I act and what I think, those are some of the most evil people on the planet. I truly believe. And they're also some of the most unsuccessful and unspectacular. And they're the people who are out here genuinely trying to change society in a direction which has never been tested, which I believe is going to lead down to the depths of hell, truly. I think it's evil. So yeah, I agree with you. Father's love is important, but love in and of itself has boundaries. Love is strict. Love is hard. Love is a hard emotion.
Fierce.
Love is fierce. Love is not an emotion of, oh, do whatever you want. It's the opposite. Love is, no, you have to do this. I believe love is a very hard, very strong emotion. And if I think of how, let's say I have two women, one I love, one I don't love, and I enjoy both of their company, I'm harder on the one I love. I expect more from her in terms of how she acts. I expect more from her in terms of how she speaks to me. I expect more from her in how she presents herself to the world. The more I love her, the more I expect of her, the more parameters I want to put on her in regards to how she should behave, because I love her. Love is a hard emotion. So yeah, love wins, but not in the way that people think love. They've hijacked the word love and convinced people that love means, I tolerate everything. That's not love.
I agree, and it goes back to this, what we're talking about with presence. I wonder, and I'm just having this thought now, that if we come all the way into presence, if we allow ourselves to be all the way here and feel everything that's here, that is actually the thing that we would feel, love. Like God, which is, you could say God is love. And maybe that's the scariest thing. That's the edge, because if we're fully surrendered to that, like we're in that flow state, that the disillusion of the ego, letting go of all the things that we have, and we have to be in that place. And so maybe that to me is like, you know, if you want to.
For those of you in the chat, please check out Get to Know.
That's what it is.
Interesting. And what I will
he
do,
has an amazing channel. He's about helping make the laws more stringent on child abuse and sexual violent crimes.
But I will perhaps try and dedicate a little bit more time. Maybe I can
check him out, please.
I'll see if I can allocate 3 minutes instead of 2 towards presence and see how that makes me feel overall. It's interesting that you said when you're present, you feel love. I'm
going to put it in back chat so I can just copy and move
just look
over
around and go, you know what? Yeah,
before we close.
Everything's fine. Yeah. In fact, even in jail that happened. Even in jail, I had moments of presence, and I looked around and go, this is not nearly as bad as like the media saying it is, and the woman on the phone.
It would be nice if we could get that movement going towards it. We had more stringent laws
probably not going to get
on sexual violent
crimes. If the fire
crimes.
started, could I get through that steel door?
They're way too laxed.
If anyone could, it's me. I'm not on a submarine in World War II. There's no depth charges. Yeah. I'm not in a car crash. Yeah. It's fine. Cup of tea. It's fine. I did have those moments, right? So when you come to a moment, when you come to a moment of presence, even in a terrible scenario, it often ends up love. Yeah. You're right. And I certainly have felt them, and I certainly could do it. My rationale would be, my argument would be, does that make me more powerful? You're arguing it does, and maybe perhaps I need to try it. Whereas I would, typically up until this conversation, I would say, I don't have time for that. I have things to do. Right. So that's where it all comes down to. And then it comes down to, like I said earlier, am I here as a human to enjoy my experience as a human? And
as a human experience. We all are having a human experience.
I can possibly make and build a legacy And of course, probably like most things in life, the answer is somewhere in between the two. It's probably some balance.
Yeah.
Perhaps I'm slightly out of balance, and that's why I am living the life I am. But I'm not unhappy with it.
Thank you,
And if I
Ducky.
was unhappy with it, it wouldn't change anything. But I actually do consider myself, I do genuinely consider myself
Yeah, thank you. That's
one
cool.
of, because I put no importance on
She
emotion.
said she subbed in my
And when I say that,
channel,
I
and
try and
she
make people
said,
understand that when I say no importance, it doesn't affect how I act. So I don't see the point in talking about it, or I don't see the point in even acknowledging it, because it doesn't affect what I'm going to do for the day.
I'm
So
sorry
who
you
cares,
had to
right?
go
It doesn't
through
matter if it's
that,
sunny or
Ducky.
raining. If you're going to go to work, you're
I
going to go
think
to work.
we've
So why
I
talk
think
about the
we've
weather?
all had
So I don't put any importance on
have a
emotion.
mutual
But I would actually call myself one of the happiest people on earth, not because I'm
way
particularly
of
happy, but because I'm
connecting.
just never sad. So if it's never dark, it must be light. If it's never cold, it must be hot. So when I say, I will say I'm one of the happiest people on earth, and people think, oh, he's happy all the time. No, I'm just never sad. Right. Never.
I'm not
So
trying
you're
to.
never
I'm
sad.
just I'm listening
You're
to what he's
always
saying. I'm watching
happy.
his body
Another thing
movements.
I'll actually argue. Not getting out this early. Not getting out this easy.
Oh, they got away with a win there.
I would actually argue that
Seeing where he may
Why
slip
are you
up.
arguing? What are you arguing?
because maybe you won't disagree with me. Okay, I would also like to. I will just explain. When we're talking about how I built my mental model and how I rationalize everything, one of the things I've done when I rationalize is I've
I
changed
honestly
the boundary
think
of what I believe
that-
happy to be. So let's say happiness is this line on this table, right? Most people, this is the full spectrum of human emotion.
He
This is
really
absolute distraught 'cause
he
your parents
really
just
is
died,
serious
and this
about what he
extremely
is
happy
saying.
and
Like,
conditioned
this
and
is
laughing and
truly
jumping around
how
with a
he
child for whatever
feels.
reason.
Like,
Most people would probably put happy somewhere up here near the top.
Yeah.
Whereas I've just changed that bar, and I've just said, unless I'm truly distraught, unless I'm actually at the point where I can barely speak, let's move happiness down to here. Unless I'm truly distraught and something really bad's happened to me, I've already passed the threshold. I'm just a different level of happy.
Yeah.
Now, the more I talk to you, the more I realize that a lot of what I've done are just simply semantic tricks.
Yeah.
They're language tricks.
Yeah.
I've changed language tricks. If I'm not absolutely distraught, I am some version of happy. Therefore, I'm the happiest man on earth because I'm always some level of happy.
Yeah.
It's semantic tricks, but if it works, I mean, it could be a cheap language trick, but if the cheap language trick works,
To train
then it's
his
more than a
brain.
cheap language trick.
Yeah.
So I've also changed what I believe happy to be. I think that there's probably 5 or 6 times in your adult life you're going to be unhappy, and the rest of the time you're just a different level of happy. Maybe less happy, more happy,
less content.
but you're all at some point
more
of happy.
content.
If you can speak, you're happy enough, because when you're truly upset, you can't even talk.
True.
That's what I believe.
Is that enough?
Is that all I have to say? It's interesting, yeah, because
So here, you want me to tell you what I noticed? It is hard for you to stay present, right? Like you come present, and then you go to a thought, you go to an idea, and you talk, and it's very convincing, and it's very persuasive, and you're asserting your worldview, your frame of reality, which, but like sometimes like I lose you there. Like I'm like, where are you? Like there's
He's in
words, but I can't
speech mode
feel
instead
you
of
entirely.
present mode.
You know what I mean? And I want to like feel you more.
I understand.
You know what I mean?
I understand.
But
I don't think,
just stay with that. Just stay in that. Like don't let your mind go. Just stay in the feeling. Yeah, don't go off with the thought.
so what am I feeling right now? Let me
Agitation.
Just stay with me and be present in the experience with no words and see what happens. Sure. Like something will change in how we relate to each other. Something will soften. Like if you let yourself soften and just be with me. Yeah. Right? Which is kind of a weird experience for 2 men to have. Yep. Right? It's actually what children long for with their father. So it's actually what we long for is deeper levels of connection. Yes. You just let yourself be here with me and just see what happens.
But then what are we going to talk about?
We don't have to talk about anything. Doesn't it feel good to feel another man? Like just to feel the strength, like without the words, without that layer of thought and dialogue and discussion?
No, because his brain's
Come back,
still going.
Come back.
I'm thinking.
Come back.
But I'm
Don't
thinking.
think.
But I have to.
You don't have to. Just be here. This is the place you get to when you're fighting.
This is why I think he has a little bit of
Doesn't it feel
ADHD
good?
because
Yes,
it's
but
hard
there's
for
an
him to
action
stay
involved.
like.
I can feel everything about the person I'm fighting, whether it's good or bad. I can feel if I've hurt them or not.
Feel me.
I don't get to punch you, my friend.
You don't.
It's been good fun, and I feel like I've learned some things, and I feel like we need to do it again.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was fun. I appreciate you, man.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That was amazing.
Which source?
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
So what was your
My overall thought on Andrew Tate is he's a pompous prick at most times. He's very arrogant.
Mm-hmm.
He's very, very confident in himself. Are these necessarily bad traits? No, not necessarily. They can be, but that's just my opinion. But would I trust him around my kids? No, I don't trust most people around my children.
Right.
Would I trust him around my wife? Yeah. Why? Because I trust my wife. My own wife would be like, get out of here. You're bald and you're too damn tall. You know what I
Good
mean?
answer.
Get out
That,
of here.
I have to say, is the best answer a man could ever give. And it's not about trusting the other person. It's about trusting your significant other more than anyone else and knowing
Yep.
inside that your significant other admires you and honors you enough that they wouldn't do anything like that. That was beautiful. Oh, she definitely needs to make you breakfast now. Okay, Brenner.
Oh,
Breakfast
well,
dinner.
I'll just put that into the cards played right category for myself. You know what I mean?
But you said it so fast. It was like not even it wasn't even like really thought out. Like you just spit that right out. Like you really truly mean it. And that is beautiful.
I really like I've literally had friends of my wife's come to me because, you know, my wife and I, we have an amazing relationship. We really do. But the thing about it is we haven't we've had our problems. She's left me 4 times, you know what I mean? Like I've had to earn her love back to me, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
And like I don't know, like it's just the truth. Why did it come out so fast and natural? Because it's naturally the truth. I mean, that's just how it is for me. Like I fully trust my wife. I've had friends come to me of my wives and tell me, "Hey, look, so and so was hitting on your wife, sitting there trying to proposition her and blah 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 blah." And she's like, "Dude, I'm married. Get the fuck out of my face." Like, you know what I mean?
And see,
I've seen my wife straight shut other men down before, dude.
and
Right in front of me, without, you know, just she's amazing.
and that's the honor that any man could ever want from their significant other is even when that man is not around, that the woman is not entertaining those thoughts or those ideas or
Yeah,
those gestures from other men, where a lot of women nowadays would be like, well, my man's not around, so hey, how you doing? Yeah, 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 and they
yeah,
placate it. And one, they can lead the other person on, and two, they can land themselves in a position where they have to answer to the significant other. And then when a domestic violence, and I'm not saying domestic violence is good in any sense of the word, but they'll land themselves in a position where they're either having to explain themselves or they're going to get the crap beat out of them for cheating or something. And then it's victim. And I don't agree with domestic violence, but a lot of people don't understand that we also tend to push that envelope with that significant other. I am the first one to admit it. I have a mouth and I used it quite frequently. If I could have learned to not use it, that would have been great. But I didn't have, because he was so violent with me, I didn't carry that respect for him. And so I didn't have that tendency to keep my mouth shut. So I would just speak my mind and end up in more trouble. Uh, and I know that's a mouthful, but I mean, on the realest note possible, when you love and respect your partner, you have an amount of not disrespecting them or not making them feel a type of way to even go there. Does I
yeah,
hope that makes sense.
yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I know for a fact right now that I could jump up right now and decide I'm going to go on a week-long fucking fishing trip or camping trip with my dad, 2 week long, a month long, 2 months long, and not one time on that adventure would I ever think about, oh my God, I wonder if my wife's cheating on me. It would never cross my mind because I know better. Like I know better. Like I she owns my heart and I own her heart, and we know that. Like it's legitimate. So like it creates so much less drama in our lives just living like that, because I know it doesn't matter, dude. It could be Johnny Depp standing in front of her saying, "Come here, baby," and my wife would be like, "I'm married." And my wife, that's like my wife's future ex-husband is Johnny Depp. You know what I mean? Like for real, you know.
You
So
know what?
like she still wouldn't do it.
And there was levels of abuse between him and Amber. They both did it. They both were
Yeah.
abusive to each other. And that was the first stream I ever did, was on the Amber Heard Johnny Depp case. And I was like, you both are instigating each other. Like you both are abusive to
She
each
shit
other.
on his bed. She shit on his bed. She should pay him everything. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Like,
You got to pay for the bodily functions, like But
I
but
mean,
after
for
listening
real.
to it, I was like, you both are guilty. Neither one of you are innocent in this. The only reason that she
Yeah.
even was made guilty in that whole case is it was the fact that she put it in the paper. That was it. It was it was put in the paper. That was why. It wasn't to determine if he was or wasn't abusive or what she was or wasn't abusive. It was the matter of it being put in the paper. And if you go back and listen to the beginning of it, that's all it was about. And it was just proving that it was put in the paper. Had nothing to do with pulling out all of their like behind the curtain bullshit. I think that was done for content purposes. Um Again, media source, but at the same time, it really did make both of them look in a bad light of some sort. Like, man,
Yeah.
she's crazy and so is he. But you know what? Some people are very, very toxic with each other, especially if it's those alphas going at it. And she was alpha and he was alpha, and they just butted heads. She
But
wanted
he was harder than she was.
to. Yeah, that was a mess. That was hard for me to watch, but I was glued to it.
Did you hear? Did you hear? Did you hear? Did you hear what my wife said?
What did she say?
Tell her again,
He
man.
said, but he is hot. She's not.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. I mean, and even this guy is cute. And I mean, I hate to say it. I mean, if he is guilty of, doing what he does, it's really too bad because he's a good looking dude and he took advantage of his looks and this and that, whatever. But I can't say that because I don't know. I don't have the facts in front of me. None of us do. We're only going off of
Right.
hearsay of what's been said on social media and his perspective, his point of view, his side. So
Yep.
Ducky says, I can't stand it. How nice you both are after watching this drivel. Oh, goodness.
Well, it's hard to kill the niceness in some people, and I refuse not to be nice.
She's like, it's like seeing the best and the worst of society in one single stream. Well, I'm glad that we were entertaining.
Right?
I'm glad that I was the best and worst of something at the same time.
I
I've never
know.
got that. Where's my fucking participation trophy for that
I
shit?
know, right?
That's a big accomplishment for me.
Let's see. I know I don't have much of a filter either. It's really, really hard, especially on this platform.
Oh yeah, my mouth. My bad. Sorry. It just comes out.
Just like saying heavily beat up a man who just watched. If you let a single word slip, oh, and he did emphasize on the fact that he has old school values and whatever those may be. I don't know, other than what I've heard. And so I will be going through and doing more research and pulling out more streams and reviewing them and whatnot, just because this stream doesn't just stop here. We will be deep diving into it and, checking out, seeing what is said, seeing what is actual fact and what is hearsay.
Oh well, thank you, Ducky. We both belong in the best category there, ain't we? Aw.
Oh,
I've
she
only
said
ever been the
Depp is
best at
hot.
being the worst of something. Yeah. Johnny Depp is hot. Fuck
He is
Johnny
hot.
Depp. Whatever.
He is hot.
Whatever. He's not even real. He's just a guy on a TV.
No, he's not a real.
He's just a guy on a TV.
No, he's not a real pirate, but he is a real guy.
I'm not gonna. Don't let this ever get out. But I'd bang him.
You
I'm
know,
just saying.
if
I'm just
Aubrey
saying. You know. I
Hepburn
mean. I don't. I'm
around-
not. I'm not. I'm.
If Aubrey Hepburn was
I
around,
mean-
maybe. Marilyn Monroe, maybe.
Oh God, Aubrey Hepburn. Oh shit, my wife might be in trouble if Aubrey Hepburn was still around for sure. For sure. Or Joan Jett. If I could get my hands on Joan Jett,
Oh,
she wouldn't be lesbian anymore.
oh my goodness.
I'm just saying.
I didn't know
Joan Jett.
was.
I'm your cherry bomb. I'm your cherry bomb, Joan Jett. I'm your cherry bomb.
I didn't know Joan Jett was. That's so funny. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
didn't know.
she is. Oh yeah.
But okay, you all, thank you. Get to know for being here. Let me drop your link in the chat again for those that are just popping in. And please go back if you're just coming in, you didn't get to watch the whole stream. Go back and watch it from the beginning. It's great. It's just to give an insight from another person's perspective and the psychiatrist or therapist. Excuse me. But I do appreciate you all being here. I love you all muches. Thank you. Get to know. Thank you, Sugar Glider.
Mwah.
I love you both. You guys have a wonderful night.
You too, sweetheart.
Thank you for everyone in chat for hanging out and, you know, being part of my stream. I really do appreciate it. And thank you for having patience with me and trying to have an open mind on this situation.
Absolutely.
Most definitely.
Good night, everybody.
Mwah. Love you all.
Sunshine, moonbeams. Love you, my sister, my sister. Later, guys.